point in my life where I could name every single game that was going to release for the next, like, 2 weeks on Steam. Like, I could just, like, verbally state it. And, like, obviously, you know, they've opened the floodgates, right? Like, for years now, and anybody can just pay $100 to get their game on Steam. And every now and again, you see, like, developers being like, well, I don't have the money to put my game on Steam. It's like, well, make a GoFundMe or put it on itch. Quit complaining. It's very good. That's good. It's good to hear. That was maybe one of the weirdest publisher-developer relations cases ever. It's like that and Zaum, where I'm just like, what? Actually, Zaum is maybe more just confusing than anything. Because, like, the whole crafted, what is it, Unknown Worlds nonsense is just wild to me. Where it's just like, hold on, crafted guy didn't want to give them bonus. Tried to weasel way out of bonus by using ChatGPT as a lawyer? His chat logs came out in, like, in Discovery during that case, and it's fucking bonkers, dude. It's, like, truly goddamn mental. I need to eliminate all reflective surfaces from my life chat. My desk is, like, black, but it's got, like, a slight gloss to it. It's a very standard, like, sit-stand desk, right? Because most of my editing time is spent standing. But I gotta be honest. I lived in a house, or in an apartment, that had a cockroach infestation around the time I moved. And from what I can tell, none of them have followed me, because I literally haven't seen one since I moved. However, whenever my hand reflects on my desk, I have a mild panic attack. And this happens with my counter, too. My counter is, like, slightly reflective. My fridge is slightly reflective. I've played quite a bit of Space Haven over the years, and it never really impressed me. YouTube chat's asking me if I'm going to play Space Haven. And it never really impressed me, and it was just always kind of perplexing, and I'm kind of winding up to go on vacation, and I don't know, I don't really... Blech. That's not a bad idea, actually, Arrow. In YouTube chat, just get a really large desk mat, you know, or just a piece of cloth, and, you know, maybe not specifically a desk mat. I just need everything to be matte. That's what I need. I just need everything to be matte black. Yeah. I think that there's, like, Stone in regards to rich people not being very smart. I think there's something to be said for being born into privilege or circumstances which make it easy to get into positions of power, and then just failing upwards. You know? Like, being a CEO, the actual requirements of the job aren't very complicated. It's a lot of timing, networking, and positioning, right? Like, if you can end up the CEO of a corporation, you don't necessarily need to be smart to do that. You just need to be in the right position your whole life to be able to do that. And there's a lot of younger CEOs out there that, like, like, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of very good CEOs out there that are very smart people that, like, know what the fuck they're doing and run their business as it should be run.
I am not smart now. I just need to become a CEO.
A CEO? CEO. I see what you did there. Jesse, thank you very much for the 2 years. Chat, we need 20 liters of Vanna Black and about 2 years worth of beers for Jesse right there. Thank you very much. Appreciate you greatly. Cheers with the Vile Force. Nepo baby? Sociopath? Dum-dum? I don't know. I'm trying to think of. Says Frogfire says that I feel like there's a psychology word for what CEOs are that's not nice, and those are just what came to mind. Promotion promotion to incompetence is more common than failing upwards. If someone does a good job, they get promoted until they get to the point where they stop doing a good job, and then they're stuck there. I don't know, because, like, there's lots of people who've ended up in charge of companies that do a bad job in a lot of aspects, but are very good at one aspect. Like, if you hate yourself and you spend time listening to earnings calls or reading transcripts of earnings calls, which I've done in my life. I've never actually listened to an entire earnings call. I listened to quite a good chunk of an Xbox one a while ago, but if you read transcripts of, like, earnings calls, there's absolutely CEOs out there that are horrible at talking to their employees, horrible at public communication. Getting piles of text messages from something that I'll look at in a minute. Horrible at public communication. Like, by all accounts, pretty bad at actually managing the product that they're selling, but really, really good at talking to the people that give them money, and so they keep the job. You know? It's like, my old apartment building had a building manager for a while who was really, really good in meetings. He would take notes. He was very good at talking to people. He was very personal. He was very friendly. He was very nice. And then he would leave, and nothing would get done. And after like a year, we fired him. Because like he would run the meetings extremely professionally, was very, very good to talk to, and like operated functionally. I could totally see how somebody who like didn't actually pay attention to what was going on in the building would think that he was great. Like if you were, like, this is all in the format of apartment buildings, but like if you didn't live in the building, owned a unit in the building, and just called into a meeting on Zoom, I could totally understand why he would keep his job. Because he would just show up, be very professional, take a lot of notes, act like he was listening to you, and then nothing would happen. And Anonymous, thank you very much for the $1. It's the first thing on the leaderboards. Cheers, mate. The Adult Swim bit, the Little Dancing Man? Maybe. I've seen a lot of Adult Swim bits, but I never saw them in context. I only ever saw them, like as memes or reposts on YouTube and such. Also, SNE out, Snout. Your name is almost the name of a little video game that I really liked that nobody played, which was Snout. It was Snake, but it was Breakout. So you played Snake, but you were also playing Breakout. So there was a ball bouncing around, and you had to play Snake. And you started in a tiny little arena, and the idea was to break all of the all of the bricks on the outside of the arena. And every time you would break, I think it was 10 bricks, your snake would get longer. And there was also like power-ups that you could consume optionally to earn extra points and grow your snake. So you had to not hit your tail, you had to bounce a ball, and also every time the ball bounced, you got points. So you were like incentivized to like trap it within the snake. It was super fun. Played way too much of that for a while. I think the original one was free. Hold on, I'm explaining video game Snake, okay? You know what the video game Snake is. If you don't know what the video game Snake is, I can't help you, okay? Snout my problem. Yeah, there was Snout and Snout 2. Yeah. This was the first Snout, and that was Snout 2. More Snout. See, it was Snake and Breakout. Or Snake Out. But yeah, the first one, literally free. You can just go play it. Who do I have to make my merch? It's Fourth Wall. Are you in an ad, Chestnut? If you say no, then I will finish the question, but I'm assuming you're in an ad. It's not my problem. Yeah, I'm sorry for using you as the like statement, but here we are. Oh, hey, this person's putting out new games. Well, that's neat. Well, what is this? Deserted Island bullet hell? It says it's a bullet hell. Where's the bullet hell? It's like you versus pirates? This game is very unfinished. Okay, cool. Thanks for telling me. All right. Well, and the other one, which is $5, is Snow 2, which like very few people played, but I really liked Snow and Snow 2. Snow 2 is just Snow 1, but with more particle effects, basically, and a few more power-ups. But in regards to merch, my merch is well, it's less of a who produces my merch. It's more of like a partnership kind of thing. So there's a company called Fourth Wall. They basically communicate with. Oh yeah, the ball gets bigger every time it hits the snake. Anyway, they have contracts with basically direct-to-consumer manufacturing all around the world. So there's like 5 factories in the U.S. There's 3 in Canada. There's a bunch in Europe. There's several in Australia. So it's different people depending on where you live. And essentially the way it works is it's kind of like, you know, Redbubble or a lot of those other like direct brands, but instead the person who's running the storefront is actually running the storefront instead of it being a Redbubble store. So if you have like Redbubble does all of the like handling, returns, customer relationships, and everything. With Fourth Wall, you're basically kind of on your own for that. So if like, as an example, if you order a mug and it arrives broken, then I'm out of pocket to send a new one. But like, I prefer it that way because I get a significantly higher cut than I would. Like with Redbubble, if you sell a t-shirt, you're getting pennies. With Fourth Wall, I'm getting at like $5 at least. Speaking of games I suggested, he just updated that, and I haven't played it because I've been, I don't know, stressed and just doing what I know works. I get very risk averse when I'm stressed, but yeah, he added a bunch of particle effects and stuff to this recently, and UI improvements and things, so slowly improving. This is one that I've played on my laptop a little bit. Geek to Games, it's good to see you, man. Thanks for the 19th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, dude. And also Uncle Flange as well, since I've been babbling. I know I'm just like in the pre-stream portion, Alexandra Mech, where I'm babbling. Just because I'm babbling doesn't mean I'm not playing Dwarf Fortress today. It just means I'm not playing Dwarf Fortress today yet. Although that now makes me worried that I set the game category wrong on YouTube. No, it's the right category. But you're panicking. But since everybody's here and we're through the ads, kind of a brief segment. Streams are going to disappear for a little bit. I'm going to be gone for a little while. Everybody always says happy vacation, and I'm very bad at being like, yeah, I'll go have a great time, because whenever vacations happen, and this year, this round right now may be worse than normal, but I get very stressed around vacations, and I feel like this is just kind of the reality of my job. Like, I can't remember the last time I took time off where I wasn't more stressed during the time off than I was before I took the time off. But that's besides the point. I still need it. I know that. So I'm going to be gone from the 21st until the 30th. Originally, it was going to be like the 27th, but I'm just being realistic because I literally will be landing and traveling home on the 25th. so I won't be home until super late on the 26th, and I every other time I've been on a plane in the last few years, I've gotten sick. So I'm going to just go with I will be back on the 30th for a Saturday stream, and then after that, the 2nd. So my goal is to get back sometime on that Tuesday, and then try and edit a video. So I will be streaming today, and I will be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a short stream because I will be traveling to my parents' house to crash at their place overnight, and then me and my dad have to be on a plane at 7 in the morning. So it's going to be kind of an early morning Thursday. So it'll be like a half stream tomorrow. You have high expectations for my low expectation vacation? Low expectation vacation. That's a sentence. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is, if you like this channel and you like what I do here and you want to help keep me funded and be less stressed during my vacation, now's the time to use a Prime sub if you happen to have one. Because yeah, I don't know. I try really hard to not just be a Debbie Downer on this stream, because I feel like I have been one a lot recently. But my hope is to have 2 big video projects done early in June. I am actively working on one covering this fort that I've been building, which is just breeding mega beasts and eventually invading hell. And yesterday I spent, oh boy, including setup, takedown, and like reshoots. Folks are getting dwarven childcare in the format of like the Sea Serpents video, the Mermaids video, and all that. So you're gonna get a good pile of maybe not hours, but a good pile of time worth of content of me reading about theory crafting and fan fiction surrounding trapping dwarven children in 1x1 rooms with dogs and chickens to train them in combat. I tried to like, I don't know, ask Tarn that, Shelderain. I tried to like make it seem like I was Command from like XCOM. I don't know if it'll work, but I don't know. I played around with lights a lot, so here's hoping it turns out fun. The Child Torment Nexus. It's so fucking silly, man. Like, I remember reading that shit when I was younger and being like, this is fucked up, and now as an adult, I'm like, this is so fucking goofy, the way this is written. Because, like, you can tell, like, that by the end of that thread, like, everybody is just writing like they're trying to be, like, a CIA agent writing a report. It's very funny. But, Snout, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate you, mate. Brand new here and already throwing out gifts. Leaving at the same time? I was going to Dokumi? I don't know what Dokumi is. I'm going to go see Formula 1. Apparently also Montreal got into the fucking playoffs. So I'm going to be in Montreal while the Montreal Canadiens are in the playoffs for the Stanley Cup, not the travel mug. Oh, you normally watch on the YouTube side of things? Gotcha. And most people have different usernames over there. Land of Hair says Blind felt stressed being allowed to rest and recuperate. For me, it's like, it's restless, isn't it? He felt restless by being allowed to. This is probably the one I would say. It's like the yellow text. I think it's restless. It's going to be a crazy time to be in Montreal. I mean, like, there's a group chat for me and my friends who are gonna be there, and I'm like, I don't even think we're going to notice, because like, how many people were in Montreal for Formula 1 last year? Like, we'll notice, but it was like 350,000 last year. Yeah, last year was 345,000 people. There will just be slightly more people with Montreal Canadiens jerseys than normal. Like, I don't think we're gonna notice. Like, truly. Lex Fiddle, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Appreciate you. For 2 months. Are you from Montreal, Quasit? So I've been to Mount Royal. I've been to the top of that silly little hill. It's kind of cute. It's a nice little mound. The fact they call it a mountain is adorable to me. The mosquitoes were real bad the last time I was up there. I've been up there a couple times.
What's up?
73 months. And nice. Appreciate you, Pilot. Checking to get around to beers for Pilot Guy. I'm going to... I leave tomorrow afternoon. I will be streaming tomorrow, but I leave tomorrow afternoon to you know, go to Montreal for Formula 1. So we splurged a little bit this year. We got slightly nicer tickets than normal. Normally we get like pretty much the cheapest seat tickets that you can get, which are like cheaper than seeing like AC/DC these days. And you get 3 days of entertainment. It's the reason I could justify it, because it's like our tickets this year were 600 Canadian, which is, what is that in US? Like 430 US dollars. So like for a 3-day event, that's not terrible. And we're splitting hotel 3 ways, and so then it's just flights. But this will be, like, I went in 2023, 24, 25, so this will be year 4. Yeah, year 4. And this year, I'm bringing my dad with me, because he retired in April. So my dad's been on a long weekend since April 30th. It's crazy, like, the weekend's not over yet. So I figured, like, if I was gonna drag my dad to a Formula 1 race, who's been, like, quietly, like, telling me about Formula 1 since I was a little kid, but it was always like oh yeah, no, your mom doesn't like that. She thinks it's scary, so, like, we don't watch that. Kind of thing. If I was ever gonna do it, it's gonna be this year, and so I'm very much excited. Very much looking forward to it. But yeah, I don't know. Climbing it very much not approved at midnight makes it a little bit more intimidating. That's not... Okay, so this is why I cackle at Mount Royal. 1, being referred to as a mountain, and 2, being referred to as, like, something that one would climb. I grew up on a hill that was twice the elevation. So I used to ride my bike from sea level, practically, like slightly above sea level, to where I grew up in the house that I grew up in, which is almost twice the elevation gain of Mount Royal. So I look at Mount Royal and I'm like, yeah, it's a little hill. It's not very impressive. Like, the views are nice. It's a nice thing to go up once, but I don't know, man. Like, I've been in buildings taller than that thing. Yeah, I'm from BC. Like, here, if I go really far back in my Google Photos, I can show you the one photo I have digitally of the view from the house where I grew up. I mean, I live on an island now, so I can, if there wasn't a building right there, I could see the ocean. So I'm, like, at sea level now, so if there's ever a tsunami, I'm gone. There it is. It's a very old photo. 2013? The Eastern Seaboard has different notion of mountain. Sure. I've been up Mount Royal. I would never go up Mount Royal during a busy tourist weekend. I wouldn't recommend that to my worst enemy, because, like, because my little sister lived in Montreal because I went there in 2022 to visit my little sister and her husband, because I hadn't seen her since, like, before the pandemic. So it was like 2018 was, I think, I didn't see my little sister for like 4 years. So myself, my now sister-in-law, because my little sister's husband's little sister, we went and visited them in Montreal. And I did all that touristy stuff then. So, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, there's things in Montreal that I think are interesting, and most of them are, like, old churches and shit. Like, I think my favorite thing I've ever seen in Montreal was close to Griffintown. There is this church, which I know that's not even remotely descriptive. There's like 40-something churches in that area. It feels like it's like there's a church on every other block. It's like being in the South. But there's this church that has like this graffiti on one of the back doors, which is like boarded up with like particle board that just says 666 Satan bad, and that might be my favorite thing I've ever seen in Montreal. Like just flat. That might be my favorite thing I've ever seen in Montreal. I don't know. I really like the metro. There's a lot of metro stations that I think are really cool. I really like. There's a lot of areas I just like walking around. I spent a whole bunch of time in Verdun the first time I went there. There's a bagel place I try to go to whenever I go there. I'm a very like basic bitch, like tourist. Well, maybe not basic, but like I don't like if I'm ever gonna go be a tourist somewhere, I never want to go do the touristy thing. Like whenever like you look at a list of things that you can do in a city, I'm always like sometimes I'll go to like Atlas Obscura and be like, what's close that's weird. But like that's maybe the most touristy thing that I'll do. I usually just go like, okay, what's a bagel place that's like not close to where the tourists go that like has really good reviews? Because I'm gonna go there. That's what I'm gonna do. Or like, what is like a dive bar that looks like I'm gonna get beaten up at? That's where I'm going. Because I never want to go do the super touristy thing. When it comes to Montreal during Formula One, typically we go to the race, and then if we feel like being normies, we just go to either Old Town or University District and just watch cars, because the whole city just becomes a car show. You would just have a cam streaming that view 24/7. Yeah, the thing is, that sounds like a great idea, Stride Warrior IRL, until people start showing up at your house. But yeah, I guess so. I guess so. I'm very cautious about telling people. Like, I get recognized on the street, like, kind of enough that it's a pattern. Like, I was at a food truck that's pretty close to where I live, like 2 weeks ago, because I was getting a sandwich. And the guy in front of the line just turned around and goes, "Oh, hi, blind." I just walked back. I was like, oh, boy. I was just like, oh, hi, small world. So, like, that just happens to me enough where, like, I would never point a camera out of my window streaming it. Maybe, like, record something for personal use and make, like, time lapses or something of sunrises, but... I also, I'm a big fan of diners in Montreal. There's a bunch of... I've been to a good couple of diners over the past few times I've been there. I think Green Spot's the one that stands out in my mind for some reason. That are just like, you know, pretty standard greasy spoons. I like that kind of thing. Something I always try to do when I go to Montreal is I like going to the canal and just kind of going for a walk in the evening. Like, what is the longest distance I can clear in an evening? I like the Brewery Messorum. It's not perfect, but there is no Forgotten Beast breeding in Dwarford. Chestnut. I do have breeding pairs of dragons, hydras, and rocks, though, but no Forgotten Beasts. We've invaded Hell, and we've successfully occupied Hell. So today is going to be me occupying Hell and trying to finish the fort. So we need to figure out what we would consider to be a victory condition for this fort. How did I get those? Do I be an asshole or do I be not? So I'll give you the snooty response, and then I'll explain what I did. The snooty response is, well, you'll just have to wait for the video, which is gonna hopefully come out sometime early June. But what did I actually do? When I generated the world, I turned up savagery, so there's just more big beasts in general. But I went to the difficulty settings, and I set the frequency that mega beasts can attack to 1. By default, it's 10. 10 means every 10 season there is a chance that a mega beast will attack. Setting it to 1 means every season there's a chance a mega beast will attack if it's in the region. and I just caught them. That's how I got them. I just thought I crashed OBS, but I didn't. Yay for not crashing OBS. I clicked the thing and I thought OBS froze. I actually just missed it with my mouse. I was like, oh no. Oh no. OBS is about to blow! And it didn't. So I'm very happy about that. But yeah, today is the second to last stream before I go on a short vacation and then come back and edit like a madman until I return. It's basically I will be gone from Thursday until Monday out of the house, and then after that I will be editing from whenever I get home, either Monday night or Tuesday morning, depending on whether or not I just decide to sleep at my parents' house or not, until the 30th, which is a Saturday, where I will pop up and stream for a little bit. And yeah, tomorrow will be a shorter stream as well, because I will be leaving at the end of it. That's the second time you got it. I have a bunch of them, and I tried to breed them, but I gave up. Land on hair. In regards to giants and cyclops. Same with minotaurs. I know that it can happen. I've never seen it. Who do I support or cheer for in Formula 1? Can I give you the cop-out answer of I like the drama? So, you know how there are... You know how there's people who like WWE? I'm not one of them, but there's like the people who are like, I like this wrestler or this team of wrestlers. And then there are people who are just like, fight, fight, fight. I'm kind of that person. It was just like cheering for all the rich people to get beaten up. That's kind of me. I like James Vowles, but I'm not necessarily cheering for Williams. Honestly, if you were to just like put me on my knees and tell me to pick a favorite team, it's probably Williams. But right now I'm also like cheering for Cadillac. I want them to keep beating the Aston Martins. I don't particularly like Cadillac as a company, so it's difficult for me to be like, I'm cheering for Cadillac. But I like their drivers. I like Perez and I like Bottas. I want Bottas to be happy, and I want Perez to, like, smile once in a while. And so I want them to come, like, 15th, and I'm very happy. I don't know. I'm cheering for the show, I guess. It's not just cargo fast. Like, I like watching the sport. And there's so many different things that I'm watching. Like, I don't like Max Verstappen. I think he's a kind of insufferable person. I think he's a really good villain character in the storylines in my brain. And so I don't necessarily want him to lose, because that would mean something crazy happened, most likely. But I love it when he starts in, like, 20th and then finishes in, like, 4th, because that's always a good show. Does that make sense? So... yeah, and I think that's what draws me to it, because, like, I can't watch team sports like that very easily. Because, like, in team sports, like, you could have a favorite player, but most people just watch the team. And I think in Formula 1, you could have a favorite driver or a favorite team. But I mostly just have... I just like the sport, and I like watching how things change. And that keeps it interesting. When did you play last before this update, KCD? The entire map is green. I have a question. When was the last time you played, and do you generate a lot of worlds? Because that doesn't seem too uncommon. Unless you're also, like, allied with the goblins or something. That's weird. But if it's, like, you and the humans and the elves, like, that's been pretty consistent over the last few years. That, like, I'd say maybe 1 in 5 worlds that I generate is, like, generally pretty peaceful. You just want everyone to finish ahead of Stroll. Yeah, the best finish for anything I ever saw. I can't remember if he crashed or if his car just stopped working. But when Alonso, no, not Alonso. When Kimi Räikkönen, I think he crashed at Monaco. You just saw him getting out of his car and walking to the edge of the track and walking past the marshals. And then 5 minutes later on TV was a shot of him on his boat drinking a beer. Like just minutes after he crashed. He's just like skipped the press, just fucking walked out, changed into shorts, just like sitting there on his boat drinking a beer. Every few months. Because I would say that's been actually pretty consistent since the Siege update. Because when Sieges happened, changed quite dramatically. But you don't use very many of them? Yeah, that doesn't... I don't know. I don't think... Because I haven't generated any new worlds since the Diplomacy update. But since the Siege update, that seems to be pretty consistent. In my experience. You tried in your current fort, but they're all related. Oh, no! Anyways. Yeah, I didn't have that problem, but they didn't make babies. I gave up. That's experiments for another day. Land on hair. Friends with goblins too. That's fascinating. I mean, I would generate a few more worlds and see if it's the same way. I haven't noticed anything because I haven't generated any new worlds. Just go read the, like, any of the, not patch notes, but roadmaps that they put out every 6 months. The simple answer is no. Chestnut. They've talked about doing villains after map rewrite, after building an adventure mode, after magic, which we're on magic right now. So, fuck if I know. Let's focus on the thing that they're actively talking about, because that's what's being worked on. So, you might notice there's some purple in the background. But first, I'm going to begin with my obligatory streamer sells what he does for a living minute. Keep in mind, while you're watching this stream, if you're enjoying this broadcast, this is done without sponsorships from big corporate money. There are running ads on it, but I try my best to not take sponsorships from companies that you see sponsoring every single one of your favorite YouTubers all the time, because a lot of them are kind of sketchy and difficult to work with, and or I'm always kind of concerned about a lot of them. Often concerned about a lot of them. So if you would like to help support this channel and the way that I do things here without the constant drip of corporate money, the best way to do that is by subscribing to this channel on Twitch or choosing to support me through my website directly at blindirl.com or by using a YouTube membership or super chat. The vast majority of the money that I make comes from tips. So if you tip this channel, congrats, you're in the 0.1% that help keep this channel here the way that it is. And I'm going on vacation for like 4 or 5 days starting tomorrow afternoon. I will be streaming tomorrow afternoon, but this is either the last or the second to last stream of this here fort. If you happen to have a Prime sub, do think about me whenever it's available. And aside from that, the best things that you can do is simply share the stuff that I do. Leave comments on the videos if you watch on YouTube's, not on the stream, because I don't have comments enabled on the streams because I think that's redundant. And help keep that Twitch chat moving. How do we get a beer on the Cadillac F1 car? How do we? I don't know. Do you have like several $1 million that you want to spend that on? I feel like that is just a categorically massive waste of money. Like, by all sense. Like, if I'm, like, asking for Prime subs and also simultaneously sponsoring a Formula 1 car, please walk up to me and slap me the next time you see me, because I've lost the fucking plot and, like, shouldn't be asking for audience support anymore. I don't know. Maybe Moist Criticals could do that. Get an oil baron into Dwarf Fortress. I feel like there's probably at least one oil baron. The odds are good enough. There's at least an oil baron that owns Dwarf Fortress. That has to be a thing. Crowdfunded, maybe. I'm gonna put it this way and be As honest as possible. I have zero fucking interest in sponsoring a Formula 1 car because they've got more than enough money already. Yeah, maybe like instead of doing that, I would. You know what would be so I have an editor who helps me with some of my videos. It's an expense that I think is useful, but I will be honest, there have been a few points where I'm just like, whoa, I wish I didn't have to spend this money, but I have to pay this man. So thank you for your help if you're watching. If I had the money to sponsor a Formula 1 car, I would hire him full-time to watch all of my streams, every minute of every stream, and take notes, and then actually have, like, a decent output of the bigger videos. That's what I would do. That would be a much better use of my time and money than putting a fucking sticker on a Formula 1 car. Maybe have a cute three-year-old that sends, like, Botas a video and ask him to put, like, a dwarf on his helmet or something. I mean, it worked for Carlos, because he got sparkles on his helmet, right? That's probably about the most chance you'd get from that. Couldn't the strong arm bait 12 games into doing what he wants with exorbitant amounts of sums of money? I mean, not all. Okay, so I'm gonna say something here. There is a person who you've probably seen in Twitch chats, Keladon, who is old oil money, who is actively in this community. He's not like a Saudi, though. He's from the U.S. So maybe we have different definitions of oil baron. Like, I know one. But, you know, different definitions. Anyway, so this is a very big fort. We've got the Brave, who was the dwarf who dug down into the underworld. We've got Sandberg. We've got Boot. We've got probably a Goblin Spy, who's a dwarf, who's the sequel to definitely not a Goblin Spy, who was a goblin. We've got Abrex. We've got King Reg, who's still alive and one of us. I'm going to build him a big, like, thing down in hell. We've got Chef's Intern. We've got Shinobi. We've got Bah! Who's my doc? Yeah, Chief Medical Doc. Chief Medical Dork is what he is. Killed with style, who didn't die when he was expecting him to. He's like, give me somebody who's going to die to the demons. I was like, okay, and then he didn't die to the demons. It was pretty funny. We've got Odinson. We've got Glass. We've got our outpost liaison, who's in the military, as he should be. We've got Donut. What's your name? Eric. RC is still Eric. We've got Rookie, who's still the Rookie. We've got Zebra Fiend, who 1v1'd and killed a Zebra Fiend. And we've got Donut Hole, Babby Donut, and I think that's everybody. Oh, also Joan. And Stabby Femme. Methinks that's everybody. Oh, Mud's there still. If you missed your dwarf's name, let me know, and I can look them up. I may have also just scrolled past them, because there's a lot, because Shio's up there too. Brewer. Which one looks more like... neither of them are legendary, but which one stands out to you more? Those are the two brewers that we have. Although I will give one of them brewing exclusively. You heard both your name things. This is true, Donut. How does one get a dwarf? Be in the Twitch chat and get the redemption, or be really lucky when I give one to the YouTube chat, which I'm going to do in a sec. Just going to get this one done first, because he isn't a woodcutter. I was just going to, like, assign him directly, but... Oopsies. What am I doing? Ah, Bill! You want Bug Man? Is he Buggy Man? Orbs Patterns! Dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel, does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs, is bashful and doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. He doesn't tend to think before acting. He tends to think before acting, and he often feels envious of others. He's quick to form negative views about things and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He isn't particularly ambitious, he is assertive and occasionally overindulges. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and is rarely moved to mercy. He finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he often greets others with a hug. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much anymore. Joseph Bugman, who's a legendary brewmaster in Warhammer Fantasy Dwarf lore. Gotcha. Okay. Also, hey, Bioactive. It's good to see you. Joseph Bugman, who's can you has dwarf, please? No. The first person in the YouTube chat that can post 3 tree emojis can have a dwarf. Because if I just gave everybody a dwarf who asked, then everybody would have a dwarf, and I wouldn't have any unnamed dwarfs to nickname when they do something cool. Yeah, I know your name through the Twitch side of things, Crazy. Thanks for also having unified usernames, because that makes my life a lot easier. He personally dislikes cooperation and dreams of crafting a great work of art. The lottery is going. If you heard what I said, then sure. But clearly nobody heard what I said. See, Blackland's heard. It's like an awareness test, you know? His long beard is neatly combed. His very long sideburns are neatly combed. And his very long mustache is neatly combed. He has a clear voice, and his nose is quite long. You should call him Pinocchio. You worship Usir Ast Nilis. Legends will still tell me what that is. Something else I want to do on the time off is like figure out how to get Legends Viewer updated, because it's not accepting files from the current version of the game. Likes Earth, volcanoes, and nature. Interesting. Who is Armok, and why does he do the thing? So Armok is 2 words from the video game Drag Slay. Black Winds, what kind of dwarf would you like? Why the massive food reserves? Why not? I don't know. So, Armok was originally from Drag Slay, and Drag Slay had a check that you had to do, which was arm okay. Basically, leg okay, chest okay, head okay. So if you'd go into your like health screen, you would see the status of your arms and legs and like appendages. So arm okay became a running meme in the Bay 12 community at the time, because, you know, the 30 people that were on their forum playing their games and played Drag Slay started joking about arm okay. And then when Bay 12 went on to make their mega game, which ended up being Slaves to Armok, God of Blood, arm okay stuck, so that there was like some community in-jokes there. And then when Dwarf Fortress released, Tarn didn't want to betray the 300 people or so on the forums that were playing and posting screenshots and talking about Slaves to Armok. He didn't want to feel like he was betraying them, so it would be like me not wanting to, you know, make 2 videos in a row that aren't themed around Dwarf Fortress, because I would feel like I'm betraying my Dwarf Fortress audience. He named Dwarf Fortress Slaves to Armok God of Blood Chapter 2 Dwarf Fortress, so that there would be some continuity there. But at this point in time, Armok has never surfaced in the game in any format, period, with one exception. That screenshot that was like just released is supposedly supposed to be Armok. So, or rather, at the end of the like last patch, which was where, hold on, let me just grab this window and I'll show you. The end of the last patch notes, which was, yeah, right here. There was Dwarf Fortress 20th anniversary. Supposedly that is Armok. Dwarf Fortress is the sequel. So supposedly that's Armok. But my headcanon is, always has been, and will continue to be, the player is Armok, because Armok is the overseer of the world, basically. Any farmer. Animal caretaker or trainer. Okay, so farmers, we've got all of these lads. If there's anybody that stands out to you in particular. Sorry, I was distracted with the, you know, babbles. Yeah, a bit of a Draugr look. Has Tarn or Kit Fox told you somewhere? So when that video released, I was like, oh, Magic the Gathering, I don't care. So I like didn't even look at it. Because there was a video that was Zach and Tarn unboxing their cards. If anybody here on the list stands out to you, Blackwind, just let me know which one. Obviously not Chef's intern because he's named, but any of these. They released that video, and at the end there's like Dwarf Fortress 20th anniversary, which is like it's either August. I think it's August is the anniversary. It's like early August, it's like August 6th or something. Is the actual anniversary of Dwarf Fortress. I need to go to the website and look. But because this is year 20, it's the 20th anniversary, and I didn't even look at that video. And then Alexandra, who's the Kit Fox community manager, popped into my chat and asked if I watched it. I was like, it's just the unboxing Magic cards. I don't really care. And she was saying that we should go look at it, and I watched it, and I was like, okay, what am I supposed to be looking at here? I mean, it's a nice new logo, and then she's just like, well, that may or may not be like someone big and important. I'm like, who's big and important in Dwarf Fortress? And she's like, well, that may or may not be like Armok. I'm like, really? Huh. So that's how I know, is because like Kit Fox's community manager popped into chat and was like blah 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 about it. And then as part of the patch notes, if you read the thing, this year we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of Slave to Armok God of Blood Chapter 2 Dwarf Fortress, and we have a special logo for the occasion featuring Armok himself. What's up, words to be read. So that's how I know it's Armok, is because unless the word 20th is what Armok looks like, I'm assuming the dwarf is Armok. Maybe Armok is the weird amorphous cloud in the background, and that's just a source word. I really, really hope that the Secret Lair logo isn't Armok, because that would be very disappointing. Regardless, his arm does look okay. Well, maybe not. He's hand okay. I don't know about arm. All right, since you're not being super specific, Blackwinds will give you Imdok. Who is currently manning a bolt thrower, waiting for demonic hordes. He is a nervous wreck, so would I, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he often feels discouraged. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he is grateful when others help him out. He is assertive, and he is often cheerful, and when he tries to keep his things orderly. He has a greedy streak, and he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. When he often feels lustful and occasionally overindulges. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he tends to consider what others think of him, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. I mean, maybe Armok is the font. Sammy Vision. He personally has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsmanship and doesn't particularly respect commerce. So, Twitch chat, I'm doing a fun thing. The first person to put 3 beer emoji into the Twitch chat gets my dwarf name. And doesn't particularly respect commerce and dreams of raising a family. Mary, what kind of dwarf would you like? He is worried after dwelling upon being unable to acquire something for too long. We need to work on that. Random question. Might you have any idea why DF runs so poorly on your laptop? Absolutely not. No idea. I don't own your laptop. I don't know anything about your specs. I don't know anything about your setup. I don't know. I've got a computer that's running Linux that's pretty freaking good. Fuck if I know, man. Sorry, I'm not tech support, but my advice would be go on to the Dwarf Fortress Discord or my Discord or somewhere where there's other people and ask. Don't ask me, because I have no idea. 8x8 Embark, 500 layers tall, 300 dwarves. But yeah, that's Blackwinds. Blackwinds has killed a flaming ghost, which is a demon. Buy a new computer is what you say. Yeah, I can't afford a new computer, so I feel terrible telling anybody to buy a new computer at the minute. Oh, I'm out of siltstone. That was the issue. Scrolling through. SSDs? No, not really. SSDs aren't super important. It's just CPU clock speed, and having a graphics device. CPU clock speed. But don't ask me what your PC running is. How am I running it on Linux? It's just running natively. I'm on Mint, which is a Ubuntu derivative, which I want to get off of. I want to get to Debian, but I've been too lazy. I don't live in the USA, so don't ask me. Person in YouTube chat. Speaking of tech support, I'm being asked how much computers cost in the USA. I don't know. I live in Canada. I have a hard time thinking about like American dollars. Yeah, actually, what Kagejitize says, M.2 or like SSD drive like is only really relevant for loading the save or quarterly saving. I think junk laptop would be the reason there, Bubble. Anyway, so you just any Miri? Like no need or requirements? How does Lolar the Dwarven Child sound? Five years old. Somewhere over $3. It would be really funny, Stone, if you said somewhere over 3, like, currency that doesn't exist anymore. 50 shekels and 3 peanuts and some pocket lint. I've seen the words Zorin OS written. I don't actually know what Zorin OS is. Please don't tell me. I'm sure it's a derivative of something that I do know, but like, I blink twice when I see Zorin OS written in my chat. Because like they charge money for it, if I'm not mistaken, which is wild to me. Probably more than a 4 pence. There you go. 50 galactic bucks, at least 35 galactic credits. I was just gonna go straight Debian Trixie, because that's what I have running on my laptop, Donut.
3 months. Man, time flies.
Bully Played, thanks for the 3rd month. Welcome back, mate. You know, I say that with people that are in, like, the high 70s. Like, Pilot Guy to like resub today for 73 months, and it's like, whoa. Jesus, dude. But, Bully, thank you very much for the 3rd month with Prime. Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded, and welcome back. Miri, your parents are dead. Your parents are dead. He is impervious to the effects of stress, rarely develops negative feelings towards things, would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight, greatly is pleased by his own looks and accomplishment, is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, and is sometimes cruel, finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is often cheerful and has a cool butler. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and is rarely discouraged. He is stubborn and not particularly interested in what others think of him, tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, hates the Joker, and lives a fast-paced life. Has a sense of humor and occasionally overindulges. He does kind of read like Batman. In terms of raising a family, fighting crime, serving justice. Personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, disregards tradition, and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. Likes ash glaze, black bronze, honey yellow barrel, and the color burnt umber. Figurines, rabbits for their ears, herrings for their massive schools, and the words of the fatal crypt, or the fatale crypt, as we call it, and the site of the amethyst of lathering, and when possible prefers to consume asparagus and artichoke wine, and hates leches. This dwarf is Batman, man. He's outlived his parents. I mean, that's gotta count for something, right? Has no friends, by the way. And you worship the god Zashidin. And Zashidin is, I don't even know which one it is. Maybe it's the crystalline shadows? God of mountains and caves? Did he make up his own god? No. It's probably the god of mountains and shadows. It's a shame he doesn't like Batman. That would have been too funny. All right, so we've invaded hell, and more or less won. I mean, these are all demon skeletons everywhere. And currently we are doing the very slow and somewhat tedious task of building these walls up, with the hopeful end goal of getting several layers of walls all the way up to here done. Because if I can do that, then we can actually fight off these demons what breathe fire, what is made of fire. And hopefully when they get closer, we just shoot them with the bolt throwers and they go pop. But in order to do that, I need them to fly over here. So that's where we're currently sitting. It's a little sketchy. If I go up here and type in dragon, as you can see, we have a couple dragons. They're mostly friendly, okay? The mom and dad are a little iffy sometimes, but still friendly, okay? Most of the dragons are named, but now that the babby ones are big enough to make more babby ones, we have quite a... I'm actually just going to move them all over here. Dragon. Doop, 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 doop. And I'm actually just going to jump up to here and just put, oops, hatchlings up here. Which means I'm going to have dragons running around for a bit, which is fine. And adult dragons, but that's besides the point. There's, you know, corpses everywhere and things that died. There's been a lot of chaos and various other happenings. Did any Hydra survive? Oh, yeah. So we got rocks, right? The rock population, the rock pop is a bit lower than it was previously, but still fine. Hydras, we went down to only 2 because I kept 2 safe and separated. But because they give birth to live, full-grown young, I've gone from, like, I butchered a bunch of them. I've gone from, like, that many Hydras to, like, 2 Hydras back up to, like, 40 Hydras several times. Because they keep having triplets. It's all of the heads, you know? They're way ahead of the competition when it comes to making baby Hydras. So, yeah, they're busy. Pop rocks? I mean, it's a joke. Oh. Let's see who wins. No! Nish! Put your fire out! You have wine. Extinguish yourself! You can do it! Please! You're a sword master! Extinguish yourself! Yeah, he did it. Excellent. Skills. And there goes another one. He kept bleeding, though. So, run, Nish. Please? So now, how much of you is melted off? His upper body fat has gone excellent. Very quick dieting. Maybe not recommended for the public use, but... Up in a puff of smoke, damn right, son. So, there's still more. There's still more. And there will be more. There goes another one. Pop. Come on. There goes another one. And then just one more. No! No! They're blocking it. And there it goes. Kerplop. As we run out of bolts very quickly. And all of these are getting worked on. One at a time. You know, let's actually get rid of this and just use this side. Let's build a bar. Hell bar. Let's actually just deconstruct you. Just use those blocks. So yeah, no, that's been the fort for the last little bit, and now we've got more coming in the back, probably. So, I don't know why I have to explain this so constantly, because I think it's pretty straightforward when you actually think about it. Demons are just like any other creature in Dwarf Fortress. If they are gendered, so if they have different sexes, they make babies, and they populate an area. So just like wild bison, camels, spiders, giant spiders, jabberers, they're just an animal. So they act like any other animal. When you dig into hell, there's an initial like rush of them. But once you're through that rush, they're just like any other animal. So the amount of them in the region will periodically wander in and out of the map, as any other animal in Dwarf Fortress does. Sometimes they'll hang around and make kids. Sometimes they'll just leave. Except they're giant monsters. So it's just like wildlife. You know, if you are on an evil biome that frequently has giant wild boars that often come in as zombies, they'll just keep showing up, assuming there's the population in the area for them to do so. But it's a good thing that we are getting a migrant wave, because as you can see, the population's a little low. We were at 250 dwarves pretty recently in the grand scheme, so that's good. You were supposed to have a meeting, and they canceled it on you, but never told you, and it's outside of your normal working hours, so now you're up for no reason. Well... Chat, I want you all, I was going to say personally, to write Lanix's boss, but maybe don't do that. Please submit formal complaints on behalf of Lanix to Lanix's boss for poor organization of the meeting. That is all. Thank you for attending my meeting. Statement about this. Mark the hours as worked anyways. Yeah, charge them. If you can do that, like, I would just be like, well... Especially if you were specifically never told, and you have proof that you were never told. Then, yeah, 100% just, like, issue a complaint and just be like, this is bullshit! Watch Office Space and then burn the office down. That happens in Office Space. I've never watched Office Space, so. Yeah, it's like sometimes you'll have ones that just like don't have sexes and they'll just die out pretty quickly. Like that happens on the overworld too, though. Kage Jatai, like giant sponges don't breed, as an example. Giant sponges are just like one-off animals, and if you have one, you'll never get another one because they don't move in and out of the map. So it depends on the demon. But this area seems to have a lot of these, I think it's flame ghosts, these guys? No, these are flame monsters. Flame monsters and flame ghosts. Flame ghosts are like these, but like they're more snake-looking. And then there's these guys, these white demons, which are pretty mean. They're enormous grouse with noxious secretions, and the noxious secretions makes you drowsy. But thankfully isn't super killy, murderish. There's also the other deadly dust ones that I've been seeing pretty consistently, but the flame ones are okay because thankfully they just kind of pop. It's drowsy. It's not sleep. Yeah, sleep is the worst, but drowsy's okay. I'm just going to pause because we're in an ad break. So you can't really empty it out unless you get extremely lucky when it comes to hell, but it is not impossible to deplete the population enough that you can fully occupy it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know who the stapler guy is, so I'll just smile and nod. Donut. I'm not going to occupy all of hell, though, because ain't nobody got time for that. Actually, while we're in the ad break, I'm just going to leave the game paused and just assign the new recruits to the burrow. It wasn't the Flame Demons breeding. It was these guys that were. There was over 100 of them on the map at one point. I had to crush them all with bricks. As you can see, all these are 1 and 0 years old because like they were born recently. Although these ones don't seem super interested in moving, so I'm just like letting them sit there. It's fine. Their pathing seems to be kind of fucked up, but just okay. You've had some permanent sleep dust. Oof. Yeah, it's brutal. Okay, so one thing I really liked about permanent sleep dust. Oh, look, a baby rock. One thing I really like about permanent sleep dust is permanent sleep dust sometimes affects. Well, it doesn't happen anymore because they patched this. This was a bug, but there was a good while there where. Whoops. We got Flamer. No! Please tell me you has. You do? Okay. How about you? You're not on fire, though. Okay, you're gone. Zebra Fiend, please. Put the fire out. Put the fire out. You can do it. Please. I beggeth you. I should probably station the military up now that the, there you go, see? Put it out. I'm gonna take them all off of training here. And just let them do unrelated things. As he keeps bleeding. Because these will be enough, I think. The wonders of Dwarven booze? I've thought for ages what it would be like if you could, like, actually work with the demons. Because a lot of them do speak, which is really funny when you're playing, like, adventure mode and stuff, because if you run into one, you can be like, join us! And they'll be like, no. And I find that very funny. No, there's nothing in hell worth gathering aside from monster meat. I'm sorry to say this, but if you have any questions about like why I'm doing this, there's literally only one answer, and it's 'cause. Like, there literally is no reason. Rhyme, benefit, practicality, it's just it's there. There is no reason for this. You do not need to go anywhere near hell. The only thing worth gathering in hell is the adamantine spires, which you can get without going into hell. But it does expose like the bottoms of them and makes them very easy to climb into and harvest. So there's like one over here. There's like, isn't there another one up here somewhere? Yeah, there's one up here. There's one over there. So it would be a lot more reasonable to go and gather them from the bottom. But that's it. If you're fully aware of it, it's just because, then why'd you ask? What happened to the clowns? Bolts. Sharp swords. Mostly. Last stream happened to them. The Hydras? I mean, I still have plenty of Hydras, but no, they did absolutely nothing. Also, why are you suddenly assuming that the Hydras did nothing? What? But yes, no, they did die. Same with a lot of the rocks, but we still have plenty of them. The dragons don't affect them. The melee attacks the dragons do affect them, but the dragon fire doesn't affect them. Legends hasn't been updated in a few streams because Legends stopped working when the diplomacy update came out. Well, it stopped accepting new XML files, so I count that as stopped working. You were hoping to hear they conquered the clowns? Okay, so your question was, what happened to the clowns? And I was like, they died. I'm confused how that automatically goes to the Hydras did nothing. I mean, yeah, they did, but what? I mean, they definitely killed some of them, but like they were obliterated by deadly dust and fire because they're flammable, which is kind of what I expected to happen, to be honest. Like the only way that they really would have done a ton is if they, fire incoming, was if they were like either made of very weak materials or it's already dead. Or alternatively, didn't have any dust or webs or like super strong attacks like that. It'll be Dragonfire proof? No. You know, I'm kind of regretting building a fort in hell again because it's reminding me that it's just a lot of me going, no, you can't do that, and disappointing everybody, so I'm sorry. Expect more disappointment, chat. Let's throw another schist block over there. I'm gonna go up to here. I need more mechanisms, actually. No, I mean, the Hydras did some damage, but like, and didn't all die because I wasn't dumb. But like, no, I wasn't expecting the Hydras to just like go in and like slaughter them all because like, you know, they're just Hydras. It's not like, you know, we had indestructible like mega monsters. Like, they're just Hydras. It's like a lion with 10 heads. It's like sending an army of giant grizzlies after a bunch of fire-breathing monsters. Like, yeah, they'll slow them down, which they did. They certainly put up a fight, but they weren't particularly effective. I never expected them to be, so I'm sorry I maybe gave the wrong impression there. I selected the wrong type of rock, because I think that... Oh, no, it's granite that we... Okay, so yeah, we can do. That's just 240. It's kind of sad that the game forces attackers like beasts and semi-mega beasts to be hostile. Many of the creatures are actually very peaceful given noble positions in World Gen. That's a bug. Them being peaceful and being given positions in World Gen is an unintended bug. But the developers thought it was funny, so it's still in the game. But I think a lot of this stuff that people read as, oh, it's this creature being peaceful, isn't actually them being peaceful. It's like a consequence of the game's design. Like them not being automatically murder monsters in adventure mode is, or not in adventure mode, in fortress mode is a bug. Like that's not, it's not supposed to work that way. Dragons, that won't happen because dragons can't speak. The ones that get given noble rules are giants, cyclopses, ettins. Those are the ones that can speak. But dragons can't speak, so they don't ever get given noble roles. But Smaug? Is Lord of the Rings not Dwarf Fortress? I think that if every piece of fantasy literature is just Lord of the Rings, that is really freaking boring and uncreative and uninteresting. But maybe that's just me. I don't know. Also, is it bad that I really, really, really liked The Hobbit as a kid? Like, that was one of my favorite books. And now I fucking hate it because I can't stand those awful, awful movies. And every now and again I encounter people who unironically love those movies. Like, those are the movies that are gonna get, like prequeled. Like, Star Wars prequeled, I guess, of this generation. Because I've already started meeting people who are like, 13 when those movies came out, and they love them. They're like, oh, those movies are great. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I'm totally fine with new people making new movies about a thing, but that doesn't mean I automatically need to like it or enjoy it or even say that it's good, When it comes to Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, like, genuinely, like, that is one of the greatest films in film, in my opinion. I absolutely adore those Lord of the Rings movies, but, like, I'm not going to mince words about the later work, because just because he made good movies once doesn't mean he's going to keep making them forever. And he sure as shit didn't. Like, to me, Lord of the Rings was like a passion project, at least from the outside. That's the way it always seemed to me. It seemed like a passion project, whereas The Hobbit seemed like a paycheck. If that means anything, Does that make sense? Do you guys get that distinction? Okay, so this is already running. It's the lower one that I need to power up. Everything after Fellowship feels that way. Lord of the Rings was a book series about walking. Change your mind? No, I mean, it's the original Death Stranding. It was the first Strand-type game. The first Strand-type game, We all know what the Strand-type games are. Right? I feel like I should make a trash disposal right there, because that would just be much closer and easier. Why don't we do it that way? And then you go right there. You go right there. Let's just make sure all this is through all this. Not this layer for some reason. Sweet. Like I said, Legends is a little bit out of date because it stopped updating when the Diplomacy update released. So, like, it stopped accepting files. So I need to go in and fix it at some point. And that's one of my plans for my vacation, is figure out why it no worky and how to fix it. And probably recruit somebody who knows how to program. Yeah, so it needs an update. So it is there, but it's not fully up to date. Basically, it means that, because, like, my Legends viewer thing is a separate build from the one that most people use. So that to me just means that it needs to be forked and reconnected to the main distro again. That's how I'm understanding it anyway. This is going to cancel so many times. We'll do what I can, though. Okay. I didn't. Somebody else did. I don't know how to program. Well, I mean, I know how to do some basic shit, but very, very basic stuff. I've got no real interest in learning, though. I've spent enough time trying to learn video editing software and such, but somebody else did. Rogue Phoenix did. If you type in ! Legends viewer, you can actually see the distros that are related to it, if you want to go look. And put in a pull request, merge stuff, or update stuff. Merc, hello! And Shinobi as well. By the way, Shinobi, your dwarf's still alive, if you missed it. And something I'm trying to do, there's a local band near me who I've seen a whole bunch of times, who I actually saw this past weekend. And I'm trying to license one of their, I'm submitting requests and trying to license one of their songs as a credits outro sequence for my next video, and we'll see if I can pull that off. See what's actually on the map from the underworld at the minute. That's a lot of creeping eyes. Alright, so for the minute, we seem to be pretty passive. Oh yeah, I've also got an extra Hydra. Kind of forgot about that. Probably just gonna butcher it, actually. So what's the plan at the moment? I don't really have a plan. I'm just trying to, well, I guess my plan going into today is to try and figure out a satisfying end to this fortress. Like, what is a ending that we would consider a victory? I mean, right now we have the underworld locked down. So there's that. And I'm just simply trying to seal it off completely, but I don't really have like a set end goal because I didn't expect to get this far. Like, this is already like way beyond where I ever expected this fortress to get to. So I'm just kind of like, what's the end goal? I'm here. I don't know. I'm going to make a video out of this fort, which I will make when I get back from Montreal. But like before the streams come back fully, but once I'm back from Montreal. So I know that much. That's about it. Of opening a tavern in hell was fun. Yeah, we could open a tavern. But I don't know. I have to build the walls first. I have to lock it down and make it safe. Yeah, but all of that is way above my head, and I don't know how to do it. So I've been editing, working, doing other things, doing unrelated things, and I'm not gonna lie, updating Legends Viewer at the minute is a little bit below finishing YouTube videos that pay the bills. So like, I haven't even been updating my blog because I've just been stressed and like trying to be creative. So at the minute, in theory, there's a lot of things I could do suited. I will figure that out when my next big project is done. That's the order of ops for this. That's the order of operations for this. I'd maybe pay somebody $100 to just go edit it for me. That's also the order of ops. Where can I go with this? There was something I needed to do up here. Right. I'm looking for you. Need to put a lever up here. Wait for that to get built. I should set all the hydras free. I could try to populate hell with hydras. That would be very easy, actually. Oh. Oh. Well, one of my dwarves has been missing for a week. Probably caught fire. Where's all these creeping eyes coming from? There's a bunch of creeping eyes somewhere, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. Hail Hydra! Yeah. That's a pretty good Hail Hydra reference. Heldras? There we go. You know what's a really funny thing, chat? Both chats, actually. This is hysterical and very, very cute. Dat in YouTube chat says, 14 mad dwarves! How do you deal with this massive issue? You should watch the Twitch streamer Deep Space. Because on average, he has like 40. I've seen them as high as like 110. Massive issue? No, it's totally fine. It's not an issue. Is I guess the response. How do I deal with it? I don't know. Some dwarves are never fixable. But we don't really have an issue with tantruming, so I'm not worrying about it at all. Okay. Pay me enough that I can afford to stream weekends, because all of my stream's marketing comes from the YouTube stream, or not from the YouTube, from the YouTube videos, which take hours to make. So pay me enough so that I can afford to hire a full-time editor to edit all of my videos and watch my streams full-time, so that it can do most of the editing of my big videos, and then all I would do is streaming and voice work. And then I could stream like 6 days a week. Dalkin. Maybe 5. You need my bloody Canadian grumpy ass on the computer. That's what the VODs are for. I don't know, man. I would probably need, like, triple the view count on all my streams to be able to do that. Maybe more. Dawkins is like, hey, good to see you too, buddy. Hope the weekend was good. It was a pretty good weekend. Yeah, I went to, like, I'm in that point right now where it's like, you know when you're not on vacation yet, but you're like halfway there? And there's people fighting. That's kind of where I feel like I've been. Where, like, I'm just kind of stressed for no reason. Even though I don't feel like I should be at the moment. What the fuck is this fighting? Ow! Oh! Well, that explains it. Just gonna bring the military over here, and we're just gonna deal with these creepy eyes. Whoa, you're halfway there. Wow! Living on a prayer. You can blame Suited Giraffe if you don't like that. And Suited is just like spamming the clip button immediately, going, I have a button for my soundboard! I unironically love that song, though. How's your swimming skill over here doing, Dorfy? Well, novice. Okay. Probably the best swimmer in the fort now. Uh-oh, there's a ghost. Tossed! Uh-oh. Have I tossed you onto a slab yet? Also, I don't think I'm that grumpy. I'm just sassy. I'm actually not usually that grumpy these days. There was definitely a point in my life where I was absolutely grumpy, but it's maybe not as bad as it was. Oh, here they come. There goes another one. This just gets punted into the water. Stabbing another one to death. We're gonna kill so many creeping eyes. It's gonna be great. Get him, boys. There goes another one. They're all just falling. Falling like flies. In other news, an Etten has arrived. This one named Nogosteb. Rombozomas. And it's a giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. It doesn't have any fun items. It's here to embrace the yell, "Whoa, you're halfway there!" And hopefully it gets torched by a dragon. Did you just clip me saying I have a button for my soundboard? Yes, Frog for Hire. I don't know what you're asking if we made it to, but yes. You'd love an aquatic fort? We need the map rewrite for that. Holy shit, fucking baby dragons. I didn't realize there was so many. Why is there a baby rock in there? Very effective. Can you Diplo hell? Chat, answer that question for me. I'm tired of saying the word. Lol. Actually, that's the correct response. No, you cannot. That's like asking if you could, like, have diplomacy with bunny rabbits. Or any other wild animal. They're just wild animals. Blew fire and ran away. It kind of looks like a dragon got its, like, its scales blown off. Is kind of what it looks like. It's like, it kind of looks like it's like, oh look, there's normal dragons and then there's the naked dragon. You've been dabbling with DF for a long time. The idea mostly is you try to train dwarves to fight these late game enemies, or is it more about throwing levers and crossing fingers? I mean, it depends on how you want to play. I personally find micromanaging games like this to be not fun to play at all. So I play this game kind of like I'm playing any kind of RP multiplayer game by myself, is how I play Dwarf Fortress. I've kind of played it that way about as long as I can remember, because that's how I find it to be rewarding and satisfying. I really like it as a solo role-playing sandbox. Some people play it differently than that. That's fine too. So that's how I play it. And I play it that way because I enjoy how it surprises me and how it manages to consistently catch me off guard when I'm not expecting it to. And I think that the capabilities of it as a storytelling Mad Libs engine is kind of great. Could you play it like a micromanagement game where the whole goal is to just fight late game enemies? Certainly. I don't really play it that way. Sometimes I end up playing it this way when we get this far. But it's not the goal. It's not like what is driving me to play this game. What drives me to play this game is how it consistently surprises me with its mechanics. Is it even viable to build a team of monster slayers? Yes, but probably not the way you're thinking. Is it normal to butcher cats in this game? I'd say it's less normal to not. Does aggressive in negotiation count? Sure. Probably not, but sure. There's just like the baby rock in the middle, and then it's just the meme of, I will defend him with every like piece of my body, and it's just like all the baby dragons defending the baby rocks because they're just like these weird fluffy naked birds. We're in an ad break, so I'm just gonna leave the game paused until the ads are done. I'm just checking ghosts and such. Toasted, so that I think is toasted. Yep. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. Exactly. Now, the only purpose of Hell in Dwarf Fortress is to kill the player. That is the entire purpose of Hell. So there is nothing beyond that initial rush because you're supposed to not expect it and then lose. Like, that is the purpose of it. What's that weird purple blocks? It's the murky pits in the underworld, the secret fourth cavern layer that the game doesn't tell you is there. And before somebody asks, yes, this is vanilla content. This is Hell. My apologies. I wasn't trying to do that. Then I bashed my microphone with my mug and made a loud noise. Sorry if I startled you. I'm trying to finish my coffee because it's cold. You're supposed to scare them into society? I would say ambitious dwarfs go to hell. Although, you could probably make that statement about real life, too. It's like, who goes to hell? I don't know, business moguls? Business magnates? You know, the people... Who goes to hell? I don't know, Jeff Bezos? Probably. Hopefully. It's easier to not have to butcher dogs, though, Tom. Because with cats, they sometimes just claim random dwarves and then you can't get rid of them. You mean Baldy Bee? Healthy? The Forgotten Beast Siwa has come. A quadruped composed of native silver. It has wings, and it appears to be emaciated. Beware, it's poison vapor. It's made of native silver. It's very sparkly. This is one tough cookie. We have steel weapons and adamantine weapons, so it shouldn't be too bad. If you just had like bronze or copper, yeah. Or blunt weapons, yeah. But I think like it's pretty soft. Silver's a relatively soft metal, so I'm not too worried. Depending on how bad the poison is, anyway. But yeah, the mysterious murky pits are just like death holes, so if you fall into them, you insta-die. Pepsidec. So they're good for trash disposal and such, and they're simply just something that is in every underworld map. In World Gen? I'm gonna just state this. The answer is yes. But I don't think it would be fun, interesting, or entertaining to do. I've taken an adventurer through hell and entered one of my own forts that dug too deep through hell. I've done that. Moonsugar. In fact, it's in a video. But I will tell you, I wouldn't recommend it, and it wasn't fun. It was just a lot of dying and trying again. And a lot of being stealthy. Have I ever messed around with metal duping? Not in like at least 8 years, maybe longer. Like maybe like version 44 would be like the last time I did that. I don't know. Getting piles of metal is far too easy. I've never been that kind of player where I feel like I need to have maximal amounts of every single optimal metal. I'm not that person. It's just not satisfying to me. I find it much more interesting to watch a skilled axe dwarf use a copper battle axe that's very rusted and falling apart because it's degraded using that successfully. I find that more interesting than watching like, how do I put this? Than watching like all of my dwarves be in god metal. I guess I'm more of an underclass hero than anything. Oh, there's a dead dwarf now. Hi, Tun. If you want to see that video, it's the return to the worst map in Dwarf Fortress history, Moon Sugar Plum, because I try to like cram a little bit of adventure mode into my bigger videos, even though I don't stream it that often because I find it very difficult to stream. I don't want to tune in when I stream it, so thus I don't stream it very often, because if the audience acts bored, then it's not great to watch, apparently. So I tend to do a little bit of adventure mode as part of like the actual editing of those videos. And the return to the worst map in Dwarf Fortress history has an adventurer that goes through hell. Yeah, but when it comes to animals that can't bleed to death and need to be cut up, all blunt damage, doesn't matter how heavy it is or not, is exceptionally inefficient. So like this creature, to kill it, you want spears and swords. You don't want blunt damage. That's why I was talking about Warhammers. Like this, Warhammers, doesn't matter what it's made out of, wouldn't damage it. But steel and adamantine weapons, on the other hand, fucked it up real quick. Well, that seems bad. What are you? Oh, it's one of the blind fiends. Okay. There's several of them, in fact. Well, let's bring the military down here. And let's also jump up to here. Let's check you. Give you a pull. Because you're that bridge. Seems that the Hydras are all dying, but did some work to, at the very least, slow them down. So how many Hydras do I have left, then? I have singular Hydra left. Well, there goes that goal of... Oh boy, here comes... Hopefully my military gets down here soon. Keep shooting, dwarves. Yeah, these guys are tough. Bah! Died in the fighting. There goes my chief medical dwarf. Captain of the Guard died in the fighting. All right, Beermanir, you're now the chief med. That was not friendly fire. There's no such thing as friendly fire with these. Oh man, because I got the gate shut too soon. Or too late, rather. But yeah, there's no such thing as friendly fire with those. Odinson's still kicking around, yeah. Question is, do I have the tombs? Well, let's just do this. I didn't even see what the total number was, but I've got 16 tombs, so I'll place all 16. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's not too bad, assuming there isn't many more. Hey, chat, can I get a round of Fs for the poor dwarves who just passed fighting that demon head on? And Karenia, thanks for being one of the few who helps keep the channel funded. Appreciate you. Those of you who keep your subs alive, you're the ones who help keep us here in a full-time capacity. So appreciate you. Thank you very much for the support. I wouldn't be here without you guys. Cool. We do have a bunch of
Crypt
open tombs.
Fear.
14. Gazoom, thank you very much for helping. Appreciate you. 29 months. Thank you very much, mate. It was already answered by chat, so I will just simply agree that, yeah, adamantine is leagues better than steel because it's also extremely light as well as being extremely durable and tough. So anyways, all of the hydras pretty much are dead. Unless that is a female hydra. Because if that is, then there's a chance it's pregnant, but I doubt that. We do still have a bunch of rocks, but how many of them are even fertile? Yeah, basically none of them. Thankfully, we do still have tons of dragons. But again, most of them aren't fertile. Maybe we'll have some more luck soon. Yeah, these are all dragon eggs that are not fertile. I think it's really interesting that the longer the egg has been sitting, the bigger the egg gets. Like, the eggs are, like, physically growing. Sure, if I want to torch my own dwarves. The thing is, Dragonfire is not effective on demons. It doesn't seem to affect them at all. So they just fight in melee. Those hydras are like 50 times the size of a baby dragon. So it would absolutely be worth bringing a bunch of baby dragons down here if I want my baby dragons to get horribly murdered by demons. So to put it simply, I don't think so. I'm leaving them up above ground so that they fend off any, like, surface threats, and I'm just going to focus on dealing with these with dwarves, because that seems to be the most effective method of, like, keeping things consistent with some reasonable expectation of consistency. Because I don't think it's, like, a good idea to just throw the most valuable creatures that I have out like that. Like, the dragons are more valuable than dwarves right now. Which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. I mean, same with the hydras, but at the very least, like, the hydras are more work to maintain and grow instantly, so... Like, I shouldn't have had all of the hydras down here. For some reason, I thought that I had, like, a breeding pair stashed away, but I didn't. I don't remember doing that, but that was something I did in the last stream. So that was last Thursday. So now we're just waiting. But yeah, I do realize that we are getting to that point of endgame for Dwarf Fort where it does get less interesting. Like, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I know that we are at that point of the end game. So hopefully you guys are enjoying this fort still, and I can, whoopsies, use that as the excuse and time to finish it, and that'll hopefully make it into an interesting video. Let's just go along here. Whoops. Oh, wow, I really screwed that up. Okay. guess they're because I thought I put a drawbridge there, but it's just easier to do it this way. I also really screwed that up. Oh, let's just get rid of that. They did stop for a while, but we've been consistently trading with the dwarves, so we should have the ability to trade again soon. But at the very least, the demons on foot can't get through the doors now, so that's good. White demons are still fighting with each other. So chat, what have you been up to? What are you playing? I know a couple people came back to Dwarf Fortress briefly when the diplomacy update released, but what have you been playing? You been playing Dwarf Fort? Did you touch the diplomacy update at all? Are you waiting for updates? What's your status, chat? What you been up to? I've just been prepping so that my editor has things to do while I'm on my brief, very brief vacation. And then when I come back, I'm going to do the thing where I lock myself in my apartment until I finish a video that I'm working on, which we're getting close to that. Now playing CK3? Gotcha. Why is that sad, Huntress? I've heard that Vampire Crawlers is actually pretty short as far as those games go. Trying to invade hell, ignoring diplomacy. I demanded the goblins surrender, and they did. And then I invaded them because I got bored. And then I demanded they surrender again, and they said no. Well, obviously, because I just invaded them, right? And so I did the logical thing, which was then... Oh, I see why stuff's not still working, even though it's not marked. And then I did the logical thing, which was demand that they surrender again, and they said no. Probably because I invaded them. So I invaded them again and killed the guy that said no. And then demanded they surrender again, so they said yes. To play Diplomacy, the board game? I'm certain I've seen boxes for Diplomacy, but... Oh, wow, you're just straight up carrying a demon skeleton. I'm just going to do this task. Because I literally never queue this up here. Let's just do 20, because there's fuck tons of demons that are available to be butchered. Just designing buildings. Sounds fun. I do have to say, KSP2 really has me bummed out. I feel bad for people who like KSP. That's just such a crappy place to be, you know? You can butcher demons, assuming they're made out of a butcherable material, yeah. They're basically they're just like Forgotten Beasts, basically. They're Forgotten Beasts that only show up in specific places. That's all that demons are. Glitterhoof in YouTube chat says, I just started it on Diplomacy, Dry Broadleaf Forest, Vertical Fortress next to River. Sounds cool. Anything specifically you're going to try and mess around with? Umicorn, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Appreciate you greatly. Chat, can I get a round of beers? The Kitten Space Agency? Kitten Space Agency. Is this a meme or something else? I'm going to go down here and just make a stockpile for bars and blocks. Boop. I'm just going to go up to here. I'm going to set this to... Use a stockpile from which the selected stockpile will take items. Give items! Cool. Human caravan. Oh, really? I believe you. I don't need to look it up. I just needed, like, the one-sentence TLDR. But, well, good luck. Godspeed to them. Or, I mean, quackspeed to them. A caravan from the humans have arrived. Our trade sentiments is great. Do you want to buy any demon bones? I got lots. Yeah, I used to be very closely connected to the Kerbal Space program community, like on Twitch, because I have a lot of friends who stream that. I just haven't talked to them in a very long time. So I used to pretty closely follow that community, but not so much these days. I'm just gonna get rid of some of these because the dwarves could use a break. I'll just leave these ones in the middle on. And we'll turn these off. I'm gonna just quick go up to here. And let's say corpses. And also refuse, except for dwarves and dwarves. And then you, gonna get that, and we're just going to say that, and that. You're going to load from here. You're gonna have none of these. I'm gonna give you a very heavy gold minecart because that's all I have. So it'll take a while for that to get set there, but this will help. It's all going to be so much closer, and then that's going to bring blocks down, which is also going to speed things up. I mean, what do I have for demon? I've got tons of Forgotten Beast leather, Hill Titan leather, Savannah Titan leather, white. I've got 60 white demon leather. Yeah, we got 60 white demon leather, which means I've butchered 6 of them. Let's just make leather cloaks. Except let's make them out of... I got so much rock leather. Let's make 200 rock leather cloaks. Oh, also, hello, Devilish Potato, by the way. Hope stream has been good so far. It's been okay. I'm very ready for a vacation, but I'm very stressed about vacation. Like, I'm going on a short vacation, which starts tomorrow afternoon, because I'll stream tomorrow morning. But I'm at that, like, I don't know how common this is, but at the very least, whenever I go on a vacation, I get so stressed about the fact that I'm going on vacation that it's almost not worth it until, like, the 3rd day of the vacation. Because it's just like, I get stressed about this job until it's basically over, pretty much. The vacation, not the job, but. So yeah, I'm stressed out moron mode at the moment. I don't really get stressed about coming back. I get homesick pretty quickly. And that's something that, like, I don't need to, like, beat around the bush about. I know that's just, like, a habit that I have. I get homesick kind of alarmingly quickly. I'm just gonna say fucking send all of it. Send all of it. Send all of it. I'm not gonna lie, this fucking send it button is one of my favorite buttons. It's like anything with any damaged anything in the anything. Is my broker dead? Oh my god, again? Alright, Mud, you're now my broker. I will be right back. I will still be right back. Pour some water into this mug and give it a rinse, and use the toilet real quick. There's an ad that's going to run in 1 minute and 30 seconds. I'm just going to run it right now because the game's paused anyway. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? I just want to say real quick thank you to those of you who've tuned in. Also, hey, Rum Rusher, what's up? How's the update for you? You got around to testing mechanics of what the Messenger one could do. I really like it. It feels like a prototype for features that aren't there yet, but it's a really good prototype. That's what I feel like right now. Because right now, like, it doesn't cost anything to demand peace. Like, I feel like there should be counter arguments and stuff. Like, it feels like there's like one level of negotiation and cost missing, but BRB. Just gonna grab my water bottle from behind the monitor and wait for the ads to finish. Sounds like your boss. Oh no. Oh no. Hey Reinhardt, hope you're doing well. Setting where typing X into stocks and trading doesn't even show damage closed, like it only wants to search for categories and not the items themselves. No, it shows items. So it searches for categories, types, and also things that are damaged. It's not just going to give me damage closed because it will also give me things that are X plus the category that the damage closes in. I don't care. It's just a really quick way to get all of the clothing. I don't care if it's damaged or not. I know I have enough stuff to remake it by the time they come back. So I just sell off anything that is damaged, basically, that isn't made out of metal that can be melted down. But no, you're not missing something. I'm not using a fancy setting or something. But typing in X will give you any clothing that isn't owned that is on the floor that can be traded. Where's this giant? It's going to immediately run into the traders. Or it's going to somehow make it past, which it collided with one of my soldiers somehow. Which squad are you in, Donut? The Reigns of Creation. Just kill it. Literally was just dodging, screaming, I must withdraw, and jumping away, and then I made him active in a squad, and he just was like, I must withdraw! Stabs him once in the head, and it kills him. Well done, Donut. And he's puking because of cave adaptation. I managed to ally with a mysterious site, which is interesting. Seems like one could pull some wicked stuff and ask for peace. Yeah. Like I said, it feels like the first iteration of a feature. I'm trying to think of like an example of this that has happened before, but it feels like temples before like religious leaders were added and petitions were added, you know, where it was just a zone. It feels like the first step of a bigger project to come. No, this is two separate caravans. Although one of them is mostly here. But it still kind of follows the Dwarf Fortress ethos of like it doesn't care and it just lets you play, you know? I'm not sure. Where am I headed to on vacation? I'm going to Montreal for 5 days, 4 days? I don't count flying as a day. 4 days for Formula One. And then I'm coming back and I'm going to sleep for a day and then I'm going to edit this fortress into a video. So I have a 4-day vacation and then I will be editing. So if you want to help me pay bills next month, you can do that by supporting me here right now, because I have today, tomorrow, and then a stream on the 30th. And, you know, it's nice being able to afford to pay my bills. That's all I got. It's been a slow year. You've been out of loop for a few weeks. Amazing content. Cheers, mate. Glad you liked it. I'm really happy with how that one turned out. That was a long week when I made that one, because I streamed 2 days, and then I started feeling unwell, and I was just like, I'm just going to end the video. It was like probably an 80-hour week or something. Digmoth, hello. I will just say what I always say whenever I go on vacation, which is I hope I enjoy my vacation too, because I should stop going on vacations. It causes me more physical stress than I think I get back out of it usually. So hopefully I enjoy it. We'll see. I usually do while I'm there, and then I regret it later and go, why did I do it? It's not physically possible when you lose like half a month pay to do it, which is almost always what happens. But we'll see. Which is why, like, I'm very bad at this. I'm telling you guys I'm going on vacation because, like, I need to tell you guys that I'm going to disappear for a minute. But do self-care, damn it. Okay, well then give us universal basic income internationally, and force Amazon and Google to pay their independent contractors benefits, and then I agree. But yes, no, you are right. I need to get away every now and again to continue feeling human. Yeah, they did. Zarkath, appreciate you for the Prime sub. I do honestly wish I was better at being like annoyingly positive, but I'm not a very positive person. So, only a dwarf with a pointy stick who only has access to my chat. So you're pointing that stick at your keyboard and typing very vigorously. Hey chat, there's only one thing you have to do when a sub goes through. What's that? Pop quiz. Makes sense. Even bandits to agree to trade, which you don't think does anything, given you kind of need an entity to do that, which is why I'm saying, like, it feels like the first baseline, like, it feels like something Tarn mucked up in 5 days to have the buttons there for when stuff gets added to it. That's what it feels like to me, which is why I'm not thinking about it too much, Rumrusher. Like, I agree with you. Like, everything that you're saying is, like, very true and also, like, kind of busted in some ways, because it feels like the first iteration of, like, temples, where it's like, this is just an idea that's halfway there, that I'd be willing to bet will be expanded upon in the next year. Without my 4.5 star, it's like 4.5 star. Yeah, for the times that I get grumpy, I get it. To tease, I don't know. Save money? Save bandwidth? Buy seeds? Start a garden? Delete social media? Take care of yourself? I do agree with that, Dulkin. Like, I'm calling it a vacation, but realistically, I'm being generous. It's like, I'm taking a long weekend. Basically. Yeah. Like, the 2 longest periods of time off I've taken in the last few years was when I broke my foot and when I was hospitalized for 2 weeks. Right? You know, I logged into Reddit recently to post something, the screenshot of the secret lair thing that was being teased, and I realized how unhealthy Reddit got for me towards the end. I'm looking at it. John T. Dorff. Oh shit, you got extra credits in there. Extra credits is cool. Thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, man. First 5-pack of the stream and the week. Thank you very much. This update has been fine. Yeah. I mean, it fixed... to me, I see it more as like something that fixed bugs from the last update. Than anything. The Puzzling Labyrinth, eh? This squad that I need over here. Yeah. The Puzzling Labyrinth, eh? It's almost a Belrog. It's a not horned Belrog. Hilmar says, you're funny when you're grumpy. I love being grumpy. DF can make me grumpy. Ergo, I love DF. I don't feel like I'm grumpy that much. I'm just a sassy person. And the internet reads as sass most of the time, so I respond to sass with sass. Which I actually don't think is that good. Because, like, people think that I'm mean, and I'm just like, this is just my sense of humor, man. I'm just a sassy son of a... twat. Like, what can I say? Like, far from perfect. No, not software as a service. This ain't no gas. Don't make me pay a subscription fee to be funny. Jerk. No, because trees don't burn down. The branches just fall off. I assume that's intended. Oh no, that's one of my militia dwarves. Fucking Donut! Donut, no! Donut, why? But yeah, no, jokes aside, trees don't burn down in Dwarfort. What did you do? Catch fire and burn to death. You're dead. You're no longer here.
Bring out your dead!
Cheese for everyone!
No, not grumpy. Land on hair. No, more just like Blind felt like he needs to go back to therapy and like is kind of mildly depressed because chat says he's grumpy all the time, which means that I need to work on my communication and my mood. That's more how I feel. Like, if you want me to be real about it, that's more what it is. It makes me feel like I'm giving the wrong impression about how I speak and how I hold myself. Because it is a net negative if people think I'm mad or angry or mean. So I want people to get positive impressions of me. And some people think that it's funny when I'm angry, and that's fair. But I haven't been angry once this stream. Chat seems to think that I'm angry all the time, so I don't get paid per grumpy minute. I get paid per sub, and I get subs when people are enjoying the content. And if I'm coming across as grumpy, then that's bad in like every sense of the word, so. I don't know. Already, if you're thinking along those lines, you put yourself under too much pressure. Yeah, sure. You're not wrong. I never said that that's not the case. That's maybe like exclusively the case. Spicy beast? Yep. It's a flying flaming Cheeto. I'm just waiting for it to flap its way over to my base, but it's like refusing to. Oh, trust me, Divu. Like, there are people who are so convinced that I am the meanest person on Earth that, like, I get emails about it, about how I, like, ruined their life, which happens once in a while. And it's like, okay. And that's why I went to therapy, but therapy helped. That was a while ago, though. No, I think what it really is, Zakath, is I've been doing this for a very long time. And trust me, it's less stressful than like any retail job I ever had. So in that way, it's absolutely a positive. I am hard on myself, but I'm hard on myself because I try to do better. And I think that seeing a fault or seeing something that you could improve on and acting to improve it is a good thing. I like, is it stressful? Certainly it can be. Come on, dwarves. But I don't think that it means that, like, you know, like, when I say things like, I'm coming across one way, it's like, okay, well, I need to change my voice so that I can come across the way that I intend to come across and not some way that I'm not intending to come across. Because if I come across as angry or grumpy, that's not what I'm intending to convey. And that is a negative thing, and I need to work on that, if that is the case. This is really bad. John is shooting downwards. Did you get it? Yes, we did. Yep. How did you kill it? Fired an iron bolt into its head, and its head flew off. Sweet. That could have gone real bad, but Joan saved us. So shoutouts to Joan. But, you know, when people ask me honest questions, I answer honestly. And so you're only seeing a tiny little snippet of me. You're only seeing me answering honestly to a question. And if somebody asks me, like, you know, or if somebody comments that, like, I always seem grumpy and that's funny, it's like, well, I'm not trying to come off as grumpy. I want to be funny. But grumpy isn't the word I want to see used to describe that, unless you're just trying to tease me, in which case that's cool. But I don't want to come across as grumpy, if that makes any sense. Or angry, for that matter. Because that's like, some people talk about that being a positive thing. It's like, no, it's not. Whoopsies. Where are you? What was this? Will Joan survive? Yep, the blood had already gone away. Or the bleeding had already stopped. Yeah, but I know you well, Dulkin. You're here all the time. Hello, Moreb. But glass half empty isn't even in the chat right now. I look at things this way, Zarkath. Like, you want to psychoanalyze me? You can psychoanalyze me. I look at it this way. I have bills I need to pay. And I work a job that has inconsistent pay. Period. We are in a global recession, and there's a lot of things that could happen right in the next few weeks that could directly screw me and make this job cease to be viable. It would actually be very easy right now for a lot of governments in the direction things are going to screw me so badly that I am no longer able to do this the way I do it, period. It'd be very easy. In fact, there are bills that could pass in my country that can make it very difficult for me to do this because a lot of the people that keep me funded, that keep me here doing this, might disappear. If I'm not stressed, I'm a psychopath. If the world was in the position that it's in right now, I wouldn't have bought tickets to go to the thing that I'm going to. Period. I wouldn't, because that would be financially irresponsible. I think I'm allowed to be a little stressed, my guy. A lot of the dwarves are wearing scarves. Yeah. I keep buying them from the elves and the humans. Because 2 patches ago, not the last patch, but the one before, they changed it so that traders bring stuff in the size of your dwarves. So I've just been buying all the headscarves and stuff from the humans. I think we all have 3, if not 4 personalities. 1 for at home, 1 at work, and 1 when we're hanging around our friends. We all kind of bend ourselves slightly to when we are in different situations. I talk differently when I'm on stream versus when I'm talking to people in real life versus when I'm talking to my mom. But that's mostly like in choice of words. You should just uninstall the rest of Windows and install a better operating system, Atulak. It's almost a measure of success, but you don't want to look like you know how you feel about what you do. It's just you don't ever please everyone. No, that's absolutely true, Devo. That's absolutely true. But I think that if I'm getting a lot of, like, there's certain responses that you have to be cautious about, right? Like, if the culture of your community is beginning to go after things because they think that that thing is a bad thing, you probably need to run your community differently. If your community is starting to go after you because they think you act a certain way, or start saying that you act a way that you're not comfortable with, you should try and change the culture of the community that surrounds you to be better. Because, to be honest, which I've said too many times in the last 90 minutes, I've been doing this for a very long time. And I've had a lot of different communities follow me over the years. A lot of different groups of people that all acted quite differently. And there are certain things on the internet that I find very difficult to get along with, and I don't want to try and encourage that kind of community in my chat, because if I do, then it'll be harder for me personally to participate. And like every now and again, you'll see people have been doing this, YouTube, Twitch, whatever, for a very long time. And they'll say things like, oh, I never read comments. Or, oh, I never read my chat. And it's usually because their community has ballooned in such a way that they find it difficult mentally to speak with their community. I don't ever want that to happen because it's happened to me before. There's been points where I've not wanted to talk to my community anymore. And usually what happens when that happens is it becomes very, very difficult to do your job functionally. And there's some sort of minor, if not major, fracture in the community, and things get difficult for a while. And I don't want that to happen to me again. It's happened too many times already, and I don't ever want to see it happen again. So for me, it's like an element of safety, you know? Like, I don't want to be the kind of channel where people just go out of their way to be mean to me because I've been there before. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. Mm-hmm. And I get paid in the American dollars, so if the US explodes then and the American dollar crashes, then I can't afford my mortgage here in Canada anymore, Terminator. But like, the other thing that you need to know about me is I've been doing this for a very long time, right? I was an asshole in the early days, like straight up. Like anybody who's been around, who's got a sub that's like older than like 80 months probably remembers those days. Like, I I worked full-time night shift. I had a girlfriend that was kind of a toxic relationship, and I lived in an apartment that was too small with 2 cats I didn't like, and didn't have a vacation for a decade. You know, like I didn't take a weekend off for years. Like I just worked 8 days a week. I know I said 8, not 7. But like, I've been in that before for long periods of time. And I was a terrible fucking person to watch. I don't know why anybody watched me. And I feel like I'm constantly still trying to fix that. And it's been, you know, years and years and years. It's one of the reasons I stopped going on Reddit, actually. Because like Reddit is one of those places where like quite a few people remember. And like, you know, I'm the first one to say it. Like I was an asshole for a long time. But like at the same time, you're either trying to improve or you don't care. And I will always be trying to improve forever. Period. Because I will never outlive that reputation that I developed amongst some portions of certain communities in the early days. I will never outlive that. That will stick with me forever and probably haunt me forever. Period. But I love this job, or I wouldn't keep doing it. But, you know, telling somebody don't be stressed or you're too hard on yourself is kind of like telling somebody with chronic depression that they should just smile. It's not like, yeah, yes, I'm hard on myself. Yes, I'm constantly trying to improve. But I do that for a reason. Because of real experience, personal experience, stuff that I've been through, things that I've done before. Things that I know I can do better because I've learned how to be better. And it's not something that just stops. It's something that continues. It's something that is perpetual and an ongoing work in progress. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. And if you do, then I guess we live in very different realities. I'm not certain I want to live in yours. All right, yeah, okay, so those are out of the burrow for a minute, which I can fix. Sorry for the weirdly specific real talk today, but... Happy Tuesday. Now, let's pump the brakes a tad. I don't know if I would say that I did bad things. I'm saying that I was an asshole. Which, like, I guess maybe why I'm sensitive to the term grumpy, in a way. Because in those days, I wasn't sleeping. I was working full-time night shift. And I was exceptionally overworked. Perpetually tired, and never had the opportunity to take a break ever. So when I see people saying that I'm grumpy, I go, oh fuck, it's coming back. That's all I have to say, Diamond. Sure, why not? It's not how I would word it, but I guess. That's fair. Land on hair. I don't know. I'm also like partially in the I'm going on vacation mode. Like, you know, like the day before like spring break or like the week before spring break is kind of the mode that I'm in right now, where I'm just kind of like almost the why am I here mode, where like I'm here, but I'm not fully here mentally. So if today and tomorrow's streams are a little bit weird, I apologize in advance because it's an odd mood for me at the minute. Let's actually just cut that one out and just do this way because this will be faster if I do it this way. Then I can just go across there. Personally, you don't find tone policing to be comforting or helpful. I mean, here's the thing. I'm not saying you can't tell me that I'm grumpy and tease me about it. That's totally fine. Like, you're more than welcome to do that. But I overthink it when I hear it. Like, it's not something I take personally, really, but it's something that I'm cautious about when I'm seeing it. I'm just babbling at this point. Like, fucking do what you want, but if you say a slur in my chat, you'll never post again. I think right now I'm just money stressed because of things that are very outside of my control, because I am staring at a lot of things that could happen in reality that could take this job away from me kind of overnight. And that's the main source of the stress, so I'm a little bit more sensitive at the minute. And I'm about to go on a vacation that I paid for almost a year ago now, that like 11 months ago now, when the world was a pretty different place and where most of this stress that I'm currently feeling wasn't even a going concern. It wasn't even at the beginning of a going concern. So that, I think, is the issue at the minute, where, like, yeah. That's all I got. So. But, like, at the end of the day, I'm just happy I get to do this job. Hopefully I get to do it for a couple more years. But, you know, also I'm in this position now because of decisions that I made in 2024, which I didn't need to make, right? I moved from an incredibly easy, cheap living situation to a much more expensive one because I sat there and saved money for a really long time, which I would say was the right decision, almost categorically, like without a shadow of a doubt. But it did triple my living expenses, right? So my margin for error is way lower now. Whereas, like, before I could have lost, like, 2/3 of my income overnight and been fine. Now if I lose, like, another 30% of my income, I need to search for a part-time job. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. Or I need to find some other sources of income, which I don't want to do, because that would destroy my morals, basically. Appreciate it. Filled with style. But I would also say that I'm pretty sure you started watching, like, when I was just, you know, I need to check when you followed me. September 4th? It's like right when I was getting out of therapy. Unless you refollowed me at some point, but it's like 2024 was when I was getting out of therapy. It's like when I stopped, like, intentionally admitting myself to psych words. Like, self-reporting in the biggest way. Good luck with the dishes. Pig. Terminator pig. The get to the chopper pig. Wait, maybe that's not good. I'm trying to figure out how to call you something without just calling you a pig. Because Terminator's a lot of syllables, but I'm just going to call you Mater. But Mental Driver, thank you very much for mentally driving yourself directly into the 5 gift sub button. It's very kind of you. Appreciate you, mate. Just kind of looking for demons. But there doesn't seem to be many. It's just those guys over there. Just going to go to places, siege engines, turn all these off. And just go down to these ones and just go on, maybe that one, on. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for the 5-pack of gift subs? I know that we're in an ad break at the minute, but appreciate you guys. Hey, chat, how tired are you, all of you, with the blind bitches about shit that's out of his control minute? Because there's one other thing that I kind of want to mention. But I don't know, I feel like I'm complaining too much. Why did I build a wall piece there? I can't put that there yet. Terminator pigs were extinct relatives of whales. Holy shit. That's like a warg, but like more like a warhog. Like you know, like wargs, giant wolves, right? That's kind of cool, actually. Anyway, neat. I just learned something. I'll have to look up what a Terminator pig is at some point. I feel like a Terminator pig is just a wild boar at this point. Like, just a normal-ass wild boar. I've also been screwing up the order of building this, like, constantly. What the hell am I doing? Anyway, the other thing I kind of want to mention that's stressing me out is right now, because of all of the things that I previously mentioned, you know, things that are outside of my control that, like, are making life harder for myself and a lot of other people, makes me less good. Like, I've always been bad at this, but it makes me worse at asking for tips. Because, like, in my heart, I just want to tell all of you to just unsubscribe and stop, like, paying. Like, go do something useful with your money. So it's like, there's almost like an element of, like, self-destruction that I'm trying to push back on. Because, like, if I can't afford to do this, it goes away. But I feel terrible asking for funding to keep doing it. So it's this, like, I don't want to just sell ads for sell you guys, basically, which is what selling advertising is. Because then you have to take all this data and then market it basically as like a data broker to potential sponsors, which always has felt icky and wrong to me and still does and probably will forever. So, this is hell. In real life and in video game. Merrick Perkins. These blue things are the underworld pools, and this is the adamantine spire that we climb through. This is the end game.
Gazoom 44 cheered. X200. Crypt Bongo.
Erib Schmilzolas has been possessed. Except I'm just going to go up to here real quick. And Gazoom, thank you very much for the $2. Appreciate you greatly. And Fat Tubist in YouTube chat, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift memberships. Appreciate you greatly. Can you get a sword dwarf? It's fun. Probably not Mebzith, because Mebzith is kind of grumpy. Same with Id. But, Nish seems fine. I don't think I underestimate it. I think I overthink it. Mental driver. Because, like, to give you an idea, I got through years of my life because of certain YouTubers. You want the bear? Hermes? Nothing I need to read right now. And he's texting me again. Kevin! Anyway. Like, years of my life, he texted me a third time. Years of my life, I got through because of people like Total Biscuit. There are multiple people who stream on Twitch that I literally haven't watched in years that I'm still subscribed to because they got me through several years of night shift at a job I hated. Like, there are podcasts that I have listened to for over a decade, and there are podcasters that I've been listening to since 2007. You know, it's why I listen to basically everything that Nextlander puts out, because I listened to every single Giant Bombcast twice while working night shift from 2011 until 2018. Like, I think I get it. It's just the stuff that I get that from is slightly different, and I know that I've been around long enough that it's not that I overestimate the value that I provide, it's just, or underestimate it. It's a lot of pressure, I guess. Is what I would say. It's hard to explain, but it is kind of a lot of pressure. I don't do it very often, Merrick, in YouTube chat. He finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. He always is tense and jittery, and finds helping others very emotionally rewarding. She values, which is a strengthening after experiencing trauma. Though she wishes this were not the case, as she considers altruism foolish. She is made deeply unfortunate by differences in culture or appearance. She is often cheerful, and she has a sense of duty. She likes a little excitement now and then, and she is quite ambitious. She's grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She prefers to present herself modestly and is quick to anger. She often feels lustful, and she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and often feels envious of others, and tries to keep her things orderly, and often talks to inanimate objects when she's nervous, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Yeah, I don't really know how we got onto this whole subject, but I don't personally think of myself as angry or grumpy. I don't want to be referred to as that, but at the same time, go fucking nuts, tease me about it. If I give you some sort of positive vibe somehow, that's 2 thumbs up, very happy about that. But I guess at the end of the day is, I'm human, and I'm a very imperfect one. Very imperfect specimen. I very much understand the stereotype of the depressed comedian, you know, because it makes a lot of sense to me. So, yeah, maybe that's it. She personally holds fairness as one of the highest ideals and despises cheating of any kind. She finds that the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, sees freedom and independence as completely worthless, strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, finds herself somewhat disgusted with eloquent speakers, finds a sacrifice to be the height of folly. What a strange character. Likes bauxite, sterling silver, lavender, jade, trousers, and when possible, prefers to consume beaver. I mean, do bears eat beavers? Anyway, peach cider and rice flour, as well as hates bats. She has 2 notable kills and 3 others. Well then. Dwarfy curmudgeon. I could take that. Cranky bastard. Although that is something I think I've gotten a lot better at over the years, is reading everything on the internet as sarcasm. Makes things funnier. Where are you? There you are. Satisfied after yelling at somebody in charge? Land on Hair, who says London was, or I keep calling you Landon. I guess it's London, yeah, London Hair. They say London was pleased after calling Blind grumpy, and I was like, well, satisfied after yelling at somebody in charge? Mm-hmm. Yep. No, it's true. Well, I mean, it's the difference between figuring out how to read chats as like laughing with instead of laughing at, right? Which was something I was real bad at in the early days. Jody, thank you very much for the 5-pack. That's very kind of you. Appreciate ya. We got reindeer calf bone. Also, chat, if you could post a couple beers, that'd be cool. It's up to you, though. If you're lurking, don't worry about it. But yeah, I hope sometime in the next year, maybe, we can get to the point where... Can we cut gizzard stones? No, I guess those are considered gems then, hey? Maybe not. What are gizzard stones considered to be? Like, if I cut cinnabar, is that going to be a gizzard stone? I've never actually tried to specify this. Does Microsoft Edge even ask? I mean, it sets itself as the default browser at the start of installing a new install, right? Like, it is the default browser. It's asking you to remake it the default browser because it's perturbed that you removed it as the default browser because it doesn't understand why anybody would do that. Why would you stop using Microsoft Edge? In Europe, it must ask. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. I like being reminded that Europe actually has sane laws. It's legally forced to. It's like, my lawyer has told me I need to ask, can I be your default browser? And you're like, no. Go away. You know what's bad is Edge was an all-right browser for like the first 6 weeks it existed. I remember people being like kind of cool with Edge. They propose even a few options, like the ones that pay them. Oh no. Like the baby dragons get to play. I mean, I would say that they're both pretty bad, but like, sure. If you're comparing a kind of crappy browser to a kind of really crappy browser, yeah, that makes sense. Like, on the annals of, like, what is the, like, worst browser to use at the minute, for me, I would rather use Microsoft Edge. Like, if I knew nothing about computers, it's probably better to use Microsoft Edge than it is to use whatever the fuck that OpenAI web browser was called. I can't even remember. Like, there is a lot of web browsers right now that are on the market that, like, it is just objectively smarter to use Chrome or Edge. Well, maybe not Chrome, sorry, Edge, than it is to use one of those. So. Firefox. I really like LibreWolf, but it has some performance issues, so I use Brave when I'm streaming and LibreWolf the rest of the time. But LibreWolf, it's like WaterFox. It's just Firefox with the crap removed, basically, because there is some crud in Firefox. It's generally pretty good, but it's not perfect. So I want it to be better, so I use Firefox, but better. Better Fox. I did say WaterFox, which is another fork of Firefox. I swear I'm not just making shit up. That is a real web browser that you could use. Iceweasel? See, I've never heard of that one. Yeah, I use Brave while I'm streaming because Brave is actually like pretty light if you disable all their AI stuff. It's pretty light for running multiple tabs. And just to give you an idea, I have a pop-out window for Twitch chat, a pop-out window for YouTube chat, a pop-out window for YouTube activity, a pop-out window for Twitch activity, a pop-out window for the reward queue on Twitch, a pop-out window for the ads browser on Twitch, plus 2 different Chromium apps running. And OBS. So Firefox don't like doing that. If it was all in tabs, then it's fine. Like Firefox doesn't like doing that. LibreWolf doesn't like doing that. WaterFox doesn't like doing that. Yeah. It looks like they're fighting with demons, but it's actually just 2 demons fighting with each other, and my dwarves are fighting with a reindeer. Just need these 3 to be done, and then I can deconstruct you. Can place that, and then deconstruct you. We're getting there. Then we can get rid of you. Oh, actually, let's pause that, so let them build that first. This can be deconstructed because you can get up there. With Avatar the Foxbender? I mean, you could fork Firefox and make that if you wanted. Okay, let's get rid of you. Perfect. Any paid browsers worth looking into? Paying money for a browser? FabTubist? You can do that? Who out here is charging money for a fucking web browser? Excuse me? What? What? My guy. No, open source free web browsers for me, at the very least. You could pay me and I'll browse the web for you. I know about paid search engines, but I genuinely don't know any, like, purchasable web browsers. Like, if there was a thing where you had to purchase a license for a web browser, that would be interesting. But I don't think that's what you mean. Like, I feel like all of, like, if there was any, like, that I was aware of, I feel like they would all just be, you're paying monthly, and there ain't no fucking way in hell I'm paying monthly for a web browser. I'm kind of at a point with software where I will pay for new versions if I feel like it, but I don't want to subscribe to software anymore. Doesn't like Swagbucks still do that? Also, wasn't that Bing that paid people? It was like Microsoft points, right? I'm pretty sure you still can get like Xbox Live or not, no, like Xbox Game Pass credits from searching on Bing, can't you? I don't know if that counts as searching though. I remember there was a period of time there where my mom was obsessed with Swagbucks. Used that a whole lot. I think Swagbucks still exists. Aren't they owned by Yahoo or something? I don't know, it was a very different time. What's the purple stuff? You've never gotten into the fun zone? It's basically just magical unexistence hole. If you fall into it, you're gone. Period. I had one soldier fall into it. It's like a... I'm trying to think. It's like when you fall out of the space-time continuum. The void? Sure. In this house, we hail the void. Also, very good local band from where I live. You should listen to Hail the Void. We are throwing trash into the void. It's a pretty effective use for it, to be honest. But yeah, I don't know. I've seen the whole, like, we'll pay you to use our search engine thing a couple times. There is, like, something to be said for just, like, if you're not paying for it, you're the product. But I would much rather use a open source alternative to that in almost all cases. Which is why, like, you know, I could purchase a light. I know everybody's just like, oh, just use DaVinci Resolve, like, for editing stuff and whatnot. And it's like, well, the free version of DaVinci Resolve has a thing where if you make more than X number of dollars a year with DaVinci Resolve and stuff that you make using DaVinci Resolve, then they can go after you, which most people who use DaVinci Resolve go over that amount. And so that is kind of spooky enough for me, as somebody who does make more than that, that I'm not going to use the free one. And I get a better workflow from a free and open source piece of software, which is made by the KDE project and maintained by them. So I just go with that. Even though it's less powerful, takes longer to render, and is like a worse piece of software objectively in like almost every way, I just use that because it's free, you know? Like it's the same reason I use GIMP or a GNU image manipulation program, because it's like functional for what I need it for. I don't have to pay it for it. I don't have to give Adobe money monthly. Plus get like, what is it, like 20 call homes a second while using it. And then like, it's like half a dozen or so when you're not using it off of your computer, whether or not the software is running. Like, fuck that. Absolutely not. No way in hell. I hate a bulky shoe. I'm happy that I have another valuable item, but we'll just sell it. Because I don't like things that don't have sprites associated with them. Okay, so that's the last one there. That just needs to be finished. Somebody's using that brick for something. We need that gone, and then that built, and then that gone. And then we can move to the next level. Actually shouldn't be doing the corners, so I should just avoid the corners. So let's just do this. That. That. You to there. You to there. You to there. Kind of screwed that up a little bit, but well, I can fix it. You to there. And you to there. I think you should be removed from this task, Alban. What squad are you in? Got trouble breathing. Tomb Splash. This is a bearing. I'm going to remove you from this squad. And you are going to no longer destroy that building. Just go hang out in the tavern and retire. Because we're moving too slowly. It's just one shoe, yeah. To luck. They'll wear one of each, if you tell them to. What time do I have played in Dwarf Fortress Steam? Let me look. I haven't looked in a minute. 4,321 hours. Plus like another 8 something. It's like 8 to 10,000 of time streamed pre-Steam. Although I went doing a little bit of digging recently. Some of you might be familiar with the streamer Disnoff. Like if I'm the Dwarf Fortress guy, he's the RimWorld guy. He has 24,000 hours in RimWorld. Just I needed to say that out loud somewhere. Which, like, is comparable to my probably close to 15 in DF. Maybe I am dwarf. I'm quite tall. I'm 6 feet tall. So, probably not a dwarf, but I'm certainly a fan of this video game. You just loathe how it looks. You know, I'll say what I always say about RimWorld. I think it's a very, very, very good game, but just, like, expect what it is and not what you think it might be. It is a tower defense strategy game. And if you go in expecting that, I think that game's pretty great. It's also a very moddable sandbox, which is cool. I just wish I liked playing it more, because I kind of don't. Let's get rid of that. Go up one. Rebuild this garbage dump to up there. And that's the last of this level. The dwarven caravans are arriving. You know, I could just sell this very valuable armor bins and get everything that we need. With a bunch of artifacts in it. With a few pieces of, you know what, I'm never going to use these. Or melt them down, I'm going to be realistic. There we go. Maybe. It's not a huge priority. I don't know, I have like 50 hours in it, oversized. And it really doesn't look like it's changed all that much. At least in ways that would make me want to go back to it. It's on the list. I mean, I've owned it forever. I've owned it since it went into early access. Although I did gain 15 gray hairs immediately when I received an email saying that it's leaving early access after 10 years. But, you know. Maybe. Probably. Why wouldn't it be okay, Francis Port? Where the last few non-grays went. Yeah. Gandalfs, we call them. Batten01, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Yeah, no, I remember that game going on Kickstarter. And, like, being on Kickstarter for a while. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for Baton 01 with that Prime sub? I don't know, you type in English perfectly coherently. On your doggin. I don't know how to say your name, but... I think right now, like, the main games that I'm looking to play and looking forward to, really looking forward to any streamable version of Streets of Fortuna. I'm really looking forward to... did they ever implement the color blindness options into Blueprints? Because I know that game's completely unplayable if you're colorblind. But enjoy Blueprints. Not too luck. I'm very much looking forward to Brigadore Killers. I'm looking forward to Lands of Acra. I'm looking forward to... Enter the Chronosphere, which I think is going to early access soon. I mean, I've talked about this a few times, but I they just added them like last week. Oh, that's good. I'm in this weird spot with a lot of colony builders, so like Space Haven fits into that, where it's like just none of them are as interesting to me as Dwarf Fort. Which, like, I don't know, I respect it. Like, it's a cool genre, and I'm glad that other people attempt to do their own thing in that genre. But I do honestly feel like a lot of the time I'm just whelmed by colony sims, because it's like, well, I already have Dwarf Fortress, so I don't need games that mimic similar mechanics generally. Like, another game that I want to play when it leaves early access is Astronauts. Like, that's pretty high on my list of things that I will probably binge for like a week. No, not in the slightest. In regards to Space Engineers, I played Vintage Story for like a week. It's okay. There's things I really like about Vintage Story, and then there's things that I really don't like about Vintage Story. I really don't like open world survival crafting games, Hilmar. And the more that I play them, the more I'm reconvinced of that. There's elements of Vintage Story where I feel like I could enjoy it, but like I don't. So that, and I found it really challenging to stream after like the third day. Like, I don't want to just bring this back around to stress discussions, but to put it simply, if I stream a game that isn't Dwarf Fortress for a week, on average I make half to a third of the revenue. So I'm very, very hesitant to play a game that I'm like kind of interested in. I have to be really interested and committed to being interested in it in order for me to do it, because less people tune in, and it's bad for my income. So I tend to, like, there are games that have come out recently that I just haven't streamed because I know that they'll be hard to stream and I know that they won't do well. And it hurts me because I want to play those games. But I don't, because I have bills to pay. And when I have more leeway and I'm comfy, I am much more willing to do a lot more out there stuff. If I'm playing something and I'm not like completely engrossed and absolutely 100% on wanting to continue playing it, I will just stop, because like it is bad for me to do that. And that's, you know, the situation of my own creation. And it's fortunate that I really like Dwarf Fort, and it's hard for me to burn out on this game. So the result is I kind of don't care that much. Pretty fine just playing this. But it is a reality that I have to contend with when a game does stick for me and I want to keep playing it. Did I just trade the same group twice? I did. So if I always seem like reluctant to play other games, it's because, one, I do genuinely just want to play Dwarf Fortress, and also because, like, it's kind of like being asked, are you willing to take a pay cut to do something slightly different for a few days? It's like, well, sometimes. But I really have to be interested. Microsoft's play these games to get paid deal, and they were word games, so they would send a search result to Bing and dishonestly boost their search numbers. I remember something that was like the highest boost to Bing search numbers ever, probably, Jody, was when they made like searching for something on a Windows computer technically searching Bing. It's like the reason that you get Bing in like your start menu is because it's just a way for them to increase their numbers. I like seeing me play other stuff, Hilmar, but like, once again, it's my own fault. Like, I didn't need to do this. I didn't need to get a mortgage and buy this place, but I did. And you know, it's good for me. It's been the right decision, but it's still, I didn't need to do this. I didn't need to buy an apartment. I could have just kept renting with the very cheap, cozy rent I have, and then I would be much more flexible to take a week to do something else. But I chose not to do that because I figured I was like, it kind of felt like a now or never sort of thing where I could either be a homeowner or it would never happen. And I chose to try it. A few Z levels up. You mean this? That's semi-molten rock. It's at the bottom of the magma sea, and you can't dig through it. It's kind of like Dwarf Fortress's bedrock, although that I guess that's technically Slade, but it's sort of like bedrock. You can't dig through it. The brick one? Probably Sylvite then. Is that Sylvite? Salvite? This stuff? Yeah. Got an Xbox 360 controller out of it. There used to be a thing on Twitch where you could like watch an ad and you would get like 25 cents in bits to cheer with it. And I remember there was a period of time there where there was a bunch of people who were just like bragging about setting up bots to do that. And then, and saying things like, I mean, it's not going to exist much longer if you keep doing that. And they did. And then it stopped existing, which, like, I don't know, it was always kind of a fraught idea, but you know, it is what it is. What more can I say? An Etten named Yamoru Noletin has come. A humanoid monster with 2 heads. 2! Not 1, 2. It's crazy. Number focused. Hey, chat, this is a min-maxer. Very number focused. I'll say this, Hilmar. If nothing in the world had happened... Whoa! Bastet, the War Rock, is fighting with it. Who lost a teeth? Okay, so it's Etten teeth. Come on, War Rock, you got this. No! Might be an even tie. Forgotten Beast has arrived. This is a gigantic three-eyed rhinoceros beetle. It's got fire. Where is it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, chat. Can I get a round of beers for good luck? We're gonna need it. I think I'm losing. Yeah. I'm losing one of my rocks. Rip. Maybe it'll bleed to death, and it'll be an even tie. I need to care about the beast, though. You have a good night, Dulkin. We'll be on tomorrow. And then I disappear for a bit. I always had to, like, because YouTube chat mentions that literally, it makes it literally a Four Eyes. When I was in school, people used to call me Four Eyes because I wore glasses, right? One of the oldest teases in the book, if you will. And what I think is kind of funny about it is I used to always have to correct them. I was like, no. 2 eyes. My right eye doesn't work. Here comes this fire-breathing beetle. Uh-oh. Who just... Oh, no. Well, we got one. Actually, just gonna go up to here and pause. The sad part is if this dwarf made it to water, they could have survived. My right eye doesn't work and my left eye has severe tunnel vision. I essentially see through a toilet paper tube, so put this in YouTube chat. So basically if... I know I can't see shit because my glasses are off, but like if you do like this, this isn't entirely accurate because like I can see blur, but I have a very low field of vision in my working eye. But that's more or less what I see. Which is why like my head is turning so much because I can't just like move my eye. I don't see anything. I just see like sparkly, like flashy, weird, glowy blind spots. Because the actual like tunnel of vision that I have is very minimal, so I can't really see things out of my peripheral. I see movement and light, but like people explain to me that like when they look in a straight line, like they can count fingers over here. It's like I see a fleshy-ish color blur, but like I can't see it. Can you drive? No, not legally in Canada. Let's not have this discussion though, because this always turns into a you can get a driver's license in this country, this country, this country, this country, this country. Move to this country and you can get a driver's license now. I have no interest in driving and cannot drive. So please don't make me have that discussion. It's a very old one. I have zero to very minimal value in driving. I live via my bicycle and public transit. No, it's all good. Just you're allowed to ask me if I can drive. Just don't make me argue with people about why I need to move to Texas to get a driver's license or India. Goofballs. That's something I'm grumpy about. You can accuse me of being grumpy on that one. Sure, killed with style. It's maybe not that far off. Don't move to Texas, it sucks. I don't know. If we're to go for like a week as a professional driver, you're willing to give up your license? I'll tell you this. It's not something I talk about very often, but I get vertigo all the fucking time. It's the reason I don't play a lot of first-person games, Dilmar. It's the reason I don't play a lot of RTS games either, because I can't see like the units, cooldowns, and the minimap at the same time, which is like base requirements for being competent at a game like that. Maybe I could shoot at it through here. Oh, wait, never mind. Oh, I can't. What the hell am I doing? It's like I could shoot it from there, maybe. Or potentially over here, actually. $20 FPS, that's fun. Donut has risen. No, in fact, the biggest benefit of not being able to drive is it gives you a lot of ammunition to argue with people about their privilege and make people check it, which is actually something I kind of genuinely enjoy. The whole, like, you know, you can't build bike lanes here because you're impacting my freedom. It's like, well, if you believe in people having equal rights and freedoms, then shouldn't you allow me to be able to ride my bike where you drive your car? Like, what about my freedom? Which, I don't know. I do get some enjoyment out of that, I'm not gonna lie. No! Robot, why? You should be able to fire bolts, though. You got... Wait, what? Did you kill it? Strikes the Forgotten Beast and bruising the brain? Holy shit, he killed it! What a trooper, man. You've got one little bit of dwarven wine. Come on, dwarf. If you survive, I'll give you a nickname, Rovod. Also, hey, Cyrlac. Bernie! Well done, Bernie. You and your pet rooster, who is still alive! He's pretty happy with his life, too. He's vengeful, even. I'll also say this, you know, like, I talk about things about how I didn't need to buy this place. I could have stayed where I used to live and been much less happy and probably would drink a lot more, like I used to. Please live. Come on, Bernie. You got this. But yay, there we go. Is that dwarf grease? A smear of dwarf grease. That's dwarf fat. But what I'll say is, like, if I owned a car, I wouldn't have been able to afford this apartment in the first place. And I wouldn't have been able to afford to take the risk to do this full time in the first place. Because it is hard to explain to people how little money I made from 2018 until 2022. Like, it is almost impossible to explain to people how, like, I was making an average, it was like pennies an hour some weeks. And then also working 12-hour days. But, you know, there are advantages to having disabilities of the sort. They're not always the most obvious, but there are some things that are advantageous when you're in a position like me. I'm just going to place some stairs right there to make this less of a pain in the ass. Also, just because it's on the front of my brain, one of my favorite excuses that people make for like not building bike lanes is disabled people can't get places without like cars. To which I will respond to the guy that has no legs, who lives on my street, who lives in one of the low-income buildings on my street, that rides his wheelchair with his little remote control thingy. Like he has like one of the, I don't know what they're called, but it's basically a little joystick that he drives with. Just zips by on the bike lane faster than most bikes. Dude fucking gets places. It's just like, he's just got his little crash helmet on and he just goes down the street. It's like fucking great. It's one of the funnest things I've ever seen in my life. So, you know. I think that guy's living his best life. I don't know. You live somewhere live really car-centric, so it's been rough. Yeah. No, I mean, that is the advantage I have, right? Is I live close to somewhere, or I lived close to somewhere that was very, very accessible to not being in cars, and where I lived previously was one of the best places already to live without a car in Canada, so... Not everybody's fortunate like me, but it's an argument that you have to have forever. Although, in regards to the world being shitty, gas being expensive makes cities more livable. There's a lot of studies that have happened over the years of like the results of like the, you know, the way different places in the world treated gas being too expensive post-World War II. And it's like, in the US, you got different turn signal laws so that you were stopped for shorter periods of time. Whereas parts of Europe cut down the numbers of days of the week that you could drive, and you got very walkable areas. So, you know. I mean, I love cars. I'm going to go watch Formula 1 next week. Like, I like watching cars go fast. Cars go fast is fun. I completely agree. But at the same time, on a track. Not in front of my house. You desperately need better public transit and walkable cities and bike lanes and whatever. So, that at least some people who are trying to make driving unsafe get the hell off the road. Yeah, no, there's also another thing that I've seen written recently, which I think is really funny. I don't know the like origin of this quote, so apologies. But the like, if you see somebody arguing that you don't need car-free zones in a city, then ask them what a cul-de-sac is. Like, what exactly is a suburban cul-de-sac if not like a car-free zone? It's like the cul-de-sacs that they value so heavily. It's like, well, you know, what exactly is that? Okay, we've put donut to rest. No, it's an area where there's no through traffic, right? Like a car-free zone in a city is an area with no through traffic. So it's an area that only local vehicles and vehicles that need to be there, delivery vehicles, can go through, right? A cul-de-sac is just a very artificial version of that. They put down bike sensors ahead of the stoplight so that they get faster, even if they... We have a few of those in downtown, and they're fucking magical. Diamond. Who's my driver? My driver? Make bikes, not war. I would say make bikes, not mopeds, because mopeds are kind of scary, actually. We need better rules about those, but I was having a discussion with somebody at the brewery that I go to this past weekend, where we were talking, because like she lives really close to basically the bike highway that we have here. We have a bike highway in Victoria it has higher capacity at certain times of the day than the freeway. Like more people are going by on bikes on that pathway than there is using the freeway. And we were talking about that, and like the issue with like, you know, the AliExpress like fat bike like mopeds that are like going at, you know, 60 kilometers an hour in a cycling zone, because legally speaking, like if they have a driver's license, they could get it taken away because that's considered driving a motor vehicle on a sidewalk. Like I think that's a federal crime. Like that's a big crime. But they don't have the licensing to be able to argue it in court right now, and like that's a problem here. But the conversation kind of came down to, I can't wait to live in a reality where the most important thing that the police have to do is give tickets to cyclists in a bike lane. Like, the day that we actually are having discussions about dealing with people riding electric bikes too fast on a bike lane, that's a good world to live in, because that means that you've got it pretty good. But you never see a biker on the bike path that causes they're not stuck in traffic? Wait, what do you mean? I mean, I've certainly gotten stuck in traffic in a bike path. And what I mean when I say stuck in traffic in a bike path, it's the guy riding really, really, really slowly with the senior citizen dog walking next to him. You know, it's like, that's traffic, but you just ride around it. It's fine. But, you know, you see every now and again, but it's fine. Or like the family of 5 with the unpredictable 4-year-old doing donuts in a tricycle. Like, that's traffic on the bike lane. Again, you just kind of ride around them. You got the ring twice for that? Oh, I do that. And the mom goes, hey, get out of the way. But, you know, they've got to learn sometime, right? Riding a bike ain't easy. And when you figure it out, it's very fun. I don't blame the little kid for doing that, because by the time that kid's an adult, we'll have functional adult cyclists, or more functional adult cyclists. But, you know, society's learning here, okay? Give us another 30 years. You guys have been working on it since the 50s. Diamond. Being from the Netherlands is an unfair advantage. You have clean air zones, which are only electric cars. I kind of hate electric cars for a multitude of reasons, but I'll finish reading your sentence. Where only electric cars or combustion cars with minimum emission standard can enter. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. We have local traffic zones where if you don't live there, you can get in trouble for driving there, basically. The city I live in is like maybe one of the nicest cycling cities in Canada, so I am pretty fortunate to be where I am. Let's just get rid of that actually and just go this way. But that's why I moved here. I'm not anti-car by any stretch, but I am anti-too much car for everything. Because I like going camping, and it's kind of hard to get into the, 100 kilometers out into the bush to hike up a mountain while on a city bike. Or even on a mountain bike. That's just difficult. So I go back over to the mainland and my parents drive or my friend drives. Oh, I don't follow F1 drivers, Takuviar. Sorry for misreading the question. I follow, if you were to, yell at me and be like, pick one, I'd probably be like, Carlos Sainz! He seems human. I'm there for the drama. And the, watching the tech evolve. Because, tech sports are neat like that. Watching the factories in, real time, week to week, change things is why I'm there. Are you in Toronto, Mice Nerd? I'm in an ad break now, sorry. So if you're in an ad break, I'm sorry. I won't talk if you don't have a sub badge. Edmonton? Oh, really? I thought Edmonton was making things better. Every time, I've looked into Edmonton, it's like, oh, hey, their downtown's getting nicer. The fuck? That sucks. I'm so sorry, dude. I didn't realize that. I never knew that you were in Canada. Well, you may have mentioned it, but it slipped my brain. I realize this isn't the most engaging thing. We're just building layers on a wall, but we'll get there. I'll just queue up a bunch more while I'm here, because we're in an ad break at the moment. All right, we're back, chat. Most adults aren't functional anythings. You know, maybe this is misplaced, but I have been trying to give people credit. More so as of late. Instead of regular floor. The bridges use significantly less material. I'm going to deconstruct them anyway, and I can deconstruct the bridges all at once, whereas the floors, I can only deconstruct them one tile at a time. That's why I'm building bridges instead of floors for scaffolding. I know that a skull just flew past here and down. I thought it was a baby for a second. So I thought a dwarf just like showed up and hucked their baby into the underworld and was like, "What? Why are you throwing baby into the void?" You're just trying to get through the day? Yeah, I getcha. I will say that if you live somewhere that could build like bike-friendly infrastructure, historically, and that's what happened here, and it's something that they're trying to do in Seattle and other places, is just start a kids ride bikes to school day. You just need a couple parents that are willing to ride a bike with a bunch of kids to school, and then just start riding to school. Of course, you need free time, and you need people that are home and able to do it, and who already own bikes. But if you just get a crowd of kids riding down the center of a road to school, I mean, it's worked in a bunch of places. And then soon enough, they realize, hey, it would actually be real cheap to just put a big shared area, like fucking piece of paint on the middle of the road. Which is like something that makes me super happy out here, is like when I go out to go anywhere and I see kids riding by on bikes. Like I know a few people who ride bikes here who complain. It's like, man, it sucks when there's kids in the bike lanes. It's like, no, the kids in the bike lanes is good. That means that it's working. It means that it's effective. It means that there's enough infrastructure that's good, because you're seeing kids in bike lanes, especially independently of parents. Because there's also like kind of a lot of obviously not as many as like Holland, but like there's a lot of cargo bikes out here. Like you see them pretty frequently, like people that ride family size cargo bikes with like 2 kids on the back. You see those kind of a lot out here, and those get me super excited, because it's like you never see a kid on the back of a cargo bike, which a cargo bike is like usually an electric assist bike. So it's a bike that has a motor in it so you can pedal faster, but like has 3 seats in the back for kids, or like a giant wheelbarrow at the front to carry stuff. And I'm super happy when I see those things, because it's like when there's kids in the back of one of those things, you never see them upset. They're always just like ecstatic about their lives. You know, while I do agree with you on that, probably, Jody, there's a lot of data centers getting canceled right about now that aren't getting finished. And those lobbyists are also paid a lot of money. So you just have to be a little bit hopeful and keep trying and keep working at it. And while I do agree, it's always going to be an uphill battle, just like riding up a hill. But I can ride up a hill. You know, you just need to care enough. The thing is, I think when it comes to stuff like bike lanes, it's very easy for people to go meh because realistically, you'll live without them. When it's something that people aren't willing to live with, you can see that the public can make changes to things where very, very well-paid lobbyists are getting paid for something. There's just enough public sentiment now around data centers that people don't want to live with them. So you need to get people to that point with whatever it is in order to make people care enough, to annoy people enough, to bug people enough, to keep showing up enough for it to happen. And feels like a losing battle and it's frustrating. They were always so hyped. Yeah, it's like literally this is pod racing. Carbohydrates. No, I see those things and I'm jealous. Like, man, I wish I had that when I was that age because that just looks dope. Like, that looks like the most fucking fun. We make our own here, Hilmar. There are several local companies that make, like, Danish-style cargo bikes, if that's what you're talking about. I don't need to look up Danish brands, because we have those here. Also, I think I've heard of the second one that you mentioned there, which is a Christiana, or whatever, however the fuck you pronounce that, with grumpy German. Now your bike just hauls groceries. My backpack does that, but when I have disposable income again, which hopefully will be like around fall, I plan to buy me one of the folding trailers for my bike. So I do have a bike, which is quite nice, but you know, it doesn't have hauling capacity. Because right now my bike just hauls me and groceries in my backpack to places, but I'd like it to do more than that. Anyway, I feel like today has been a very, like, depressing stream for a lot of reasons, so I almost feel like I need to apologize. But, I don't know, maybe it's just been a depressing year. But, keep your chin up, chat. That does suck, though, that Edmonton is knocking out bike lanes. If they're knocking them out to put in better ones, I would be okay with it, but... There was an area in the city I used to live in where they took out a bunch of the bike lanes. And so it was an area that I would ride through. So what I would do is I would still ride through it, except I would ride very slowly in the middle of the lane. Very slowly. Like intentionally, annoyingly slowly. But they put it back in because they took it out for construction. But it was just, you know, just to make my point. I also had this interesting conversation with somebody a couple of weeks ago because I go out for brunch maybe every other week. And there's this one brunch place I go to, which is pretty small, admittedly. Like, it's very much like elbow room only kind of thing. They cram a bunch of tables into a pretty small space. And I was in there once, and it's connected to a hotel. So, like, you know, you get tourists in there as often as locals. But there was this lady that I ended up chatting with briefly a couple weeks ago who's from Ontario. And she said something which I hadn't thought about in a minute since moving here, which is because I asked if she was local or if she was visiting, and she said something that I haven't thought about in a while, which is the thing that has surprised her the most about this city is that people smile at each other a lot. Like, people are just friendly. And I'm convinced that's mostly due to how walkable this city is. And, like, how bikeable this city is. Like, if people are in decent shape, they tend to be happier. And if it's easy to stay in decent shape, they're friendlier. And she, like, mainly she was just wondering if that was, like, something that locals are aware of, or if it's, like, something that we're oblivious to. I was like, oh, no, you definitely notice. It was like the first week I lived here, there was somebody I was talking with who likened this city to Disneyland. It was from Toronto. I was like, well, you must feel like you're in Disneyland, because, like, this doesn't feel like a real city. This is how easy it is to get around. When you say art and venues, Hilmar, in YouTube chat, are you referring to, like, third spaces for people? Like, just public places that people can just go socialize? Like, impacting how nice people are to one another? Is that what you mean? 'Cause that's how I'm reading it. Anyway, chat. I feel like I've just been babbling, and chat's just been getting quieter the more I've been babbling, so I hope you guys are enjoying the podcast today. The Mudman is fighting? I guess he's dead. There was a Mudman, apparently, in this cavern lair? I think this might be me getting overzealous. I think I can disable the siege engines. While you bash your head trying to get this project to work? Yep, I know the feeling. So this top layer I am going to just put flooring in. Uh-oh, someone went splat. That's not good. A forgotten beast named Akko has come, a towering one-eyed newt. It has large mandibles and a gaunt appearance. Its fern-green skin is wrinkled. Beware its poison bite. Where is it? Which layer is this? Okay, so this is the lower one, but it can get to me. Actually, let's just enable this. Use my stream as a second monitor podcast while you work. Be grateful, lowly worm. Dance, monkey, dance. I don't know, just think of me sometimes when you have a Prime sub available. That's all I got. That's all I got to say. Run, Dorothy. Runism. What? Should really put some of my dragons down here again. Or do they still need some work? There's a few like creature types that very clearly don't have sprites. So yeah, I would say they still need some work, but I think that you could probably say that about literally everything in Dwarf Fortress. like, a lot of the birds are just blobs still. For clarity, I'm not broke. Slurpadorp. Slurpaderp. Your name's fun to say still, but I'm certainly not, you know, the 1%. There we go. Something I think that's very unfinished about them is they just become a skeleton when they die. I wish they actually became corpses. But something that I really like, actually, about Dwarf Fortress that doesn't get talked about enough is that when a dwarf becomes a how do I put this? When they die, when they become a corpse, they just become a gray, like, sideways corpse. That was a last-minute decision that was made 2 weeks before the game launched on Steam because they didn't have sprites for corpses yet, which they had at one point, which they lost access to because they got rid of the artist who drew them. Because he was, like, got embroiled in a, like, plagiarism case, and it's like one of those, you kind of can't keep somebody employed in an artistic position when they've got plagiarism accusations going on. So, yeah. So, like, that's very unfinished, but you could also say that about literally everything in Dwarf Fort, I guess. Okay, well, we'll be able to bury you, presumably. I think it's, like, better in some ways than the, like, weird, like, full screen-ish picture that used to appear when they would die, but it's not optimal. I need a new Captain of the Guard. What if I give it to Boot? Yeah, I think a lot of people have forgotten about Meth. Snortro Gaming, which is one of the reasons I have, like, kind of mixed feelings about the Masterwork mod coming back, even though, like, the person who's, like, maintaining it now did his due diligence and, like, asked everybody that whose mods were included in that asked them all if they were credited, or if they would like to be credited, or if they were okay with the mod still being, like, implemented, and, like, if they weren't okay with it, then they didn't include those mods. So I do think that that's, like, neat, but I'm still, you know, I'm still cranky about it because it's more or less delayed the Steam version by a year because they had to re-implement all the graphics. Which, like, I don't know, man. That feels bad. Oh, also, that's in the wrong place. Should be there. Not there. No, yeah, they named it to Master Fork. But, like, I don't know. I feel icky about that. But I understand, like, it's free marketing, basically. Like, it's brand recognition. Like, that's kind of one of the things that I'm the most iffy about. What's all that about Masterwork? Masterwork was made by a dude named Meth. Meth didn't make any of the mods in Masterwork. Masterwork was an assembled mod pack, a prepackaged mod pack, so a collection of other pre-existing mods. It came with lots of tile sets and other things that were built in. There were apparently modders that were not thrilled that their mods were in Masterwork when Masterwork was a going concern. And then when MEF was brought on to work with the Steam version, there started to be like bubblings, like people starting to complain a little bit. And then what happened was it kind of all popped all at once. There was a bunch of accusations that MEF's personal tile set, which was available through Masterwork, was an amalgamation of traced art, and he'd been brought on as an artist. And like he never really denied it. He was just kind of like, yeah, no, that's something that I did. And kind of just acted like that he didn't know that that wasn't okay, I guess. And there was a bunch of like things released where it's just like, oh, like the art that was going to be used in the Steam version is using like identical color palettes to pre-existing tile sets and things. So all of those assets had to be redone. Oh, that's interesting. Romanoid. Okay, I didn't know that. That's neat. Artifact DF. That's cool. That's cool. Don't tell Valve, but that's cool. I don't think Valve cares about the word artifact, but that I'm actually really okay with that. That's neat. So props to them for that. So that's what's all about Masterwork. Basically, it was utilizing mods without the original creator's permission, and that's just shitty business, I guess. And there's very few instances where I personally will ever be okay with that. I was talking about the original. But apparently the GitHub repo for Master Fork has been renamed to Artifact Dwarf Fortress, is what had been brought up. And this is why he got complaints about plagiarism. Snorting Gaming. God is taught. Thank you very much for the 41st month. Welcome back. Anyway, I try not to like bring it up because like as I understand it and from what I can tell, Meph was a person who did things that are bad without being entirely aware of it. Like giving him maximum credit here. It does kind of seem like he wasn't fully aware of the gravity of what he was doing. And honestly, if he never ended up working on the Steam version, it would have been all okay. Would have been totally fine. Because, you know, if you are doing a free modding thing and making a little bit of money on Patreon, that's one thing. You know, if you are doing a free modded thing and it's using some questionably acquired assets and then you start getting paid a salary to work on the game, who knows how much? I don't. On the game itself, and then it gets delayed because it turns out that like they didn't do their due diligence and all of your art is traced. Like it's as much on KitFox for not doing the due diligence as it is on like that artist themselves, but like that's the right outcome in my opinion, because it would have been horrific if Dwarf Fortress released and then got sued, you know, like that would have just been worst outcome for everybody. So and I think that makes sense to everybody, right? I think it's safe to say, based on how active the underworld is at the minute, we've defeated hell, chat. Also, Romanoid, I would say then I guess they did take my feedback because I got emailed about it, or maybe it was Discord DM'd. So they reached out to me about it, Romanoid, like, I don't know, maybe a month or two before it released proper, and just like asked if I would be interested in promoting it. And I was like, no, because you're still calling it Masterwork. And they were like, well, we're calling it Master Fork. I'm like, well, you're still like implicitly associating this with something that actively delayed the development of Dwarf Fortress and leaves a bad taste in a lot of the old modding community's gut. Like, I know that there are like many community members who like that stuff and they'll find it and they'll use it and that's fine. But I don't personally feel comfortable promoting something that was actively using and for all intent and purpose, acting as if it had ownership over community mods that it certainly did not have ownership of, because that's what it was doing. That's why you have to be very careful about how you build big mod packs like that to ship all at once. You're using other people's work to build something. Oh, really? Well, that's news to me then. I'll have to look into that later, Romanoid. So thumbs up. That being said, though, use Master Fork or whatever they call it these days. Like, it's still a neat project, and they're doing it right this time. It's just something that I have mixed feelings on. I think it's really funny that they can't deconstruct this unless this floor piece is here. But once this floor piece is here, they can do it diagonally. That's very funny to me. That is very funny to me. Also, a little bit of feedback time, chat. If you could pick a recent fortress that I haven't made a big video on that I could make into a video, which one would it be? Because I'm working on this one because it's like it's recent in my memory and I feel like it would suit one really well, and I'm gonna do that when I get back from the short trip. But if there was another one, which one would it be? Just keep in mind, Moist, it's a little bit out of date at the minute because we need to get some Discord, GitHub repos merged because the version that I'm running is a bit out of date at the minute. Because I'm using a weird fork that's designed to be hosted on a server, unlike the original. Yeah, it's a online host of my world's legends, basically, so people can read about what's happening in the world and things that their dwarves have done independently of me, and like look up history and stuff, which is pretty cool, but it's a little bit out of date at the minute because the game is patched a few times and I need to figure out how to use GitHub. Which is actually kind of part of the barrier, and it's been a busy couple weeks. And it's running in my closet, which I think is really cool. It has a treadmill. It's quite loud, especially at night. You can hear it huffing and puffing. All right, chat. Once that tiny chunk of wall right there is done, I can officially say we have defeated hell. Or at the very least, successfully colonized it. Ain't that cool? You can't keep digging down. You can't dig through Slade. And this rock here is Slade. I can't dig it. There's, like, I don't even think it lets you do this anymore. Yeah. You can't channel it. You can't dig horizontally through it. You can't dig stairs into it. It is undiggable. Well, I threatened them into being peaceful with me. Yeah, no, it's Slade. Some ads are just about to run. I'm gonna go use the toilet and let them finish building this. I will be right back. Love the broken audio. What's broken with the audio? 1 week vacation, and yeah, I mean, you were on vacation. You could have been watching streams during your vacation. How dare you take time to yourself? Yes, you missed the breach. It took a long time, too. It was like multiple streams worth of breaches. If your audio is broken, hit play pause. Sounds like your connection got desynced at some point, most likely. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Schlipperter. So if you hit pause and play on the stream, that'll fix it. If you refresh it, you might get stuck in an ad prematurely, but hell seems lonely? Yep. I mean, there are these guys. We were having to fight with demons pretty frequently, but we're going to have to go clear up the rest of it. Because most of it's been explored, but we got a few areas still that I've got to clear up. And then we can start harvesting the other adamantine spires, because we know exactly where they all are. See? And I can go into here. Do that. Can do that. That. Can dig it down into all of these. And dump buckets of water in on them. We can also go up to that and solve that problem right there. So it should be pretty good. Happy to help, Schlipperter. But yeah, also weed, I should mention that I'm going to be going on a little bit of a break. It's going to be a very short vacation, a couple of days. And then I will be editing a video for a week when I get back after that. So I just convicted the wrong person. What's your last name? Abanrak. But at the end of the day, if you want to encourage me to be less stressed about taking vacations, you could subscribe to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL to help alleviate that anxiety. It's more anxiety than stress. Or if you happen to have a Prime sub available, think about me. It's like, why is it taking so long for them to get here? Oh, the game's paused. Duh. Just had a moment there. I was like, why the fuck's this not working? Okay, so I'm now going to go over to here. Well, actually, why don't we just do that? Because this would actually be a much easier way to do this. Yeah, it's just build down from up here. Wait, can I not build right up next to it? Oh, that sucks. Okay. The game's smarter than me. Just gonna build out this. We'll just do a little thing right here. See if I can use it as trash. Actually, no. We'll just keep that solid for the minute. All right. Who's ready? We have to go clear out the rest of hell. That's the very important task. I think I know what I'm going to do here, though. I'm going to go pressure plate. Creatures trigger, citizens trigger, and it resets. I would prefer gift subs because then other people can notice it. Generally, even though I make less. Because that keeps the streams busy. Because gift subs is like the equivalent of marketing and whatnot, but good luck on the job interview, though. Like, who cares about me? I'm just babbling because, I don't know, I feel like I've run out of things to talk about half a dozen times in the last 90 minutes. So I'm glad chat's enjoying the podcast of Stream of Consciousness. Let's fire you and get you ready to fire. Maybe you too. Just have 3 of them. And we are going to go find some friggin' demons once everybody gets down here, eh? Do I know how? Or do they? Oh, sure. No, they'll absolutely leave through hell. 100%. Kinski. But I would have to give them wagon access down into hell, which might be difficult. If it's foot traffic only, they'll leave through hell. I've had them do that before. In fact, I've made them do that before. Why are you... Oh, because you're set as a minor. That would do it. Okay, so I need a few... I need some ranged dwarves. I need some close range dwarves. Also, Weed, you did eventually fall, but you survived right through the siege of hell. In fact, you got to stand in hell several times. So grats to that. Okay, Mark's dwarves are firing bolts. They just need to hit them. They're pretty good at dodging, though. So if I look at this, a lot of misses. Oh no, yeah, it's big sad. Is what it is, though. I mean, you know, you can't survive forever, especially as a military dwarf, no matter how good you are. But Weed McYeet is a legend in these parts. Why are these so fucking good at dodging? It's bullshit. Lanix, thanks for chucking a gift at Romanoid. Appreciate you. And for the first gift sub in 1 hour. Cheers, man. Once they're off your map, they just go home. The game doesn't have to. The game abstracts it, so you like it's not something that you actually have to worry about. I'm just gonna take these 2 squads and send them inside and set them as off duty. I mostly just want these dwarves. I just come sprinting back inside. They're running away from combat. Do you have a crossbow? Where's your crossbow? Dwarf? Where's your crossbow? Oh, here they come, finally. We finally woke them up, and immediately Ashen dies. Well, that's not good. Of course, it's like as I tell my military to, like, fall back, but there's 2 down. And looks like 3 soon. There goes 3. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, let's just turn off the burrow. There's some flaming ghosts over here. And you're off to go pick up equipment. Well, I respect it. And then down here, I can go floor grate. I'll say great. 1. How much adamantine do I have? 0. Let's do those infinitely. Let's get them done. No. What would you like me to name it? Because I'm not going to just name him Weed, because you had another dwarf named Weed, so I could do Weed 2. I could do Weedy, Weed Eater, Weeders, Wet It, Dandelion. Trying to think, what are weeds? I don't know. Actually, even better. Something funny. As you request, sir, Stop-Tor, the heavenly hammer of mechanisms, never feels hatred towards anyone or anything except for Streamer when he makes jokes at his expense. And, always acts that mercy and compassion is at the forefront of his considerations. And, is conflicted by this as he sees tendencies and an impotent to the quest for power. He is in a constant state of internal rage and probably external as well, although he won't admit it to himself, and can get caught up in internal deliberations about whether or not to be angry when the action is necessary, and generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others except for when he is, and concerning his actions, and he often feels discouraged except for when he's smoking weed. Then he's very encouraged. He often feels lustful and occasionally overindulges on weed and tends to avoid crowds. I shouldn't misread that. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic when he's high but could be considered rude. Yeah, man. And is often nervous and tends to share his experience and thoughts with others and can handle stress. He gnaws his cheek when he's excited and he needs alcohol to get through the working day because he's a dwarf. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally is affronted by the whole notion that one would that the whole notion of maintaining decorum and find so-called dignifying people disgusting. Believes that acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. Disdains the law and doesn't really value merrymaking. And has 7 notable kills and 43 other kills. What a bio? Derp. Weed 2, Electric Boogaloo. You said something funny, so I went with something funny. If you can think of something better, then I'll go with something better, but I'm not going to name him something better, though. Something funny or nothing. Come on, Bernie. Pew, 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 pew. What do you have for bolts? Iron bolts. Have you hit it yet? It's like miss. Oh, hits it. Dodged, though. Like, actually moved. It's pretty good training, though. What are you up to? Skilled. Nice. Something better? No, something better was my father. What's the name of this fortress? Monsters Smash. Previous forts I've had in this world are Violent Hunger. That was as if the demon stream sniped me? Oh yeah, true. Yeah, I look away and then they attack. Most demons are blind, like they literally can't see, like they literally don't have eyes. So often what happens is like, it's the game being like, oh, well, you're finally close enough now that we can attack you. It's that kind of thing. I think I should be able to just dig to that pretty safely. I should just like hotkey hell. Hell now has a hotkey, Chad. It's F5. So if you want to go to hell, you just hit F5. Got it? Right there, in fact. Shot a bunch of arrows into a flaming glow splob while strolling through hell. I mean, yeah, it's been a day. I'm really scared to use retrieve, fix, stuck units because we probably will just get mobbed by an army of demons. Alt F4? Mm-hmm. I'm sure. Well, well, that would be fate, not faith. Clearly. Since when would F8 be faith? Like, how would you even make that mistake? Oh, hey, look, water. There's just water. So, how much water do you think there is? Because there's suddenly water coming into hell. That means we can garden in hell. But, okay, it's all coming from up here. That's fine. Which means right behind there is, murder monsters, which means actually maybe should instead bring the dwarves up here. You know, what if I get rid of these and I close this and go down to hell again and just forbid everything that's outside of our need zone? Just worry about more important things for the minute. Pop up to here. And hope that you guys don't get crushed on the way out. All right, well, let's actually just pause this because it's already been pulled. Crap. Well, that's not good. Let's just open you back up. How do you know where in the volcanic wall the hell passage is? Because it's underneath adamantine. So dig through adamantine and you'll find it. Old skills, mostly. Actually, whoopsies. I just completely screwed up the way this menu, this screen is laid up. I resized chat by mistake while clicking the wrong thing. Yeah, it used to be much easier to accidentally dig into hell, because it used to be a lot more clear, I guess. But now it's a bit more obtuse these days. For better or for worse. Would water freeze in hell? No. No, the temperature is pretty stable in hell. I have a giant wombat? I thought that was brought by traders. I didn't realize I actually brought that. That's incredible. The hamster. We'll have to keep that in mind for the future iterations of Weed's username. The hamster is pretty good. Also, I do have a daily minimum, which more or less means that if I stream for 8 hours, I make minimum wage where I live, which I actually recently learned isn't the case anymore. I'm actually making like 8% less than minimum wage because our minimum wage went up the last time I did the math. Anyways, we are $55 US away from the daily minimum through Twitch revenue and YouTube revenue. We've discovered a treasure of the gods. This is a multicolored metal training axe. Expensive and worthless. But cool, I guess. This can all get mined out. That can probably get mined out. That can probably get mined out. I'm actually just going to station all of my military right there, just in case something horrific happens down here. So all I really have to say is that if you happen to have a Prime subscription, do think about me. A piece of candy? Plenty pieces of candy. There's plenty of candy to go around, even. You can just dig through that into that and it'll be fine. Then I just need to figure out how bad all of this is down here. And whether or not we can just dig around all of it, which probably we can, right? Probably. Some forgotten beast, which is a one-eyed Hadrosaurid with large mandibles and a bloated body. Beware, its amber scales are large and overlapping. Beware its deadly spit. It spits deadly rhymes of the highest quality. It's actually got a pretty dope-looking forehead. The Superior Castle? Look at that thing's forehead, chat. Ain't that cool looking? God, they've improved these so much. It's not worthless at ceremonial. I'd say it's pretty worthless in a ceremony. Anyways, it's a shame it had to die so quickly. One of the dwarves brought a barrel into combat? I wonder who brought the barrel. It didn't hit the beast, and if it did, it didn't do any damage, but... Can you pet the dog beast? Maybe poke it in the eye. I could have actually just let the dragons kill it, but... Where's the fun in that? Oh, yeah, also, I don't know when you were here last week, but... As you can see, we have a handful of dragons now. We also had tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of Hydras at one point, but they've all died. They weren't very effective at fighting the underworld, and it was unfortunate. I'd say it wasn't their fault, but I'd be kind of lying. And also, yes, I would say that you have, in fact, missed a fuck ton. It's okay, because I will be gone until the 30th stream-wise, after tomorrow afternoon, because I'll stream tomorrow, but then after that I'll be gone for a bit. You will have plenty of time to catch up. I mean, I will be gone for a bit. I won't be streaming after tomorrow until the 30th. So.
This is madness!
Madness.
This is Stone Hobo. This is Hobo. This is Hobo.
Yeet. How you doing, Hobo? Oh no, you're gonna be gone. How will you get your dose of blind? Well, you could get on a plane to Montreal. That'd do it. Dude, I'm so stressed about vacation, man. It's like not even fully possible for me to explain it at the moment. It's that easy? Yeah. It's too close to summer. It's apparently really mild. Like, I'm mostly just worried about thunderstorms, but apparently it's quite nice over there right now, which is exciting, actually. You left your plane at the other mountain home? I tend to order, I was going to say a lot of very plain foods, but that's not true, but I just don't like to air out the plain foods, you know? Anyway, jokes. They're funny, you know? A giant named Sockrox. Datamule. It's a Datamule. Has come. A gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. We're about to get hit by some ads, so I will wait until the ads are done. But how is Sockrox doing? Vibin', I suppose. I am, stressed, but hype, yes. Excited, but stressed. Wish I was less excited. Smack Lance Stroll. I feel like I might get killed by his security if I smacked a Lance Stroll. What are you going to be doing? Going to a concert? Going to Formula One. Basically, look for me on the Wall of Champions. Because we're behind the Wall of Champions is where we are. Previous years, we were like after the hairpin, but this year it's Wall of Champions. You know, I don't even think I need to smack Lance Stroll, YouTube chat, because I think he's getting smacked around enough by how shit that car is, so like, I think that they're doing enough of it to him by themselves. Yeah, Mark, it's kind of funny. It's like I'm going on vacation, but it's like I will actually be out of the house from tomorrow evening until Monday next week. Like, I'm not going to be gone that long. It's basically just a long weekend. But then I'm just going to come back, and instead of coming back right away, because I always expect to get sick, I'm just going to edit this into a video instead of, like, coming back right away, because it just makes more sense to do it that way for me. Which is why I'm being super sell-outy annoying and say, hey, if you want to help streamers' blood pressure go down slightly, you can do that by subscribing to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL so that I can afford to do this trip next year, because right now I can't. I would like to do it next year, because that'd be fun, but we'll see. Just like this giant is about to see a wall of fire! Oh. I didn't need that door anyway. Wait, what has Lance been saying? I'll be honest, I haven't been following much of anything Formula One as of late, because every time I look into Formula One news, it's just people whining about engines and passing. And I'm like, this shit's boring, uninteresting, and not like why I watch this sport. So I watch it for the tech and the drama, and you guys are just making the drama not fun. GTS and F3. Okay, well that would partially be why I'm not paying attention then. Because I actually really like the regs right now. I think that taking risks and doing weird shit is good. Considering, like, it's not like the racing was better in all the eras that everybody cites about the racing being better in. The sport is about developing the tech around the cars. But that's just my take. Also, Matt Murdoch, thank you very, very much for the Prime subscription. Welcome back for an 8, or the 7th month, I can count. I was just looking at the time, and there was an 8 at the end of the time. Thanks for the 7th month. Welcome back, dude. I'll put it this way. Lance Stroll is far from the worst of the Nepo babies in Formula One. Well, that have been in Formula One. I should watch my mouth. Like, you know, he's just kind of a boring, annoying rich kid. He's no Mazepin. You know? At least, like, he's a relatively passable driver when his car is like fast and has had some pretty heroic drives in the past. I don't have anywhere near as much against Lance as a lot of people do. I've learned over the years. I don't like the guy. He's not particularly compelling as a character, but like I don't have this visceral hatred for him that a lot of people do. Like, obviously he's a much less likable individual than like a Charles Leclerc or than a Carlos Sainz. But that doesn't make him like any better or worse on paper than a good couple people on the grid. Like, I find him much more tolerable than like even like Max on some days. It's like, yeah, Max is a better driver, but Max is just a dick. Which is why he's a good villain. Like, I find him easier to deal with than, why am I blanking on his name? French driver, drives for Haas. Has been around for forever. We found an ancient horror that's been encased here until now. Well, that's exciting. What are you? You're a coal monster. Oh, Santabra, you got it. It's a gigantic moth composed of charcoal. Right. Ocon, yeah. Like, I kind of despise Ocon because I think he's a good driver on an okay day. I think he's a bad driver on a bad day, and I think he's a stuck-up twit, and I kind of really hate him. And he isn't even a Nepo baby. Like, a Nepo baby? A Nepo baby. Like, he's just annoying. I feel similarly about Lando at points where it's just like, you are just annoying at times. Like, Stroll's just a rich kid who's there having fun, and I don't know. I can't hate him for it. Like, if you're gonna hate people for just being wealthy, then, like, you might as well just hate every single driver in Formula One by default. Like, I really like Albon, as an example, but, like, Albon's mom went to prison for money, or for tax evasion. Was it tax evasion and money laundering? It was, like, something to do with that. Like, some really weird white-collar crime going on there. It's like, I don't know. I mean, so Fat Tubis says, Mazepin, my beef is more he's taking the seat of much more talented drivers that could be in. Sure, that's nothing new, but it still sucks. At least his dad owns the team, though. Because, like, not to say that that's okay, but he did invest in a team that would have gone away. We would have had 9 teams, potentially. So, like, not to say that, like, everything that Lawrence Stroll does is good, but I'd rather have 11 teams than 9 or 10, you know? So I don't disagree, but there's still a team there, regardless of if they are a shadow of what they were even a couple years ago. But let's get rid of this monster. And, like, are there better drivers that could have that seat? Certainly. But, like, he's not the worst on the grid even at the minute. That car is just terrible. I mean, I would actually... Oh, shit. What happened to you? Is this dust really that dangerous? Because Joan's dead. Or about to be. Yeah, it seems to be. Holy fucking shit. Wow. Okay. Well, that's bad. Well, how do I deal with you? I'm just scared it's going to kill everybody that walks past it for the next chunk of time. Oh, I screwed this up too. I can't actually go down there. I'm going to block this off, is what I'm going to do. If I even can. I can't drop a block on him that'll kill him, Romanoid. I would love to. I literally can't. If I could, I would, but I literally can't. We are kind of fucked, actually. Well, chat, I'm going to be completely honest. I'm bored of this fort. I don't know if I want to deal with this. It's too early to end the stream, and I'm not even 2/3 of the way to the daily minimum, so I don't know if it's retirement time, but... You re-downloaded Twitch? I guess on a phone. That always surprises me when people say that they downloaded Twitch. Put a ballista in front of it. That's probably what I'm going to have to do, something like that. Like, put a ballista down here. Is like, just seal it off here, put a ballista here. Or a bolt thrower, like, back here, maybe, and then smooth and fortify. Because that's the only thing I can really think to do. Thank you, Devil Dawn. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, I think I'm just going to put like 2 bolt throwers here. And then just smooth and fortify it. Because I have those close by. I said I have those close by, but apparently I lied. Let's close this. I'll say the thing that I've said before, which is I am more stressed about the fact that I'm going on vacation than I'm probably going to get out of the vacation at the minute. But I don't disagree that I need it. That is you're describing Dwarf Fortress. I mean, like, you can change the in regards to, like, random stuff, you can, like, change the frequency of things so that they're weird, Fishbone. But no, there isn't really a randomizer mod. I'm like... You don't want to hear what I'm thinking about, or what my brain wants to say. What the shit is happening? Oh, I see. That's not what I thought it was. Okay. It's literally just... creeping eyes falling down a flight of stairs. That's fine. Is there something of value in hell? No, don't go there. It's bad. Takes forever. It's boring when you get there. It's disappointing. There's nothing of note or interest in there. It's just empty. Monsters that want to kill you. And the one thing I wanted to say that the Fat Tubist mentioned, my beef with Mazepin is that he's a sex pest. That was my beef with Mazepin. It was just actively, like, an incredibly negative force to have in the sport, period. Probably very similar to real hell. I mean, in my imagination, actual hell is just like an office block. It's just like, what is it? Endless white collar labor. It's just like oh, what's the name of that thing? The Stanley Principle, you know? That's what it is. Possibly a goblin spy has gone into a strange mood. And now we wait. There may also be something behind this wall, so I want to check. Possibly a goblin spy has claimed that location. Yep, that frontier is pretty correct. I mean, I wouldn't say it's endless grind. It's definitely a grind with an end, but it is quite tedium. It's quite a lot of tedium. But there is nothing of value in hell. It's just bragging rights. Because, like, none of this stuff is technically in hell, right? Do I even have catapult parts? I don't. We'll just make a ballista as well, just in case this doesn't work. Nice and warm. Yeah, nothing freezes. So you're not going to be making any hell froze over jokes. There's some sort of fighting sounds happening. But I guess my statement is I don't really want to think about what I have to do tomorrow for stream. I'll figure it out because, like, I really don't want to be streaming right now. It's been a grind and a pretty tough one the past few months. Basically, since I broke my foot, it's been a pretty tough grind. But it's something I'm doing right now because it's my job. So I will figure out what I'm doing tomorrow when we get there. But we will deal with this thing. Like, don't get me wrong, I do love what I do, but there are times where I'm human like anybody else and I get burnt out, and I've been pretty burnt out recently. Which I feel like I've babbled about too much today, but I've been pretty burnt out recently, and, like, combine that with, like, this year. How to return to the hospital. If her wounds have healed, she can't. Oh, that you found in adventure mode. So then what is the question? Because you retired the fort, right? Oh, well, I mean, you'd need to convince her to join an adventurer party and then follow you to the capital. Or kill her. You could do that too. Cheers, Marklejen. Appreciate you, man. Possibly a goblin spy has created Messer Bakust, an adamantine high boot. At least it's just an actual shoe instead of a bulky one, so we can see it. This is an adamantine high boot. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with bands of adamantine. This object menaces with spikes of dolomite. Eric, thanks for checking out a gift. I appreciate you. But no, we'll be playing this for tomorrow. I'm just thinking out loud, maybe to a fault. That's kind of my problem today. But a nice, simple shoe. Happy to help with the sanity noises. It's better than the insanity noises. Whose skull is that? Oh my gosh. I guess demon bodies don't burn. Huh. I don't know why I'm kind of surprised by that, but... Sent the queen as a head of a squad and took back the original mountain home. Sadly, she got... Well, I mean, if she's leading the squad, yeah, she's never coming back. period. Like if you sent her out as part of the squad, like you can't get her back. So that was a choice that you made. Like, it tells you specifically when you send a squad out of your fort that you will lose access to members of that squad. That's what I said. Yeah, you have to find her in adventure mode and make her like join the adventurer party, and then retire the adventurer party in fortress mode. Or you could, like, if you took it back from enemies in fortress mode, you could retire the fortress that you're in now, go to the one that you took back and reclaim it, and she'll just be there. You could do that. That's an option. But that's about it, really. Nope, let's just stick with Gabbro. I mean, she's still ruling. She's just ruling from afar. You're gonna need to tell me who that is. I don't know what you mean. If you say I look like Sephiroth, come on, I present more straight than that. But pretty fucking garbage. I don't know, man. I've been better. Trying to survive one day at a time. I mean, who wouldn't, Quendelf? Everybody just wants to live on their golf course and build a ballroom instead of ruling. The Rocker Librarian? I don't know. I think you called me a gay angel, which... Okay. Why? I mean, maybe that's how you thought of it, but... I don't think I'm that edgy. I prefer Grumpy Canadian. That's what I was called earlier. How'd I break my foot? I dropped a bicycle on it. Is how I broke my foot. It fucking hurt. It fell off of a vertical bike stand and the handlebar landed on the top of my right foot. And as far as I'm concerned, time stopped when that happened, and all I've felt since then has been stress, but it's fine now. I took the splint off my foot in... Was it the first weekend of March? I think it was the first weekend of March. But I feel like I've been catching up since then. Unicorn, Horn, and Door and Helm, everything in one of your favorite all-time moments in DF. Yeah. Appreciate it, Mark. I'm okay. I've been better. I've been worse. I kind of wish I was doing better at the minute. I'm not doing great, and I'm pretty bad at hiding it at the minute, I guess. Yeah. Cause like I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to. And later, Hilmar. If an artifact creator was already a spy for another civilization, I could get behind that civilization being Able to legitimately claim the artifact for you. I just wish that like not everybody automatically claimed every single artifact the second that it was brought into existence. Like artifacts exist, everybody in the entire universe claims it spontaneously. Like that's just how that works. And it's kind of silly. Kind of. This thing's just sitting here choking on miasma. Well, I guess that's what it deserves, hey? I will be honest. What I might do in the future is just never tell chat that I'm going on a vacation and instead just say I'm going to take a week off to edit a video, which is probably like also true. Yeah. Kids call it keeping it real. I don't think the kids call it that unless the kids you're speaking to are 45. Like, isn't that like mid-90s thing? Keeping it real. I mean, what year is it? Like, that sounds like something that you would hear in, like, a, I don't know, a Dreamcast game. Out in the world now, it's been years of game time. Yep. Just found a happy elf home in a tree somewhere. Yeah, you should just let her stay. I mean, if you know her by name, you could ask about her. You don't know if you could find her? I don't know if I can help, aside from just, like, give you the bad news that I don't think you will find her. So. Okay, we're about to get hit by ads. When the ads are done, this will probably be done. Well, I mean, if she's a queen, too, she'll never die of old age. Although if she's, like, rejoined a different faction or something, then, like, you could attack that faction and try and kill her. Like, if you look in Legends and she's, like, living somewhere that isn't part of your faction, you could just go attack that location, and then you'll kill her, and then you have a chance of her appearing in your fortress again. Or a different queen appearing in your fortress again. I mean, it's had Vulcan shaders since it launched on Steam, though. There he is. Although it probably finished pretty quickly, I would imagine. Just waiting 45 seconds for these ads to be done. Then let's just do iron, ballista, arrow, head. And assemble ballista, iron ballista arrow. Like 5 seconds, yeah. It's probably how long it took to render the window telling you that it was processing shaders. You know, so, I don't know, this has been the topic of discussion most of today. Back in the day, I used to always tell people, and anybody who's watched the stream will probably remember me saying this, the only thing that kept me streaming, that made it easy for me to keep streaming, was TwitchCon, because it was an opportunity for me to go see and talk with all the other people in my industry. And I would do it once a year, and it was something I could write off. Around 2023, I decided not to go to TwitchCon anymore for a variety of reasons, but mainly it's just not marketed to me anymore. And a lot of the friends that I had that went to those events stopped going. Now I just don't feel comfortable crossing the border, and that's the main reason. So, like, genuinely, there is some burnout here right now. And I'm trying to figure out a way to remedy it. And that combined with the stuff I babbled about earlier, which is the world sucks right now, which makes making consistent revenue doing this a lot harder. And the world sucks right now, and a lot of people are broke, which makes me feel like shit for asking to stay funded. So in a way, I'm kind of slowly watching my annual income drop. And I'm just kind of hoping that the world unfucks itself so it stops. Because like I don't know how else to fix it right now. And it's put me in a very melancholic state over the past few months, and I really wish it wasn't the case. And now that I'm going on vacation and everybody's telling me to go enjoy my vacation, the only thought I can think to myself is, if we were in this spot right now, when I booked this, I wouldn't book this. So I'm just in a weird spot at the minute when people tell me to enjoy my vacation. So I hope I do. That's all. I also hope I do. No, it's not your bad. I just need to be better at lying. Merc. Then I could go into politics, you know? Then that would give me career prospects. From my perspective, it seems like a few loud voices have, but most people have just become lethargic. So I don't know if I necessarily want to generalize that much, Feminor. But maybe we socialize in different circles. That's called being a lawyer. Okay, sorry, I was just hearing like what I thought was a cat fight, but it's some sort of electric saw. It's just a very weird sound. I was just like, what the fuck is that? I'm close enough to like city that like sometimes I just hear weird sounds. I'm like, what the fuck? Like it almost sounded like a cougar roaring. I'm pretty sure it's definitely an electric saw. There's a construction site pretty close. Yeah, absolutely, Feminoir. You support what you care about. It's easier said than done, but you try not to feel odd about asking for support and consider the Occupy stuff. When people get funded for or paid for, it's providing the stuff that makes people feel happy and a genuine positive contribution. I don't disagree with that. But I think what you need to realize
Letter and cheered.
Thank you.
X1000.
is I don't really have words to fully explain the stress that I'm feeling right now, because I don't think it can simply be explained by a sentence. Like it's never as simple as what you're describing, I guess, maybe. Like what you're saying is correct, and I don't disagree. But it's not that simple. No, it shrinks it dramatically, very suddenly and very quickly, Tom Petra. Like me streaming something that is not Dwarf Fortress, I make a third of the money. Like I streamed, what's it called? Vintage Story for about a month ago. And admittedly, by the end of it, I wasn't really enjoying it. It got too grindy and dull for me. I don't want to play games that are designed to be a multiplayer game as a single-player game, and I don't like playing multiplayer games. But I made, on average, a third of what I normally would in a Dwarf Fort stream. I streamed Masters of Albion, and I think I made like $3 an hour on over those two streams. So like you need to just understand that like I like this game a lot, and I like playing it, And there is a core audience that will watch me play anything, but that's not the majority of the audience. No, it's simply all money is getting worse simultaneously, slowly and steadily. And I encourage people to stop giving me money when I can, because genuinely, the world is fucked that you shouldn't be throwing money at idiots like me on the internet, and I should just go get a normal job. Because like that is what my brain tells me. It's not what I want to do, and it's probably not what I'm going to do, because I'm going to do this until I go bankrupt, probably. But like, it is the intrusive thought that lingers, because this is disposable entertainment. And you eating is more important. And I love this job, and I will keep doing it as long as I bloody well can. But I do burn out from time to time. And the longer I sit here, the more I often feel that, like, realizing that something ain't gonna last forever is just hard. No matter who you are, I think. And the less of a like, I don't even want to say this out loud because the world sucks so much right now. Like, as an example, if suddenly Twitch has to demand an ID for you to watch any stream with violence in it, period, or take part in a chat room, I'm fucked. Period. And so I'm just like enjoying it while it lasts, I guess. Let's see if they can kill this thing. No, I would rather cut my foot off than stream on Kick. Do you genuinely think Kick, a company based in the US, isn't going to require that? A company stuck to the biggest crypto casino in the world? Of course Kick is going to have the same requirements, the heck. There we go. Good shot there, dwarf. You did it. No, absolutely. It's the best part of my job. But the state of the world has me so depressed, I find it hard to do it sometimes. No, it's not. They only legally operate in the US. Basically, don't ever ask me to stream on Kick, because the answer is always going to be no. Unless they are sold by their owners and also banned like a third of their platform, because they platform assholes. I don't want to have my content placed next to half of those fuckwits. Half of those people are the reason that the world is so bad in the first place. So fuck that, for one thing. 2, they're based in the US. 3, one of the founders is a Canadian. Fuck that. Fuck everything about that. How Kick works on the surface. It's a platform that is funded by crypto gambling losses. It's the marketing wing of a crypto casino. So the whole purpose of it is to market to the crypto casino. It exists because Twitch banned the ability to gamble crypto on Twitch, or because they were threatening to and then did. And the whole like reason it gained any kind of traction and popularity is because they pay people to stream crypto gambling on it. Exorbitant amounts of money. Like, You know, I've said this many times before. That exact company offered me $60,000 a month to stream crypto gambling. And I said no, and I would do it again. Yep, and I'm waiting for Twitch to get lumped in with all of that, and I'm waiting for, because there's multiple laws that are going through right now in the US that are going to require places that host chat rooms to ask for your ID to use the chat room, regardless of who you are. Like, I am somebody who never turned on email verification on Twitch until I was told to, like practically forced to by Twitch. So like, it's fucking email verification, guys. Like, it's, yeah, I mean, like, if you stream on Twitch, Twitch already has all of your data, right? So, like, for me, it doesn't matter because, like, I literally get, like, similar to Hobo. Like, if you're a Twitch affiliate and you've gotten paychecks from Twitch, Twitch has your social insurance, or in Canada, your SIN number, which is way cooler. So who doesn't want a SIN number? But, who knows? You know? You finally stumbled upon a DF stream? Cheers, man! Yours is like the super secure network, and we are the super insanely secure network. Super... I don't know where I'm going with this. That would just kill Twitch as a platform? I don't agree. I don't think so. But also, do you really think that people placing laws like that care? Like, like, you know, without just getting even more distressing and real than I am at the minute, or at risk of that, I guess. Like, you know, the reason why the adult video websites that are, I guess, on the right side of history at the minute, that are trying to fight against a lot of this stuff are doing it is because all that having ID verification does to adult video websites is it just makes people go to sketchy adult video websites that do not adhere to any laws and don't care and won't ever. All it does is it pushes people to shittier platforms. That's all it does. So sites that are trying to, you know, be on the up and up, you know, like Twitch deserves all of the, a lot of the criticism it gets, and so does YouTube. But like, they're moderated platforms, you know? There are things they don't allow. I know people like to make fun of it and go on about how they should ban X number of people, but yeah, I know there's a lot of cases where I wouldn't disagree with that. But at the same time, at least they have rules, and at least they're moderated. There's always, like, you know, DLive just shut down, I think. I think it's gone now. But like, there's been platforms that are, you know, letting you just be a open racist for ages. Like, you know, I don't know. Basically, like, the reality I'm looking at is, if stuff like that happens, I would be shocked if it didn't, like, put a massive dent in my income and make doing this job significantly harder forever going forward. And it's already kind of gotten harder in a lot of weird ways. And I realize that I am fucking lucky-ass privileged person complaining about my situation getting less lucky and less privileged. But at the same time, I stream on Twitch primarily, and I also stream on YouTube because for all of those platforms' faults, at the very least, they treat us decently, and they're relatively moderated, and I do honestly feel like YouTube's algorithm aside, like the people who work at YouTube are trying to make a platform where people can just be creative and do cool shit. And for every one of those platforms, there's a good chunk of weird, sketchy, fly-by-night, strange platforms. Which, yeah, you could go stream on. Like, Kick is just the big one. But, like, there's way more than that. It's just going to push people to those platforms. VPNs work to a point. Moreb. It depends on the VPN. There's good ones out there later in. But it's like the UK that's talking about trying to block VPNs now. It's like, at least large VPN providers. Like, Signal is pulling out of Canada right now because Canada is demanding backdoors into encrypted networks. Like, okay, cool. I no longer have a text messaging app to talk to my one like friend who I talk to on that platform with frequently, and the other couple people that I know who I chat with on Signal because, you know, for the same reason people use WhatsApp. How's the Hell Invasion going? We won. I mean, we've sealed it off. There's just that one spot right there where they could theoretically get in, but we have won. You know, there's this... Sorry, Terminator Pig. I feel like you left earlier and then came back and we're still just as depressing now. There's a band I really like called King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, right? And the old Giz and the Liz Wiz... frontman Stu McKenzie said something pretty recently, which I like to quote a lot, which is, it's really difficult to sit and make art and be inspired to sit and make art when the place that pays you to sit and make art is ruining the world in front of you. And he said that in relation to Spotify, right? And that is kind of the thing that has been really sitting right above my head. You know, here I am sitting here complaining about being worried about money, and I'm about to go to a fucking Formula One race. Like, it's not... Jesus Christ, man. A Minotaur named Dangda. That's a really funny name. Dongda. He's Dongda. Named Dongda has come. A great humanoid monster with the head of a bull. Thank you very much for the 20-pack. You were too goddamn kind, man. As a real British person, as opposed to a, like... a knockoff British person? What? This is a very average conversation by your standards. Yeah, fair. I'm supposed to be the entertaining highlight to people's day, not the funk reality. But I appreciate the 20-pack of gift subs, Trickery. You're very kind. Tories, we call them, right? Kind of. Anyway, Dangda has come, a great humanoid monster with the head of a bull. It's gonna get to play with my baby dragons. Did I figure out the British humor yet? There you go, Keller90. BBQ time. What you grilling? Oh, I see. Dangda. I thought you were actually like gonna go do a BBQ. It's the thrill of the grill. Mm-hmm. Oh no, did it actually get one? It kind of looked like it. This one scratches the Minotaur on the head. So all of these dragons attacked it. Stray Dragon Hatchling claws the Minotaur on the head. Did it actually hit one? It looked like it. Maybe there was just a whole bunch of them right in front of it. Yeah, no, pretty much. He just ran in and then just got shredded. It's like getting attacked by an army of tiny reptilian cats that breathe like burning. Montreal's going to be crazy. Formula One and the Canadians deep in the playoffs at the same time. Yep. It'll be fine. Like I've said in previous years, like I've said in not as private or public spaces, I don't actually think we're gonna notice the Canadians all that much. I have a big, like the hockey team, not people from the country. I mean, I'm Canadian, so it's hard to not notice me. Anyway, I don't think we'll notice that much of a difference because we're talking hundreds of thousands of fans there for Formula One in one part of the city, and then hockey fans in a slightly different part of the city. Like, I don't think it's gonna really make much of a difference. The trains are already busy. You can't make trains more busy. They're just busy already. Let's actually get rid of everything but you right there, just in case something murderous comes out of it. The thing though, like if you look at like average income amongst Canadians, I'm already in like the top 25%. Like which is why I kind of feel like I can't complain. Did I? Like I will continue doing this regardless of what happens. The format and location of the content being hosted might change and shift depending on what happens in the next year and a half, 2 years. But I'll still be making content. Like there are Twitch alternatives and YouTube alternatives and alternative options that I'm looking at and weighing the costs and benefit of. There are places that I make accounts on every other week, but I don't talk about them because there's no reason to. Rip brass wheels. You almost survived it too. Like, I'll still be here. Right now is just a annoyingly stressful time. And I hope that the world comes to its senses soon. So go yell at your local lawgivers and tell them that they need to, you know, give free classes on how to not let your kids be idiots on the internet instead of blocking the internet, because all blocking the internet does is makes the internet less safe. But I digress. Clearly, the alternative is let's eat the 1% and the barbecues will be legendary. I'll bring the dragons. Excuse me while I throw up in the corner later on. Dang, if you're not ready for it to start swinging the other way. Fucking Ben Jordan got me like thinking of myself as like a left-wing libertarian. Because I'm like realizing that in order to like be able to do what I do on the internet, I need the internet to not be what the internet is trying to become. Also, for clarity's sake, I don't think little kids should be on Twitch. Like, if somebody is, like, under the age of maybe even 16, probably shouldn't be using Twitch, but I don't think that that should be up to Twitch or governments to legislate. I think that should be up to parents to put down their iPad and smartphone and Instagram account for about 90 seconds and, like, think about what their kids are doing on the internet and how to block it on a local router. And then don't worry about it too much, because if you do, you will end up being a helicopter parent. Like, ban phones in schools. Don't ban adults from using the internet in ways where the internet is useful without giving up every ounce of privacy we have left. I think that's a pretty bipartisan statement in general. Working on making music a paying job at least there's a YouTube account that I see every now and again who does a lot of React content, but it's interesting because he knows a lot about music history, and he's like, I'm a piano teacher. And as history goes with being a piano teacher, you have to do something that isn't a piano teacher in order to afford to be a piano teacher. So he reacts to YouTube videos and music videos and shit. And I find that personally very funny. Yeah, Weed. Oh, hey, Weed, you got hit by one of those subs that flew by. No, absolutely. And, like, you know, all that forcing me to put my ID into a website to use it is going to do is it's going to make me go find a different website. And kids are the same way, you know? If kids want to go watch the R-rated movie, they'll figure out how to watch the R-rated movie, just like I figured out how to watch the R-rated movie. I wanted to play Grand Theft Auto when I was a kid, so I went and yarded it from the Swedish Public Library instead of, like, buying it because my parents wouldn't let me buy it. I could have bought it, and they could have seen that those games are about, well, less violent than movies I was watching with my parents at the time. To me, the problem isn't social media necessarily. The problem is attention economy. But that would require regulating corporations, not giving them access to more free information to sell. And legally mandating that they sell your information. Hold up a photo of another face or draw a mustache on. The drawing of Star Schultz at YouTube chat brings up the kid. Was that a Slate article? I can't remember. I don't know whose article that was, but there's like a kid who just drew a mustache on his face and then did the face scan and got through it, which it's way too. That's fucking perfect. I still think using like Gary's mod face models and Norman Reedus models is funnier still, but like not by much. Like that's all pretty hysterical. Yeah, there is something spooky back there. Which means the direction that the internet is going right now, you might not be able to use any operating system at some point. Yeah, and keep fighting the good fight, Tibbe. Just generate a new adult face every time they ask for one. What about when it becomes a federal crime to do that? Like, I realize that this is just me, like, saying words, but... You'll use old Linux versions if you have to. It's like, time to roll my own kernel! Yeah. Everyone's just gonna get way into Nix OS. I wonder if anybody has gotten through like an age identifier using the software that the age identifier requires. Come and take my PC. Come and take my PC. Did a dwarf just get stuck in that? Kind of looked like something did. Shit. Well, we'll find out if it did. No, okay, it was just the armor. Yeah, just the armor. Whew. Armor and spear, more specifically. What's your last name, Ton? Just pure struggle. My condolences, Fammy. Hope you get access to your meds again soon. Optimally. I guess one nice thing is if my income does tank, I won't have to pay for my insulin anymore. Or at least as much and as frequently. That would be nice. I'd actually be able to hit my deductible again. I only have to pay for my insulin because I always, it takes me basically the entire year to hit my deductible. So like mid-December, I don't have to pay for stuff at all. It gets covered up to like 70% before then. But like, because I'm in a tax bracket where basically it's like, they expect me to be like a family of 5. Like if I had a partner or like a partner and a kid, no issue, I would hit the deductible. But because, like, it is just me, I just barely hit it at the end of every year. Who can I stab with that silver thing? That silver thing? You mean the spear? Kind of like loops back to being okay. Yeah, I getcha. You couldn't afford any insurance at all before the cancer? No, I gotcha. Is that open? No, it's not an open hole. Okay. So there's something back there. That's an open space, so let's just place any kind of block on top of it so nothing falls in. Yeah, I mean, like in Canada, we do have like healthcare benefits that are pretty good for the most part. I mean, every system is imperfect and very easy to complain about if you are used to it, but I'm just one of the few that are fortunate enough that, like, I get to complain that I wish that they would just charge me like an extra $3,000 a year in my taxes so I didn't have to pay for insulin every month, because there's something about going into the pharmacy and paying for something to stop you from dying that is just dehumanizing. Like, it's not even a, like, it's too expensive thing. Like, especially, like, after, like, usually by June, it costs me like $40 a month per box, so about $80 a month, which is like 20% of what some people pay. In some cases, like, even less than that. Or even, sorry, even, like, in some cases they pay, other people in other countries have to pay more than that for insulin. It's kind of one of those, like, I don't actually have anything to complain about, in my opinion. Like, I'm fine. Like, I can afford to pay for it. But I would rather just pay more taxes. Just not. Or, like, maybe move some budgets to making that not be a problem. But, you know, if I make, like $15,000 less this year than I did last year, then I would be 100% covered by June. Ah, fire. Great. Check the walls for heat. What devilry is this? It's just, you know, water. Save that bear's life. And this we can just dig through. Well, thankfully I live in Canada, so I don't have to complain so much about the bombing children part, but yes. Tibbe, thanks for chucking us up at Femi Noir. Appreciate you, dude. And Moreb. X2. Remember to go to your local town hall meeting and tell your constituents why, like, locking the internet down is going to make it harder for them to, you know, log into Grindr and their wife not notice. Anyway, Edom Ubi Demet, the farmer, has, I think they already have to do face identification to use Grindr anyway, has been taken by a Fey mood. We're more likely that that data will get hacked, and I'm trying to be funny. I don't know if it's working. I hope it is. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, Letteran. Did they add new soundtrack? When Adventure Mode came out, and since then I think they've added 3 tracks? Maybe 2 or 3 tracks. IG to Rabbit. Got adamantine wafers. He's an adept weaponsmith, so we're either going to get a weapon or armor. Yeah, I've seen those memes every year. I see those memes every year. Or rather, I used to when I was on Twitter. I don't so much anymore. But what they don't tell you is Grindr also goes down when there are other big conventions of similar size in cities. That one is just particularly funny because it's not the biggest platform in the world. There's quite a few services like that that crash when there's big conventions in, you know, cities. Strangely enough, never Christian Mingle, though. You know, I don't know why this is what's coming to mind. I don't know what's funnier, the fact that there's a Christian Mingle movie or the fact that there's a Spirit Halloween movie. It's funny because of the hypocrisy. Yes, no, absolutely, yeah. Oh, wait, really? I mean, where? Today I learned. What country, if I can ask? Because when, like, subscriptions disappear out of nowhere, like, I never know if it's because, like, Twitch stopped operating there or if, like, something broke. Or if someone literally just can't afford it, so I just kind of ignore it. See if furry conventions make Grindr crash, that's to be expected, but TPUSA thing? Yeah, no, that's just funny. Exactly. No, or like an anime convention, or even like, I don't know, a construction workers union convention. Like, I'll bet you the concrete convention breaks that platform too, which is the, like, as I've been told by people who live and work in Vegas, one of the biggest conventions of the year. I'm gonna just geld a bunch of cats real quick. Watch your eyes, dwarves. Concrete! Yes. I wonder if Grindr goes down when the pizza convention's in town. Hey, Hobo, next time you're at that beef convention, you should check if Grindr's up. Because that would, there'd be some pretty gold memes connected to that one. And a few slices of pepperoni. Uh-huh. Hobo has, like, told me about the beef convention he's been to. I know you don't. Neither do I. But you can check if a thing is up by just, like, you know, going to status websites and checking. You don't even need an account or to download it. You can literally just, like, go look. But I never know that it's happening. But food cons are fucking wild. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, down detector. Exactly. It's like, are the login servers in this region broken? If so, question answered. Fuck, I genuinely think one of the funniest names that has happened in this fort is Nomald was here, because for some reason this is the one that all the artifacts get made at. Like, I did this like a graffiti. Nomald was here, XD. Or just, like, yell about whenever the meat convention is happening next time and tell me where it is, and then I'll go look. Because now I kind of just want to know. Apparently I made a bunch of adamantine bolt throwers. Well, that's gaudy. I guess I can melt them. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. No, absolutely they could, but, you know, gotta stay within budget, you know? It's just all these weekend warriors that keep bringing the platform down. It's not their fault. I love how we've managed to just trap the hell of dungeons Forgotten Beast in the cavern lair. Does anybody else find this really funny? I've just managed to trap a Forgotten Beast in the magma sea. Yikes. The jokes, there's too many of them. Let her in. Maybe you could say that the site isn't ready to be on top. Anyway, this is a very strange conversation we're having here, but I hope chat's enjoying the stream. And thanks for hanging out today, guys. Thanks for all the gifts. You're very kind. I guess, you know, the real big takeaway from today is, and all of the babbling and the weird stress that I'm under at the minute, is there are two really good things about being the guy that plays Dwarf Fortress at the minute. The first one is it's a game that will run on just about anything. I mean, obviously it won't run on every computer in existence because there are computers that are too weak to run this game. But it will run on most computers. And because it will run on most computers, we don't really have to worry so much about, you know, computer hardware being super duper duper fucking expensive. Or at least we don't have to worry as much as some other communities around games. Because, I mean, most people can run this on most computers. Might not run well, but you can run it. And it's not like it's going to go away. And it's not like it's got always online servers that depend on a big corporation to stay in business, like Ubisoft. You know, like we're not sweating like fans of Rainbow Six Siege are at the minute. Imagine being like a hardcore fan of Skull and Bones, which still exists somehow. I think despite the grimness, acknowledgement is good for mental health community and people stuff. No, I don't disagree. I mean, that's one of the reasons I am a little bit too blunt, but like the worst that really comes out of it for me is every now and again when I have days like this where I'm in a weird melancholic mood and stressed about one thing or another. Despite the way I'm acting, I am still extremely excited to go to Formula One, and I'm gonna have a great time. Like I'm very excited about the fact that my dad's going, because I remember him like telling me who Prost was when I was a little kid, and talking to me about people like Michael Schumacher when I was a little kid, and then me asking why we can't watch it, and then Dad saying because we don't have TV, because we don't want to pay for it. That's basically what it was. What I didn't know was it actually just meant that like my parents were just kind of the equivalent of the parents that don't let their kids on Instagram. We just didn't have TV because they thought it made kids dumb. And you know, honestly, I gotta give my parents credit for that. I think they were a little bit forward thinking on that one. Not saying that you're dumb, Chad, but like, come on. I didn't have TV. So now I get to drag my dad to that. What's the purple thing? The purple thing is the eerie glowing pits. They are what exists in the underworld. It basically means I've dug too deeply and greedily and populated where the deeply and greedily things come out of. It's the secret fourth cavern layer beneath the third one and beneath the magma sea. The main reason to go down here is bragging rights. Ubamat, the farmer, has created Kabon Shashir, a adamantine shield. I'm gonna put that name in this vault. Oh no, same. I spent a lot of time in my childhood climbing trees, falling out of trees, and breaking my glasses. Not necessarily in that order. Was all over the news when you were a kid? Yeah, and looking back at how he raced and how he, like, operated within that team, he kind of seemed shitty, but... Like, to put it simply, I'm not exactly sad that I missed it. But at the same time, like, you know... It's cool stuff. Just from, like, a historic perspective, you know? Updates planned and coming soon. Constant dialogue with the developers and hardware requirements. I mean, okay. Dwarf Fortress, this is gonna be a weird thing to say. There's never been a better time to play Dwarf Fortress. The game has been through multiple global recessions already. It's gonna survive another one, and there's an Etten arriving at the same time as these humans. Did you bring an Etten with you? I think that might be the first time I've been staring at a spot on the map and an Etten has appeared. The famous fragrance, eh? How famous is your fragrance? Are you Ralph Lauren? Are you Polo? No, Polo? Chat, what's a famous Axe body spray? Old Spice. Caravan Guard, probably? I checked. They're not part of any groups. That would be really funny, though. Bold Spice. No. I got an even better one. Bald Spice. The famous fragrance, Bald Spice. What do you like? Oh, you don't have preferences, right? That's a shame. Very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. Look at the ground. Now back to me. Now at my other head. Now back to me. Unfortunately, the other head isn't me because it's my other head. They also all seem to be pretty unaware of their surroundings. Considering it's like ignoring the traders. What is happening? Such an awkward timing. I mean, this'll be fine, right? Sorry, Old Spice. Blap! No! Whoop. Hold on. Present speech is okay? That's not great. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I mean, honestly, I would turn around and leave too. I can't even blame you on that one. There's a burning... Okay, I'm just gonna do this for sanity. That is whack. Great, well, I guess I need to build another one of these. I think that might be the first time I've ever seen a wagon on fire. You know what Twitch should implement? Twitch should just have a setting where like I can whitelist certain people that if they just type clip in the chat or like /clip, it would clip it. That would be cool. Bold Spice cannot find... a path to its destination. Is that because it was on fire? What was its destination? I was attacked. Oh, is all it had to say. I mean, it got bit in the upper body, which tore a muscle and bruised the lung. This is a fight. I must press on. Oh, no, absolutely. I just kind of wish it was a default setting, that's all. Because it would be handy at times. Well, that was something. Like, truly something. Most of the dwarves right now are just running underground to do this. Building this thing. If that impacted relations? Oh, most certainly. I mean, the trade relations remain strengthened by recent negotiations. Overall, trade sentiments are good. With the second group, the first group that arrived, trade relations were great. So, whatever they turn to next year. Everything's on fire. Everything was, in fact, on fire. Very accurate awareness response. Stuff was, in fact, indeed on fire, yes. Should have brought a fireproof wagon. Yeah, if only it was a nether cap. If only it was nether cap, they would have been totally fine. Some semi-mega beasts can join civs, but only in legends and not your civ. Well, if they did join your civ and they show up at your civ, they won't be friendly. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods, which is a ruddy metal blowgun. Blow this gun. That's pretty cool, though. But yeah, no, if they brought in like a nether cap, they would have totally been fine. Their fault was bringing Bald Spice. Yeah, Bald Spice did it. If they just killed Bald Spice, they would be totally better. Do I have to make a fireproof trading depot? No, I just moved the trading depot to not be where the dragons could breathe fire on it. That's all I did, which has actually been quite efficient in this case. We checked the stone for heat. What devilry is this times 2? It's a lot of steam. Steamy dwarfs in your area. These dwarves are trying their best to build an artificial sauna, and all they're getting is scalding wounds. Let's just go down to here. And then place a few more of these. We're about to get hit by some ads. I will pause the game if anything particularly noteworthy happens while they are running. There is a way to make angels part of your faction. I don't know about or think you can with demons. If you play as an adventurer and you go to a vault and you claim that location, and you successfully end up there with an adventurer and retire there, then you can start a new adventurer as an angel, and then you can join a faction that way. I don't think it lets you talk to the angels, though, so I don't know if you'd ever be able to get a breeding pair. There's a person who was actually in chat earlier who's really good for this kind of science, who knows a lot more about this stuff than me and is a lot better at keeping track. There's a giant grizzly bear in the trading bin. The humans have brought. But it's been so long since I've even found one, like, yeah, I've never done it. I did also once have a fort, which I'm blanking on the name of now, which chat might be able to remind me the name of it, but whenever I would, like, I just was going and raiding empty, what's the word I'm looking for here? Empty temples, basically, that were just sitting there with, you know, like essentially nothing in them, like empty abandoned temples, stealing books. And almost every single one that we went into in a certain area found between 10 to 20 refugees that were all necromancer experiments, which all just immediately joined my faction when they arrived. They would arrive as refugees, ask for asylum, and then very quickly afterwards ask to join permanently. So I had dozens of them. It was so cool. Let's just do scepters, because I've got some artifact scepters up here that I can bring down. I have to pack tonight. Sounds like boat murdered. Yeah. So Sophitus in the YouTube chat says, I left to get some food and returned to a burning caravan. Never change. Well, I mean, my baby dragon did it, okay? You know, he's still learning his manners. I wouldn't blame him, personally. How long has Mud been in this fort? Since 244? It's 262. Holy shit, this has been a long fort. I had a crazy embark later today, which I saw similar. One of your draft animals was an elephant. Yeah, you see that every now and again. You do see that every now and again. I always get super excited when, like, I randomly just start with an elephant, but elephants do take 10 years to grow up to full size, so they're kind of a slow time commitment process. Sorry, I needed that stretch. He's got a cold, Iron Phoenix. He's just sneezing. I think I need a different broker. This mayor keeps getting distracted. Now that I've done that, we're also going to dig through this. And also re-dig through these. Big stretch? Yeah, I needed it. I mean, it's been 7 hours and 10 minutes of strum, so... You know, we been busy. There's a steel high boot in there that was created by Moreb. I wonder how it got in there. Weird. You ever just wonder about that in Dwarf Fort? It's like, man, how did that get there? It's not supposed to be there. That doesn't seem good, kind of thing. It was Skull Ponders with the experiments? Yeah, sure. Because we were building a library fort. Yeah, that would make sense. I remember the layouts of the forts usually. I don't remember the names of them. Oh, wow, that was close. But the dwarf survived. Then down in here, let's just do shield. I think it was this one, right? Could be wrong, but I'm just gonna put artifacts down in here. There we go. Along with all of those rock leather cloaks. I'm just going to buy those, the splints, and maybe the cheese. Keep it easy. Excess weight's too heavy? Okay. In that case, I'll buy the bars, because those are heavy. And... cages? What do I have in here? Oh, it's the bones. I'm such a troll. Making them take all these bones that are way heavier than I was really thinking about. You sure you don't want all these awesome demon bones, humans? You sure you don't want to just take my trash from me? Fine. No fun. Alright, so I will go up to here, and let's just go to body parts. Chuck them into hell! Same with corpses. Chuck them into hell! Because we're going to go all the way down to hell, literally, and this should be where they dump it. Yep. Hell is in fact sealed off. I mean, there are places where we could go to dig out more adamantine, which would require unsealing it. But we're getting pretty close, I think. Some cool dwarf demon bones scrimshaw. You can only make so many, like, artifacts and shit out of bones before you start going, this is just another bone, but yeah. I think what I'm actually going to do is just huck it. Like, truthfully, that's what's gonna happen. Shadmal, the Forgotten Beast, has come. A huge humanoid composed of mud. It has large mandibles and a bloated body. Beware its deadly spittle and the sounds of Primus. Where is it? Oh, wow, it's actually in hell. It's the confusing. It is mighty confusing how it got here. Can say see you. So that said see you in hell can be happy. I wonder how many dwarves even say that. The question is, are there any demons in the underworld that can get it right now? There has to be, right? No combat just yet, but I don't know. I don't really have any desire to kill it at the moment. It doesn't like being on camera. It's shy, you know? That would be Doom Guy. The mud is just rotten gore. True, you're not wrong. How goes the harrowing of hell? Well, I mean, this is our little fort in hell. I think we've got more than a snowball's chance. Maybe a mud ball's chance. This demon could actually get into the... Or not demon, but this Forgotten Beast could actually get into the fort if it scaled this wall and then managed to handlebars in right here, but good luck. Also, something I was going to place a while ago and then never did, which is this floor grate made of adamantine, which I'm then going to link to that. Another Forgotten Beast, this one's named Jesus Christ! I mean, Allah has come. A monitor twisted into humanoid form. It's 1920 by 1080, and its humanoid form has external ribs. It appears to be emaciated, and its eyes glow azure. Its dark violet scales are small and close set. Beware its deadly blood. Well, that's pretty dope looking. Man, this thing is like scaling walls and shit. Nope, not even 1440. What'd you miss? A flaming wagon, probably. I think it was the biggest thing you missed, Bob. My hair has an aura of green. Yeah, I know. It is what it is. Oh, one of the Swordmasters found it. Swordmaster slashed the Forgotten Beast in the head. I literally looked back and it was dead. I was like, what happened? Alban got it. The other thing I want to do is I want to go... There's just a dead cat right there. That's distressing. I'm just gonna dump this out and actually throw you away. Just get rid of this stockpile. Get rid of that. Go to here. Get rid of bodies. Because we're moving down here to a better disposal system. But what did you prepare for dinner, Bob, if I can ask? I'm in the oh fuck, I have to kind of empty my fridge out a bit because I'm about to go away for a few days mode. So I've been like, I made borscht a few days ago. I think I'm gonna make buns because I've got some sourdough starter around, so I think I'm gonna make some buns tonight because I will be up late, probably packing and such. Like, I will be streaming tomorrow, but I think tonight's mostly just going to be chilling and just like kind of finishing up the last of my borscht because, like I said, I have too much of it right now. It's the kid with the adamantine grate. It's finally strong enough to make a loaf. Hell yeah. I've actually split mine in half. Actually, this is kind of fun, what I can tell. So I named my starter Bog because it's like bog water. So originally I named it Bog Monster, but it now has a child who is Baby Bog, which I'm giving to my mom, which I'm going to tell her she can rename if she doesn't like the name of it. But I also have a collection of... Oh no, are we actually going to have to deal with this? We're going to have to deal with this. I have to move you over by one probably, right? These were all my other ideas for names for it. Hold on. This is what I came up with after about 30 minutes of sitting on my sofa and writing. The Fairy Bog Mother, Bogzilla, Base Bog, Fallout Bog, Bog at the Disco, Dr. Emmett Bog, Bogra Streisand, James Bog, Shaken Not Stirred, Free Bog, Bog Zombie, Bogman, his parents are dead, and SpongeBog, and then Baby Bog, and I stuck with Baby Bog. But I did name mine again, so it's no longer just Bog Water, it's now the Bog Father. Borscht with what? With rye bread? Yes. Well, I've just been making like whole wheat sourdough, but if I do have rye flour, I could make some rye buns or something. Son of Bog, Bogyak, Bogyak? Nope, doesn't work. I think Bog Zombies would be my favorite. Other one, the Boggy Man. Oh man. I think SpongeBog is also like pretty A+. Okay, so this ain't working. Because they're just putting them there. So hot the trade depot burned to the ground. Yeah, and somehow the trader survived, which is like the crazy part. Yeah, you could like just build individual houses instead. Like that's all you need to do is like if you want to have a dwarf fort, just build individual little houses. It'll take a lot longer and be a lot less straightforward, but you could do it. Like the fort is your oyster, so build your fort how you want a fort. But you might want to like set the game so that you don't just get attacked by as much stuff, because you might find building on the surface to be quite difficult. I would also state try not to build in untamed wilds if you're going to do that. Because if you do, you might realize pretty quickly that untamed wilds don't want you there. Making surviving there rather difficult. Actually, why don't I do it this way? There we go. I don't know. I've built tree houses in trees before, which is kind of fun. Probably Jody. Trying to think, like, when was the last fort that I built as like an above ground little town? But what if I want them to be plastered by giant robins as the platonic commentary on destruction of nature? I mean, hey, then that, yeah, then that is your prerogative, I think. Dwarves like being plastered, just not by nature, generally. The no digging one? I've done them since then. But that wasn't really like a selection of houses on the surface. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, trust me, I've done forts that are surface forts since then. And it's been a while since I did a no digging fort. Just keep the bolt throwers, man. Yeah, 24-7, man. All right. Now I've just got to get this hooked up, which is up here at the minute. And then once you're hooked up, I just got to hook you up to this. And then we'll have a setup down here that works. Damn it. Because now you are hooked up to those shell mechanisms. Now I just need the top half to get linked up. So if I follow you, you're linking building to trigger. You grab your other mechanism and hook it up. And then you'll see just what happens as this thing runs. Is anybody dumping stuff? Tons of people are. Now we just need to wait for somebody to show up with some stuff to throw away. Oh no, there's zombies. Or, I mean, ghosts. Get that done. That done. There we go. So we've got some white demon shell, which I will follow. So check this out, chat. This is how this works. The dwarves walk over and they step on that little pressure plate, which opens that, and then it falls. Ain't that cool? And then it unfalls. Re-unfalls? Yes, re-unfalls. What do you think of my trash disposal? It's pretty hellish, if you ask me. I think we're going to put all of the bodies right here. Alfie Bean, thank you very much for the raid. It's adamantine. How much nicer do I have to make it? I already made it out of adamantine. Why does it need to be an artifact? They can't topple it from underneath. It's only going to be open a few seconds at a time. What do you think of my hell fort? Lovely. Thank you. I feel like the color palette really matches the eerie pits of death. We also have that little temple-y thingy down there. But if you guys don't know Elfie, go watch Elfie. Go follow Elfie. Go support Elfie streams. Elfie good people. Friend of the show. Don't mind the Forgotten Beast over there. He's friendly currently, I think. You love that one wandering Forgotten Beast to the west? It's weird that... Oh, okay. There's the demons. Found the demons. I'll bet you the Forgotten Beast is going to go fight with it now, but we're in an ad break, so we'll just see what happens. Enough that you wanted to share it, so that's what you were doing? Yeah, I was trying to figure out why Harold Halibut came up in my DMs the other day. Why are people talking about that game? What? Nor was I sure what it had any relation to. It's the claymation thing, right? Guy in the submarine? I've just been in a very blech mood all day today, but hopefully I'll have fun once I'm finished with flight. All right, Forgotten Beezus. Where are you going? I don't know what you mean by did it, unless you mean like you just bought it. But yeah, I mean, I heard some pretty good things about that game, but also, you know, pretty standard complaints about point-and-click games. I do love that this Forgotten Beast's name is the confusing. Oh, you just played it, so like you've had it for forever, kind of deal. They've bestowed a name upon a short sword. Forgotten Beast, not flamey, or flammable. So it's immovable object versus unstoppable force. So the Flaming Ghost pushes the Forgotten Beast, but the attacks glance away. Who we betting on, chat? The Flaming Ghost or the Forgotten Flame? The flaming ghost to the forgotten mud. He's in emotional shock, though. He's not flammable, and they're giant bubbles, so they can't damage him. If the mud could harden the flame, but the mud should eventually win. It's either that or, like, one of them will just get a critical hit that's perfect, like on the eyeball or something, which will blow his head up. What could happen... Wait, one. There's only 2 of them now? Did you kill one? I thought that there was 3 of them. Well, I'm sure that's fine. Hold on. What if we go... down to here. Send Squatty there. And just make sure that this is... Yes, it is. And disable the burrow. So we're all just playing trash disposal at the moment. Oh, okay, there is 3. It's just above them. Now I just need a few more of these dwarves to get down here. And I'm not exactly sure why you're stating something that's pretty obvious in my chat, aside from just trying to bring down the mood. So appreciate it, but I'm not the developer, so what say do I have over that? Like, yeah, duh. But they literally have been for years. So if it was so crucial, then I don't think you'd be playing. UI polish is in the pipeline as well, Jody. Anyway. There we go, bolts flying. How's it going in hell? Well, some immovable forces have gotten stuck between an indestructible object. And somebody brought some light reading down into hell, which is a jet-bound codex. But we're trying to fire bolts at these demons, which hopefully damage them a little bit. Alan, thanks for keeping that sub alive for 22 months. Appreciate you, mate. What are you doing? Storing an item? Now it's moving. Well, that ain't good. Oh, I see. It's going for the dwarf. Sorry. I thought I... Wait. Oh, I see. That's on me. Whoops. I love the fact that the beast seemingly doesn't care. Oh, no. Well, dwarf got unexisted down into an eerie glowing pit. Demons moving towards the fort slowly, but surely. I do honestly wonder. You know, they could just push him into the abyss. That could happen. He looked winded for a second there, wasn't it? Nillo, thanks to the Prime. Appreciate you. Thankfully, it was only one dwarf on fire. Also, 2 cats were found dead. I'm not sure why. Don't ask me. And some clothers withdrawn from society. Of which I'm sure that's fine, right? And claims a clothes shop because, of course. Wait. Oh, I thought that was a dyer shop for a second. I was like, how's that possible? Oh, they're moving again. I like how sometimes he just gets distracted and walks away. Who knows, Alan? I'm curious to see what they do with it, if anything, but all I know is they can't touch it until the map stuff gets rewritten. If I could zoom in on ASCII easier without making the UI unplayable, I would still have it around. Because it's too small for me to play comfortably. But if you want me to swap to ASCII for a second, you can just ask nicely. If you just want to see what this looks like in ASCII, I can do it. So I can do that once the game's done saving. Basically, like, I don't like having it as a strict time limit. Because I do find it quite a bit harder to play. So that's why I got rid of it. So if you want me to swap to ASCII, just be like, fine, turn on ASCII. And I'll be like, okay, there you go. That's what it looks like. Just a bunch of clowns versus a demon. Well, Forgotten Beast versus a bunch of clowns. It really does, yeah. It's one of the few things I don't like so much about the graphics is the fact that hell looks a lot darker. Like, it looks a lot less lit. And fire does look quite a bit more threatening and less cartoony. Okay, now that I've got all my Marks dwarves over here, let's send them up there so that they can say, for Carl! Different kind of Carl, though. And then eventually my own modified version of the Krug Smash tile set. There they go. Bolts flying. There's still 3 of them. There we go. Oh my gosh, this is a little sketchy all of a sudden. Maybe I should tell them to run away. There goes one of my rangers. Keep dodging, dwarves. Oh no. The worst part about that is they lose their armor too. Did the Forgotten Beast die? I think it did. Oh, no. But he did get knocked off the edge. And could fall. Now, where's that Cheeto ball there gonna go? I don't like streaming those types of games very much. They're a little bit too, I don't know, clicker-y for me. Vigilant. So I haven't checked it out. If I play those games or buy them, it's usually because I'm just going to write it off. Or if I stream them, it's because I just want to write them off of my taxes and then play them on my own time, and I wasn't super interested in that one. I did that with Mega Bonk, but I don't know. I don't need more of those games. I don't really enjoy playing them very much beyond the initial window. I was more making a Karl Marx joke, but when I said for Karl, that was the intent, because they're Marx stores, right? So I was like, well, for Karl. That was the intent of the humor of that. Why don't we just close this? Sure, those demons will sort that out eventually. Because they don't seem super interested in coming over to us here. Yeah. Oh, man. For a second there, it looked like it was going to fall in. Eventually. But not today. And we're now sealed back up, so I can send my siege engines back to work and send all these dwarves back to wherever they were. We did lose a few dwarves, but I'm sure we'll be okay. I can also go down to here and open that back up. And we can go back to putting bodies away eventually. But chat, it's been almost 8 hours. It's been probably about close to 7 hours of Dwarf Fort. And sometimes people ask me, Blind, are you going to play anything else? Any other games? If you're one of those people who wonder that, you should stick around. If not, I don't know, see ya. But we'll be dwarfing tomorrow. I will be figuring out an end for this fort tomorrow. But I would like to play the demo of something. From the land of truck surgery, how's the scalpel? No, not for a raid. No. We're not done. But I am swapping games.
Woohoo!
And as for what game, well, stick around and you'll find out. But just let me update things real quick. It's a night and day difference between how it rides. So you turn the lights on? Bruh. Does YouTube not have Oh, it does. Okay. Just doesn't autocomplete to the name of the game. was about to be really sad if YouTube didn't have that directory. Although I'll spoil this for a second and say this is one of my most anticipated games. And if you like good music, well, you're in for a treat. There we go. And if you're sticking around, get us a round of beers up in here. Why are you windowed? Just go full screen. It's fine. So this is the demo for Brigadore Killers. This is one of my most anticipated games, period. Just period. And I don't generally mess around with demos, but... So there are two different things that I can do. One of them is just a, like, kind of the sandboxy one. The other one's a tutorial, so we'll do this first. So, I am a ball.
Solo Nobre is burning. The people killed for profit. Take what they took from you.
So the first game is primarily just a vehicle sim. This is a bit more of a on foot and on the ground thing. Whoa. This is what Sonic Spinball should have been. Bruh. I like how I have two, like, abilities. Move fast and then move faster. But I 100% in the original game. Pretty much. Product line.
One also bears witness.
Boom. Boom. Who is responsible? Is this one of us? No. Local turns live news down. Live news broadcast. It's destroying Midtown. The hell is that thing? Leans back and rubs his buzz cut. His mechanical eyes. We're in focus. Those are eyes, indeed. I don't know. But this moves our timetable up. I'll be that guy for a second, Geek 2 Games, and say it looks identical to the original one in that area, but St. Dwarf Fortress? Yeah. You missed it, James G. If you scroll back in the VOD, though, you'll get Dwarf Fort. But maybe stick around and try something new for a change. By how much? All the way up. We're hitting all 4 Brigadores right now. I guess so. Racks the charging handle on his weapon. Ready to move on them that fast. So in the first game, it's like a corporate coup of a mining world. And you are playing different Brigadores, like mercenaries for hire, around the planet, like just destroying critical infrastructure to allow for the corporate coup. And the first game has a weirdly large amount of lore for just like a level-based vehicle sim. and there's like 6 hours or something of audiobooks for just like background lore. And maybe one of the best soundtracks ever. It's like a playable synthwave album with a pile of lore and big guns. And I haven't played this demo yet, but I have like been following its development, and it looks like they're trying to make a much more Syndicate-like thing instead of just a vehicle sim. They're guilty, overdue. Everyone on this rotten planet is guilty. That's true. You are the bad guy in the first game. As Future and Selector leave Cavalier, rotates an eye at the local. You think so? Kill them all. Everyone's guilty. I don't know yet. I think you piss with the dick that you've got. Let's move. That's the line. I don't think I can leave yet, because I don't think that's in the game yet. I can punch. Ooh. Okay, well let's return to the menu and go to the garage. That's a face. Welcome to your base. Okay, boss. Here you will store and equip weapons and ammo and salvage vehicles and salvage vehicles for parts and build new ones, as well as select which missions to deploy on. Your progress is saved when you enter or exit this base by pressing save. Thanks. Is this guy's name Fourth Wall Breaker? Anyway, you will start with nothing, and your operation will have to be bootstrapped from the ground up. Your capabilities will grow as you do. Follow me, and I'll show you everything you need. Okay, so I can't shoot him. Kill any good Brigadores lately? I don't know. I'm like 90 seconds in, man. I'm waiting for this guy to... This is the armory pad, okay? Store and retrieve weapons. Blah, blah, blah. If you come back from a mission wheels, park your vehicle on the square, and it will turn yellow. And you can use the armory table to quickly offload its inventory. Use this pad to mount weapons on vehicles that have gun mounts. What if they don't? And I want to put a gun on it anyway. And don't forget to load up on ammo. When there's nothing on the pad, you'll just be changing to whatever is in your inventory. Okay. Be on the lookout for key items during missions. Drop off these key items here to unlock new things for your base, like combat rigs. You will see special messages on the screen when a key item has been successfully deposited. This is definitely a forgotten beast, no dwarf. We'll see you later, family tomorrow. Later's chat. Key items tend to be found in large crates, so look for big boxes, chat. If you see any Amazon drop-off points, we gotta go raid those. After dropping off any key items, some time is needed to process them. You should see your new toys waiting when you return next base. Follow me to the gantries. Ooh. It's a very empty loadout. Okay, how much can I zoom out? Okay, that's as far as I can zoom out. No, I lost freaky dude in the suit. Oh, wow. I'm a Call of Duty character. I get tired after sprinting for a bit. I don't know where the gantry is, so... Because I definitely wasn't looking where he was going. So I got to go find the gantry. Sorry, ain't that big, so... Oh, there he is. These 5 spots are your gantries. Think of them like parking spaces. You can store vehicles you find from missions or build here in your base. 2 other pads will also appear later. The Salvager for scrapping into vehicle parts, and the Fabricator for building and upgrading and upgunning vehicles. They're the same size as the armory pad. Maybe a Necromancer? Yeah, absolutely, something like that. But before they appear, this place will get a little messy, and you'll help clear it all up by finding a gantry expansion unit. The gantry expansion kit will unlock gantries when you successfully extract and deposit it at an armory pad. Again, some time will be needed to clear up the mess you drop off at the gantry expansion kit, but they should all be ready to use after you next come back from a mission. Your progress is saved when you enter this base, deploy on a mission, or press save in the pause menu. A gantry can only store one vehicle at a time. Yeah, that makes sense. Any vehicles not parked in the gantry or items left on the ground will be lost if you forget to save. Good to know. A vehicle is not parked on a gantry and will automatically be scrapped if you deploy on a mission without it. I mean, that's useful. Now follow me to the mission selector. Boop, boop. But yeah, this is just a public demo. Anybody can go play this right now. It's just, I'm excited about this game. I actually played a version of this game which was very similar to the original game at PAX in 2019. I think it was 2019. PAX West. This is your mission selector. Once you bring back the gantry expansion kit, you will have a list of missions that you can take on. These missions vary in purpose. Some are exclusively about salvaging new guns and ammo or retrieving key items. Other missions are more directed. You've already set up a mission for your current condition. It'll provide you with everything you need to get started. Let me show you out. I kind of look like... Okay, one, I'm pretty good at moonwalking, I gotta admit. But I kind of look like a Dead Space guy. There's a junkyard out in the sticks, very popular with certain malcontents. They have a gantry expansion kit. You need to bring it back here. I've left you a briefcase near the entrance of the place that you'll find useful. All right, we've got a minute of ads. And then we're going to go find this expansion kit. At least his teeth are clean. It could be worse. He kind of looks like Mr. Clean on the wrong drugs. What should we name this guy, chat? He kind of looks like a Mr. Clean to me, but what do you think? Also, investments are open if you care. And also Spork of Death. It's good to see you, mate. Maybe we could just call them cheap sunglasses, because they kind of look cheap. When you come back, this place will be a bit of a mess, but it's only temporary. Once Gantry Expansion Kit is dropped off, you'll immediately see new missions available. At that point, it's up to you to make most of your life here on Marnoso. Teeth. It's like the song On My Teeth. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I've got to go and wish this Brigadore Killers. Ha! Good luck. I'm still a fan of Fourth Wall Breaker because, my god. Then he just fucking blows up. Okay. So does this take me back to the garage then? We'll find out. Can zoom in. Zoom out. So to anybody who watched the Brigadore streams back in the day. Wow, that's a cool zoom out menu. We do actually have an emote for this, which is Mech Dance. A bespoke gore explosion for them? Oh, really? Brudaki? But Brudaki? I like the shadow work. It's pretty great. I am just a sucker for this kind of graphics, man. for that. Wonder what happened if I punch wall. Nothing super notable. Are y'all friendly? Probably not, right? Yeah, maybe. Bespoke Gore Explosion is my harsh noise band name. Uh-oh, well, they're friendly. Time to run! I don't know how much I'm going to be able to do that here, besides just die. Excuse me. Yeah, no. Okay. Lesson learned. Don't go towards the blue guys, because they shoot you. So yeah, genuinely, this is one of my most anticipated games. And I think it's kind of funny that... Oh, hold up. Okay. I get you. Oh, I see ammo. Binoculars. New an item. There we go. Neat. Also, you guys see this? Oh, it's just items that's on the ground, and it just says ground, like it's just placeholder asset. So what do you think, chat? I see. I now have a shotgun. Yeah, why don't I know I can do that, but it's not what I mean. Let's explore it this way. Probably reload. Alright, there's the threats. Now, curious exactly what the binoculars do. They don't seem to be able to let me zoom further or anything. But anything you guys can do to help keep the chat moving, greatly appreciated. I'm still here, still reading. We'll keep responding to things written in chat. Okay.
Cheese for everyone!
Okay, we'll just go and search you and see what you've got. Shift click, can. Nice, nice, nice. Hopefully there's some healing items or something. Aside from just whatever that is, credits. I like that credits are like a physical thing. How much am I gonna get overburdened here? How delayed are you? I don't know. Just everybody's quiet because we've swapped games. Although I'm also not being super babbly because I'm kind of focused, so. I need to reload, which I can reload while running, so that's good. Owie. I'm not sure where to put you. There you go. Well, either I die or I don't. doesn't exactly have aim, does it? So there's a little truck down there that I need to jump into. Or I'm just gonna bleed out, one of the two. I see, there we go. Did I bleed out? What killed me? I don't even know. Alright, well, we're just gonna make a mad dash for it. Ran over myself, maybe? Oh, that's possible. That's amazing if that's the case. Okay, let's just make a dash for another. Okay, can I get that? Even better. Excuse me, Grandma Mobile coming through. This thing drives slowly
Bring
and like
out
shit.
your dead!
Excuse me. Coming through. I'm sure this is gonna go well for me. Excuse me. I just got places to be, mouths to feed, people to hit. Oh gosh. Okay. Let's just.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
I don't know why, but I expected that to kill me. Alright. Got to keep going until I figure out exactly how to do all these controls. A lot of pain? Ah, it's fine. We're figuring this out. Zero Sievert vibes and that dying repeatedly immediately. I also just realized I got 5 grenades? This is very much like the first game where it's like, oh, once you figure out the controls, you get significantly better. There's a forklift. I drive the forklift. There's a forklift. Don't worry, everybody. I'm forklift certified. I can't run a gun from the forklift, but I'm kind of disappointed about the lack of that. Excuse me. It's a little slow. I did make it. In my defense. Somewhere back there? Nope. Reload. Running out of ammo. There you go. Let's just move you to items. Nope. Ammo. Nope. Weapon. Yeah. Move you over there. Reload all this. There's a lot more ammo than that thing. Shoddy. Now I can take the Grandma Mobile. Run someone over. I've tried. It's harder than it looks. Also, this thing drives like a bathtub on ice water. I tried. Hold on. Let me see if I can back up without exploding. Nope. Thing is not. Okay, hold on. Oh, I see. You have to hold down the button and then it starts firing. Got it. Like, why are you not firing? It's like, oh, you have to hold the button down to fire. Is there a button to like empty guns? No, not really. Pain of a mouth ulcer. Oh gosh. I thought you were talking about the demise that I was feeling. Not a very accurate weapon, that. Got him. That's it. It's kind of weird that they stand up straight, like at attention when they get hit. Like, oh, I've been hit. Gotta look up. Surprise. So the lock-on's a little odd, but I'm sure I'll get used to it. Kind of locks onto targets when you mouse over them. Like that for a second. It's probably something I can disable. It's just a bit disorienting if you're not expecting it. Like I keep on like expecting to have to like be a bit more finessey about how I'm hitting things. This looks like something I need to pick up. I guess I can't go through it? Oh, interesting. Gas is like a separate thing in vehicles? Oh, cool. Declassified. So am I supposed to pick this up? Select the ground tab. Mount the crate on the tuk-tuk. So, okay. Okay. All right. I need to check something very important. Where's the horn button? Why is it not bound to something? Is the horn not in the game yet? I might cry. Did I just crash the game? It is completely frozen. Maybe I need to go to select to bind, shift, oh! Is it because I'm on a keyboard? And I'm on controller settings? Do I have a controller plugged in? He says as he plugs his Xbox controller in. Ah. Unplugs the controller. All right, that problem's solved. Let's just reset those. Yep. Now let's go to other binds. Okay, where's horn? Horn. H. Okay. It doesn't do anything. My heart is broken and my life is ruined. They must implement the horns. If you love the artwork, play the first game too. It's a much less ambitious thing. Oops, I see there's accessible dragons. But the original has the same look to it. All right. Oh, he wasn't wrong when he said it's going to be a bit of a mess here when you get back. Select the crate tab. Interact with the armory table. Select the... Wait, what? Interact with the armory table. Where, meaning... Ah. Select the crate tab and deposit gantry into your base storage unit. Do I have to... So wait, do I go... That's the ground. So I need to park on top of this, maybe? Wants me to exit the tuk-tuk. Ground. Oh, I see. Change focus. But it's still mounted on it. How the heck do I do this? Because I have to figure out how to... Unless there's something else I need to interact with over here, but I don't think that's what it is. Not you, is it? Open missions, open container. Oh, got a healing thing there. Nifty. If anyone has any ideas, please feel free to yell at me. Interact with Ari. I have the crate to the... Oh, do I have to, like, maybe... put it on the ground? That's not what I wanted. Cancel. It's always the fun point with games like this where it's like... order of operations. There we go. Now I can get out. Select the crate tab. Deposit gantry kit to base storage. So maybe... Where's the gantry? Oh, I see. Gantry expansion kit. Eh? Okay. I think I did it. No, absolutely. I'm not too worried about it. I just want chat to keep moving. So yell at me. All you want. Difficulty very low. Elevator, no. Elevator? Sure. Corvids trash this neighborhood and haven't finished picking it clean. It's the easiest place to grab basic gear. All right, let's go. There's a lot of missions in this. Or at Potato. Nyum. Remember, if the music bops, should bop along with it. I probably should have grabbed those health kits, eh? That looks like gun that's probably bigger than other gun. What are these? Bandages. E. Nice. How many bullets do I have? Not very many. Still heartbroken that this thing doesn't have a horn on it. But we washed you when we put you in the pot. Devilish. Can't use already at max health. Well, that's good. I'm also very happy that chips heal me. Because I envision a future where I am consuming chips out in the field somewhere. Should I go kill this man? What do you think, chat? I think I should go kill that man. I want to know what this new gun's like. Not very effective. But he's dead now. Those little robots. So many different shadows. Oh. Steel ball. Does that mean I'm out of space? That's what it's gotta mean, right? Oh, I'm just too much ammo, hey? What ammo do you use, does it say? Well, that's a lot more ammo now. So let's go commit some crimes, shall we? Who developed this? Is this their only series? They're called Gossworks, and yeah, they've made this and then the first one. The first one is a single mission thing, like you select the mission, it comes with a vehicle, you can select 1 of 3 vehicles, and then you go. And then there's also a sandbox side option, but it's mostly a vehicle sim, so it's primarily in vehicles. There's gas for vehicles. But this is a bit more of a more ambitious thing. The first one kind of released to mixed results. Let's just go to the exit. Because it was extraordinarily obtuse to actually control. So like if you didn't get through that initial learning curve, it made it kind of psychotic if you didn't take the time to learn to drive the vehicles. Like it looked like a twin stick shooter, was not a twin stick shooter kind of thing. Nifty fabricator. So I can make medkits. These are vehicle repairs. Okay. Especially because like the first one just looks like a. No, I'm just trying to get it. First one just looks like a twin stick shooter. I want to know what it does. But it's very much not a twin stick shooter. Okay, so can I get like stats about different guns anywhere? I want to know like what ammo you're using. Regardless, we'll just throw you over there, throw you over there, throw you over there, throw you there, keep the health, throw that. Okay, so 48 and 48. So if I oh, that's the ground, which means I need to propel this back up. This is where I need to put stuff, so I don't lose it. Okay, so you use which ammo? Is it this? Nope. It's the blue stuff, I guess? Or maybe it's this stuff. Nope, it is the blue stuff. Yeah, okay. Well, in that case, keep those bullets. What's this? It's a flashlight. I'll Throw out you. Throw out the credits. Get rid of you and you. And you. Maybe I'll take the flashlight. Figure out what that does. Although it seems like I have a flashlight regardless, so. Does it put more light out? Yeah, I guess it is more light. Don't know why that would be useful, but let's go select a mission, shall we? What'd you miss? A guy blew up and I stole a tuk-tuk. Or took a tuk-tuk. That's kind of a lot of missions for a demo. Holy shit. It's just more salvage. Retrieval, salvage, assassination. Who's ready to, let's see if I go to, do I go to different locations if I go out to the different exits? No, it seems to all be the same. Chat, remember when the jams get good, it's time to party. Also, if you need me to turn the music up, please just tell me. I will. Oh, patrol bot. I don't know if I trust you. So there's a dude over there. You, so there's two of them. I had a forklift earlier. I committed fork theft auto. Uh-oh. Busted. About to get an ad break. I'll pause the game when the ads start. Swapping the shoddy because it's way better than whatever that other guy is. Let's pause until the ads are done. I'm going to turn the music up a little bit. Because that is a game that you want to be loud. Hi, new, I'm blind. What Elfie said, basically. But I'm not Elfie, I'm blind. It's just a demo, Gaxarovok. But it is one of my most anticipated games. Which I've been eagerly waiting for since I 100%ed the first one. I say I 100%ed it. I've got one mission left, which is really easy. And I haven't finished it yet because I'm waiting for this game to release. When it releases, I will 100% the first one. So I've 99.8% at the first one or whatever. There was several achievements for the first one that took, like, required playing, like, 14 missions in a row without dying and shit. Like, there's one that's literally just beat the game in one sitting without dying, which I did. Took me 3.5 hours. Although I did admittedly use a vehicle which was added later on that you unlock at the end of the game, which is just a giant head that's covered in cluster bombs, so it just took forever. Like, I wasn't that good. I used the almost unkillable murder insta-give machine that you unlock when you beat the game. But I did it! Still counts. Which is called the True Psycho Gamer, I think was that even. Owie! Jesus Christ almighty. Am I just dead now? Inventory. E. Hoy! Hey, that, wait. I don't know what that is, but I want one. Oh, I see. It shows what type of ammo they use next to it. Nifty! I don't have any ammo for it at the minute. I want whatever that is. Is it, like, fucking killed me? Alright. Let's sneak in. Right. Okay, so I can, like, basically go prone and then shoot, too. gonna take some getting used to. You know, this is one of those games where everybody's like, oh, this looks like this game. Also, okay, so very important question. What do we take? The pink motorbike or whatever that thing is? The lily putter or the teddy boy? What are we? Are we a teddy boy or a lily putter? We're a teddy boy? Is that what you're telling me? Tough choice. I know, right? I mean, that's less of a bike. That's a scooter. Man, that's a mobility scooter. Like, I've seen mobility like that. That's a scooter, man. That ain't no bike. Actually, kind of. Is that a hovercraft? Kind of looks like it. No, it's got wheels. How about you? I'm taking this. This is my ride, guys. I'm sorry. This is way too cool. This is my ride. I can put guns in the lily putter. Nyum. Coming through. Whoop. Now that looks like a functional vehicle. Wow, the brakes on this thing are horrible. Okay. Mr. Bean would be proud. Sorry, Lily Putter, but I have a replacement for you. Oh my god, this thing actually drives. Does it have brakes that function? Yes, it does. Okay, do I have a handbrake? That's what I need to know now. Is there a handbrake in this? Reverse, yep. Accelerate, car brake, S. Got it. So it doesn't. Is what that means. Do you think I could put a gun on this? Oh, Jesus. Trying to roadkill people. Hey! Oh, God. Actually, maybe we should just leave. Sorry, Lily Putter, but you're not my friend anymore. You need to write free candy on the side of it. That would be very in theme. Okay, let's see what I can do with you. Can I even edit the loadout of my van? I don't know how any of this shit works. So that's just for repairing. Vehicle is fully repaired, sure. What about this? Salvage. No vehicle detected. Okay, so that'll let me salvage stuff. So let's go get it. I want to keep that van, but let's just go back to that mission. Although maybe I should heal. Let's just get rid of a bunch of that, and that. Open that. Roundabout. That's an assassination. Let's go to another salvage place. You know what? Let's go somewhere a little bit harder. Let's go to what sounds interesting. I'll bet you all this lore is probably pretty good. Aubrey's Neighborhood, which is a salvage mission. Merchant Causeway. Black market merchants. Interesting. Space Sniper's Lair. That seems safe. Just looking for salvage. Although dealership sounds like there'll be fun stuff there. Ooh. Chop shop is on a pier run by chobbers. Retrieve a crate of weapons and ammo and load it onto a vehicle and extract via an elevator. Okay, I understand what they mean by elevators now. Bust into cops' warehouses and grab what you can. Watch out for heavy armor. Expect reinforcements, so move quickly. Police are guarding this pleasant neighborhood. Run in along the highway, find useful gear, and return. Where's the Undercity? Oh, I see. Drone and Undercity. Space Sniper's Lair. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go for one of the salvage missions. I like the promenade. Which means I'm probably just gonna go in and fucking die. Mechs are not parked. I don't have any mechs, I just have van. But van very important to my life and must keep my free candy van. I wonder if I have to equip horns. Wouldn't that be funny? Oh, let's set you to repair. Oh, interesting. I don't have pots. Fine then. Quick, grab your favorite jams emotes. We're gonna need a lot of them. How's the music volume? If you need it louder, let me know. Oh, Jesus. There's kind of a lot of people here. I'm not suspect at all. Hey, look. Got me a Vespa? Is that a camper van? Oh, actually, that looks much less likely to be a death trap. This is fine. There's just like smears everywhere. Okay, well, maybe now's when we leave. That guy is flying. He's got a jetpack. You know. Dude, the neon signs. Oh, it's so good. Like I'll say, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Cool, my inventory's totally empty. Just go look at the first game. Am I crazy, or did I not fill this up with stuff? I didn't, so I guess we get to sneak back in with a flashlight, and we'll be fine. Right. All right, well, let's go back into the easy levels then. I gather I don't have the gear for it. What's this? I feel like I should be allowed to sprint infinitely in this area. Am I winning? No. No, losing, actually, very much so. Back to the crow's field. This is a different entrance than last time. There's bodies everywhere. What's this do? Okay, I got a pea shooter. Excellent. I kind of feel like I've just entered into an old battle royale, like after the mission's over. Yeah, I guess the structure of this is kind of extraction shooter-y. I'm sorry, what? A 37mm beanbag? Okay. Sure. Is that a grenade launcher? Oh my god, it is. Which loads beanbags. Got it! Holy crap, the radius on that It's literally a beanbag launcher. Why does that exist? I wonder if I can find lethal ammo for that. I bet you I can.
Crypt lurk, crypt beer.
I don't know what riot police do. I've never encountered riot police. Actually, that's not totally true. I sort of have, but I've never been in a situation where that would be an issue. Just from general, I know they use. I need a cape, and then I'll just look like Syndicate. Looking for little crates. Like this. A lot of bandages. Very much a rotted out hellscape. I think I'm moving slower. Oh, some parts. Some gas. Just gonna throw you away. Okay. That's really what I want this game to be, is just be Syndicate. Looks like a vehicle I can get into, but I don't think it is. Alright, so now that we've done this, can I blow you guys up? Oh, Jesus. I don't know what I was expecting. Oh, I see. Components. I kind of wanted it to scream. I know that sounds bad without context, but those things look so silly. I just wanted to go like, ah! You probably don't want to stand near those. It seems like a good way to cause some chaos, you know? All right, well, inventory is full, so let's... Alright, well you take... Eh? Oh, I see. Okay, so you take those bullet. I also got small parts. I'm gonna put the... Seems like you always just kind of have at least a med kit. I'm gonna throw the credits away. So I don't think I'm gonna lose those now. I think those are gonna stay now, I think. All right, let's go find a medium difficulty salvage. A polluted park, pudding, residential neighborhood, and warehouse. Abutting a residential neighborhood and warehouse. Recover what gear you can. Enemies are unknown. Our contact called in that they stashed delivery in the normal spot, but they hung up before we could figure out which runner it was. Go check the usual places, behind the mini mart, in the back of the container storage, over by the bus stop, in the corner, or by the entrance of the transfer station. You want to go to a pudding park? I don't know. It sounds like Gilly. Are you shootable? These are just like street cleaners, aren't they? Okay, so you're a civilian, I think. Whoops. Did you drop anything? Oh, Jesus. I've alerted the authorities, unless I am the authority. Oh, Jesus. Can I? Well, that thing just popped. Maybe I shouldn't go shooting the vacuum cleaners or whatever those are. This combat is kind of awesome. I don't know if it's translating super well on stream, but this feels fucking great. Oh man, is that a Popo car? Chat, I got important news. You're gonna want to see this. We're putting the band back together. I'm on a mission from God. It doesn't have a horn. Boop. Perfect. Oh, hold on. Why did that guy just died? Did you friendly fire? Excuse me, sir. Bro, what? Okay, hitting him is hard. Okay. Man, I have too big of a turning radius. This is a bit of a problem. Alright, problem solved. Do you have ammo? Ooh. Big gun. He even keeps cash in his pocket. Perfect comp. It's Bot Country? What movie's that? Ooga. Well, these look way better than my pea shooters, so. Problem is that no, they all take bullets I don't have. Oh, you do. No, that's literally the gun I just put down. All too big. Well. And I don't know which one's better. Actually, I've got a question. Oh, there's a shotgun in the police vehicle and ammo for it. I don't know why I'm surprised by this, but I am. All right, well. No, I should keep the gas. Is there anything in the one I was driving around earlier? Oh my god. Oh my gorgeous. And there's a crate. Ah! He's got a gun. I've got several, but it's not loaded at the minute. Okay, well. Okay, it takes a while to fire, but when it fires, it hurts. Oh my god, the range on that. Could shoot a president with that. Not very good gun safety. They're cops. What do you expect? I think. I don't know. They're driving cop sedans, so I'm just assuming they're cops. Can I loot? Yes, I can. Owie. Alright, fine. I'll go away then. I get it. I think my inventory's full, so. Can you mount guns on your cars? That's like the whole shtick. I just need to find a gun that's mountable on a car. I think I'm just gonna salvage this Popo mobile. And also I need to check something. Is my stuff still in container? Or does that... Okay, so nothing sticks around in there? I'm not entirely sure what I have to do to keep items then. There's gotta be like a box or something I can use. Anyway, I'm just gonna go salvage this. Confirm. Wow, it just explodes. So do I need to have it in my inventory to be able to repair it? Use cars as boxes? I would suppose so. 'Cause these are nicer guns. Let me just go grab that shoddy. We'll find out. Yeah, I suppose we'll find out. There was a thing in the tutorial about it, which I definitely paid attention to. Wow, look at how far you can shoot if you're lying down. All right, let's see. Maybe we can do that assassination mission. Although, I have to heal first. Cobblers have a new guy in uniform, and he's not serving a tour of duty. He's paid to hide among them. Down and back, take him out. Okay. So, you liked the neon lights, eh? Wouldn't it be a shame if, the gas station were to blow up? Peak 2 games? Wouldn't it be a shame? It's kind of a loud gun, though. Oh, man. There you go. I know in the first game you used to just like point at gas stations and just bop them and they would explode. Okay, so lying down, important to not get shot. Just pro tip for anybody trying to fight whatever corporate law enforcement you're up against. Lie down is good. Is very good. Drop a bunch of guns too. I also have shotties, so shit gets too hairy. Is that a boat? Kind of looks like it, eh? Did I not bring any shotgun ammo? All right, well. Let's see what this other gun's like. How'd you see me? Excuse me. Well, that's not good. Here they come. That's another one. Ha! Oh, that's neat. Like the line shrinks when you're about to shoot. There he goes. god, the range on this thing is ridiculous. Hey, audio. Bear tactic, play dead. Bear tactics, exactly the same as evading law enforcement tactics. Can I hit you from here? I'm putting in my my audition for the movie Wanted. Oh, come on. There we go. Ha! The music bangs too. It's just you need shit to kind of pop off to get pretty intense. Man, you see way too well. Maybe it's my flashlight. It's gotta be my flashlight, right? Sorry about this. Hopefully you didn't have too many finger members. See this hitting a wall. Ads are about to go through, so I will pause the game. Got him. Did it. Dude, I've been salivating over GIFs that they've been posting of this game for like a year plus. Years at this point, even. Like, they'll just post something about it, and I'll just be like, blah. It's like saliva drips out of my mouth. I'm like, I need to see more. This is also like a not running in a stock engine. This is like their own engine. My pinky finger's hurting after like aiming down sights in this. Well, you know what they say. Strateger, playing dead is better than being dead. Is that guy behind the wall? Kind of looks like he is. And I'm assuming that this is very similar to the first game, where literally everything is destructible. If you throw enough force at it, it just explodes. Because, like, you know, I'm running around on foot, and all I've done is drive around, like, tiny little vehicles. This game has, like, the first game had skyscraper-sized mechs. So I would assume that's the late game of this. Or intended to be the late game of this. Come out, wherever you are. I genuinely think that these little robots are ratting on me, but let's swap over the shoddy. Where are you? Nice. Or rather, not really a shoddy, it's more of just a hand rifle. Yeah, it was 2016 that the first one released, but it had so many different things added to it. Just keep trying to hit these guys. Come on. Yeah. Sorry, just gotta go. Shooting does take a little bit of getting used to. Like, it shoots almost on a rhythm, and it's like clicking faster. Doesn't necessarily shoot faster. Oh, Jesus Christ almighty. There we go. You can shoot faster if you're lying down. That's interesting. We're getting old. Yeah, it's been 10 years, eh? But like, you know, they did put how many like free expansions on that thing? Like, the game got a lot of various upgrades over the years. There we go. Sniper's got more ammo. Some of those chips or whatever those are. So I've already defeated the mission. I just need to get out now. Just curious how deep this rabbit hole goes down here. I think these guys are getting fired. Their boss is dead. Fucking running around, you goddamn. Glad he listened. So anybody want to play a game? It's a very simple game. It's called How Many Bullets Does It Take to Blow Up a Gas Station? And can I blow up a gas station? I guess the character has to aim. You've got more stability lying down. Oh no, absolutely. Also, like, I guess neutral targets, like, don't get auto-targeted. 5 bullets, says the YouTube chat. Like YouTube chat too. Jesus Christ, you know what? I'm not dead. That's... I thought I was. God damn indeed. I feel like there should be more smoldering. But that is kind of dope. How did you know that, Modern Solutions in YouTube chat? Although I wasn't exactly counting. I assumed that was 5. It seemed like 5. You had no idea what this game even is? Okay, just lucky guess then. This is Brigadore. This is the demo for Brigadore Killers. So it's very unfinished. There's placeholder assets everywhere that are like made with MS Paint. But I don't know. In the current year, it's kind of nice to see MS Paint placeholders. Can I get some salvage off of you? Nope, just a bag of chips. So, wait, hold up. That robot that I just blew up, I was sitting here going like, hey, can I get some salvage off of you? And all it has is a bag of chips. Is that like a delivery robot? Is it just like delivering somebody's lunch? Did I just steal somebody's Uber Eats? I guess so. Ha! So you can use the vehicles as storage. Good to know. Let's go for another one. Cars as boxes. This is true. They're good for running over bad guys and putting my stuff in it. Combat. An electric car dealership is selling volatile vehicles. You know, I have to say this out loud. I think that's a joke. I'm sensing current day commentary. Anyway, an electric car dealership is selling volatile vehicles, destroy every uwu in the lot, then escape. Minor police presence. You guys ready to go blow up a Tesla dealership? I mean, electric car dealership? Called uwu? Can I open these? Man, there's so many of them. There's vending. Can I buy stuff at the vending machines? Oh man, I can't buy things at the vending machines. I'm kind of disappointed, I'm not gonna lie. Best of luck, Modern Solutions. If you need Dwarf Fortress, specifically the VOD channels there, we'll be streaming some dwarfs tomorrow, though. Who's shooting at me from behind? Is it you? Or is it you? This guy just hit the deck. Wonder... Those are like little frogs. Those robots. Look at this guy. Is that a are you a trash bin? They've got eyeballs. It's this universe's Roombas. Oh, also, yeah, that's another thing you could do. You could just rewind the VOD since you're on YouTube. So how much health do these things have? Let's find out. Oh wow, they go up pretty quick. They're certainly sketchy. You're playing a live service sandbox urban sandbox game, and I was surprised you could actually buy stuff from every vending machine, and there was a bunch of different types of vending machines with their own products. I don't know, this game is giving me credits. Oh no, okay, he lay down in front of the vehicle that was driving towards him. That's on him, not on me. I didn't mean to turn that man into a smear on the ground, okay? I take no credit for that murder. Not a great police presence here, eh? Well, I mean, at least they're not Tesla coils. It'd be better if they tried to hit you. It is very much unfinished, though, so... Although I will say the AI was kind of iffy in the first game, but it was like part of the appeal in a way because like shit would just like fall over sometimes, but it was always spectacularly entertaining. Oops. No, you. These are also very early levels. I died almost immediately upon going into one of the harder levels. So I kind of get the feeling that the game will be a lot harder and the enemies will be a lot smarter. Oh, if I shoot them in the back... Wow, they do. Okay. 3? No inventory space for that. And I'm out of bullets. There we go. mission's done. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, they're not the smartest, are they? What is this frog? Where was it? I lost the frog. Those are big bullets. It's like mini chassis froggy. There it is. How heavy is it? It's 5? Is it an item? I guess so. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of these parts. I'm gonna keep my bandages because those seem important, but like I wanna know what this frog is. And also, hold on, I'm just gonna eat them chips. Wow. Something exploded big over here. What the hell happened? I'm sorry, what? Ow, Jesus! Well. For those of you who've never played or seen the original, I have nothing in my inventory anymore. I'll just pop over and show you what that looked like for a second. Because this is a sequel. And it's just a demo. But this is the original. It's more like GTA 2.
The heavily armored Toro Walker. Versatile, tough, and effective at any range. The towering treehouse tank fires over protective cover and burns through enemies. Not one for subtlety. The anti-grav Arlo excels at close-range combat. Its high mobility and audio-kinetic pulse is its best defense.
So yeah,
The Mongoose is...
I would assume that the end game of the sequel, which is this, is gonna be to look like that. It's been like $6 before on sale. GT Games. Appreciate your modern solution. Yeah, so, gotta go over to my van and get some candy, I mean guns. Problem is I literally don't have any ammo that it needs. And I don't even have any health, I just have chips. Alright, well, what's this do? Oh, never mind. I literally don't have any ammo for it. Right, well, we're taking this then. It's nice that I have like these nicer guns, yet no ammo for it. I'm gonna go do one of the easier salvage missions, so I don't get like wrecked by cops like immediately. So just gonna go over here. Like that. I mean, the first one is basically just here, read some lore, go fight. That's the first one. And then it's just a list of missions like this. But this seems to be much more sandboxy. Like, health is persistent between missions. Like, the whole shtick of the first one is it's a 24-hour corporate coup taking over a mining world. And you are mercs being sent in to fucking take over everything. So every single series of missions is you looking through for key points of interest that you have to blow up so that like ships can land and such. Nice. Nice. Also, these maps are random. I think that's like the biggest fault of the first one is the maps were all static. Like there was no generation, so you just kind of learned the layout and then you could just like speedrun it basically. Kind of like Hotline Miami, but that's, you know, a very different kind of game. I really like, fucking look at that lighting. Oh. And knowing that this is all like destructible too is so fucking cool. Is that like an item? No. Kind of looks like it though. I'm like almost out of bullets. Let's hope I can find some more ammo before I run out entirely. Oh, there's a fence there. You watch Splattercat? That's because Splattercat has good taste. He covers some things that I go, I wouldn't cover that, but... Jesus. Oh, great. Now I'm out of ammo. Can I punch you? Nope, but I can run. Ah! Okay. Daka. Is he dead? I'm gonna go with yes. I think I took too many guns. Cool. Yeah, the first game, oh my god, it's much better. The first game was pretty, like, obtuse to control. I think, so a lot of people just kind of bounced off of it. Ooh. But I really liked the first game. The obtuseness just kind of added to it for me. That's what I'm going for. That thing fires real quick. Gotta be cautious with that. Eat a bag of chips. Oh. Wait. Steam achievement status save result failure. Save? I found the terminal. You used to be able to enable God mode and a bunch of other things in the terminal in the old game. $100mm chaff. High explosives. I too could use some stoned explosives. Railgun armature. What if I take that? There's also just like a ton to do in this demo. There's so many missions. It's like, oh Jesus fucking Christ. No. Does it make sense being confusing, being a plus for me? It's not necessarily a plus. Depth is a plus. Confusing is usually the opposite of a plus, in fact. We'll just go in naked with some health. The thing is, if you look at my health, I'm not getting shot. Those bullets are missing. Like, I got shot once with a shotgun at point blank range and was dead. I'm probably gonna be dead real quick here. Oop. Well, I might be dead after a shot, but the van won't be. Let's go run somebody over. Oh boy. I was trying to. Okay, I missed. Sorry, tree. Watch out for that tree. Severely lacking in horn. Okay, well, I missed. Oh god, I missed again. Okay, finally. Brakes on this thing suck. Alright, let's try this again. But yeah, no, the reason I like depth in games. Wow, they literally giblet. I like depth. I don't like confusingness. If confusing equals death, then it makes the confusing worth it. Oh boy. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Can I punch you? Not very effectively. Ah, okay, well, it's too late. I tried. What do you think, chat? Can we do this naked? This is also pretty punishing. Although the first game was pretty punishing, but your lack of ammunition wasn't persistent in the previous game. Okay, so there's only a few different layouts to this map, it looks like. Question is, where can ya boy find some guns when I have none? I realize I could go to that other map that just has guns lying around, but that's no fun because they're puny guns. Yeah, there's definitely still systems in this that need work. It's more of like an alpha than like a demo in many ways. CC, I don't know. Oh, they're saying content creator. That's what they mean when they see CC. That or I'm the Dwarf Fortress closed captions. There is a punch button. It doesn't seem very effective. Ah! How long until one of you don't miss? I found it. There we go. We'll survive. I have whatever this thing is. Go, buddy! You can make it! Nah! Oh, God! It handles like ass. Okay, let's see if I can steer this shit box on ice. No, I can't mount it. Okay, well, I will run then, because that's all I got. Oh God. Just sprinting away with no ammo, no weapons, no nothing. Naked. Oh God. Nope. Nope. Man, that dude blew up a tree. Grandmobile! Okay. All right, chat. I'm just being silly. This is fun. I'm gonna have to save. You should try this demo. It's pretty dope. I've been live for 9.5 hours. I have to pack. I will be live tomorrow, and we'll finish up the fort from today. So there will be dwarves tomorrow. But I think I'm gonna call it here because it's been 9.5 hours, and I was just kind of curious about how ridiculous things get. But you should try this demo. It's pretty dope. Or just go watch the Splattercat video. It's worth playing just to look at it. Like, really. I want to know what this is going to be. Probably something important. Check out Brigadore Killers. This game's pretty cool. If you're still here, though, and before you leave, grab your favorite emotes and post them in my chat, because we're going to go raid someone. And if you're on the YouTube side of things, we'll be live tomorrow, like I said, if you want to tune in for some dwarfs. Otherwise, I will see you on the 30th, which is when I plan to come back from my time away. I will be hopefully editing at least one major video.